Well, the stage is set for the counting of votes in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. The poll officials have arrived at the counting centres as they wait for the opening of the strong rooms now, where the EVMs are kept for the voting counting process to get on underway. Meanwhile, hectic political parleys in Jammu and Kashmir. NC Congress Combine hopes to lean on PDP if the alliance falls short. What's going to happen? Well, stay tuned to find out. BJP leaders hold religious rituals in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of counting. BJP hopes to make major inroads in the Union Territory in the election held after the abrogation of Article 370. All eyes also on Haryana as the Bharatiya Janata Party eyes for a hat-trick, hoping non-Jat consolidation is still strong on the ground, while the Congress eyes for a big comeback in the state after about a decade. Aam Aadmi Party gambles in Haryana. Though exit polls say that the party might fail to open their account in Haryana, how will the Aam Aadmi Party fare in the state of Haryana? Well, let's wait and find out. Hello and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to this special election counting day broadcast here on News 9 Live from our studios here in the National Capital Region. The stage, ladies and gentlemen, is set for the final results of the assembly elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the state of Haryana, which are scheduled to be announced shortly. The much anticipated results of the Haryana and Jammu Kashmir assembly elections will be announced by the Election Commission. Election officials, accompanied by representatives from their political parties, have arrived at the counting centres. The officials were earlier being briefed, and the counting of votes for both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir assembly elections is set to commence at 8 a.m. shortly from now. But let's also tell the viewers that the ballot boxes are going to be opened up in Jammu and Kashmir a little bit earlier than 8 a.m. It's going to begin at 7:30 a.m. and by noon, well, early poll trends are expected to emerge, giving a fair indication of how the voting has in fact played out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, focus a little bit on Jammu and Kashmir first before we move on to Haryana. And mind you, we've got our reporters placed at AICC headquarters here in the national capital and of course the BJP headquarters here in the national capital, bringing you live updates as to what the mahal, the atmosphere is like at these various headquarters. But talking about Jammu and Kashmir, because strong rooms are going to be opened up soon. Earlier we showed you those visuals as well, where you had the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party's Jammu and Kashmir unit making a beeline for the Bhavewali Mata Mandir, one of the most prestigious, renowned and auspicious temples in, of course, the Jammu region. Now, the counting of votes for the 90 assembly constituencies in Jammu and Kashmir is going to start shortly, marking the final stage of the electoral process that will finally provide an elected government after a gap of 6 years following the collapse of the erstwhile PDP-BJP regime on the 20th of June 2018 is when it collapsed completely, and the subsequent abrogation of Article 370. How will that impact the elections this time around? Well, we'll have to wait and find out. It is certainly interesting at this point in time. The first assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir since 2014, these were held in 3 different phases. Let's brush up your memory real quick. The initial phase was held on the 18th of September. It saw voting for 24 seats, followed by the second phase on the 25th of September. It covered another 26 seats. And the third phase finally for the remaining 40 seats, which occurred just a couple of days back on the 1st of October. The main contenders in the highly anticipated election are, of course, the Congress and, of course, the National Conference. They are in an alliance this time around. But you also have the PDP, People's Democratic Party, Iltija Mufti, a big name that is doing the rounds, and, of course, Bharatiya Janata Party. Will they be able to consolidate their vote bank in Jammu? That's the biggest question. Or will Engineer Rashid play sport, some sort of kind for getting votes and bagging on the votes in North Kashmir. This election also comes 5 years after Jammu and Kashmir was split into two union territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. And commenting on the potential of a post-election alliance, National Conference President Farooq Abdullah said on Monday that his party is open to collaborating with Mehbooba Mufti's PDP if necessary to form the government in the region. Now, Abdullah also criticized the move to grant the Lieutenant Governor the authority to nominate members to the 5 reserved seats in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, stating that his party would challenge the decision in the Supreme Court if the BJP-led central government proceeds with it overall. Meanwhile, first and foremost, right now at this point in time, the security has been beefed up on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. The strong rooms are being opened up. Representatives of the respective parties are over there. My colleague Ankit Bhatt, he's filed in a walkthrough, a ground report from exactly the spot of this auspicious temple where the top BJP leadership made a beeline first thing in the morning, even before the strong rooms were opened up. Ankit Bhatt with this ground report, take a look, and then we'll go across to my reporters who are waiting for us at the AICC headquarters and the BJP headquarters.
10 साल के बाद विधानसभा चुनाव के आज नतीजे आने वाले हैं और ऐसे में बीजेपी जम्मू कश्मीर अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना को आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं। यहां पे जम्मू के सबसे प्रसिद्ध मंदिर मां बावे वाली मंदिर में यहां पर पहुंचे हैं, मत्था टेक रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में भी आप देख सकते हैं और आपको बता दें कि मां का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए खुद बीजेपी जम्मू कश्मीर अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना पहुंचे हैं। बीजेपी का ये दावा है कि 30 से 35 सीटें जो है जम्मू कश्मीर विधानसभा में आने वाली हैं और वहीं 15 ऐसे इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स हैं जिनका ये समर्थन कर रहे हैं और इनको उम्मीद है कि वो भी जीतेंगे। लेकिन तस्वीरों में आप साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं बीजेपी जम्मू कश्मीर के अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना को, जो जम्मू के सबसे प्रसिद्ध मंदिर बावे वाली माता के मंदिर पहुंचे हैं और यहां पर जीत की यहां पर मनोकामना करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। इससे पहले आपको बता दें कि बीजेपी जम्मू कश्मीर अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना जो है वो नौशेरा से बीजेपी के प्रत्याशी हैं। 2014 में रविंदर रैना नौशेरा से जीते थे और आज एक बार फिर बीजेपी अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना को ये उम्मीद है कि नौशेरा की जनता जो है वो उनके साथ है और आज यहाँ पर आप देखिए क्योंकि बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष भी हैं और ऐसे में जम्मू कश्मीर की जितनी भी सीटें हैं उसकी जिम्मेदारी जम्मू कश्मीर बीजेपी अध्यक्ष की है और ऐसे में आप देखिए क्योंकि 10 साल के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर में विधानसभा के चुनाव हो रहे हैं और ऐसे में यहाँ पर जम्मू कश्मीर बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और तस्वीरों में लगातार आप देख सकते हैं कि जम्मू के सबसे प्रसिद्ध मंदिर मां बावे वाली मंदिर के यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और यहाँ पर मत्था टेकते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ये देखिए जम्मू कश्मीर बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और अब यहाँ से जो जम्मू का सबसे प्रसिद्ध मंदिर है वो बावे वाली माता के मंदिर में अपना यहाँ पर मत्था टेकते हुए आशीर्वाद लेते हुए जीत की मनोकामना करते हुए बीजेपी का ये दावा है कि 30 से 35 सीटें जो है वो यहाँ पर इनको आने वाली है। ये देखिए सर, ये देखिए लगातार पूजा अर्चना लगातार करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। यहाँ पर जो मनोकामना है माता रानी से वो मांगते हुए जीत की और ऐसे में अब देखना होगा क्योंकि आज 10 साल के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर बीजेपी यहाँ पर चुनाव हुए हैं, आज नतीजे आने वाले हैं और ऐसे में देखने वाली बात यह है कि आखिरकार जम्मू में किसकी सरकार बनती है।
Well, shortly from now, ladies and gentlemen, the early trends are going to start trickling in. But in the meantime, let's quickly introduce the reporters on the broadcast here. Deepak Bharara, my colleague, joins us from the AICC headquarters in the national capital. Nivriti joining us from the BJP headquarters in the national capital. A very good morning to the both of you. Deepak, I see some sort of activity behind you already. I do understand and know that the Hudas had already given out an order for sweets that have been ordered, and this time it's not just laddus, they've also given orders for jalebis. It seems like the Congress party at this point in time more confident than the BJP. It seems like the India alliance versus the NDA, that fight, it looks like from the activity behind you, it's 1 point or early blood to India bloc. But what are you picking up? What's the atmosphere like at the AICC headquarters?
to be honest, if you look at the people here at the AICC headquarters, it would seem that they've already won the elections. Celebrations have been underway since before 6 in the morning. We actually arrived right here to see this crowd, a very boisterous crowd who've arrived here, with conches and shells. So, and they're talking about a clean sweep. They're talking about, say, over 70 seats in just Haryana. These guys are also positive about forming a government in Jammu and Kashmir as well. It should be noted, what's at stake in both these elections. In Haryana, they've been in power for 10 years, the BJP. But now, the winds of change seem to be flowing. 67.5% of voters turned out. And in Kashmir, it was the first election since the abrogation of Article 370. Even there, we had a high voter turnout of something like 65.48%. So clearly, a lot of people are deeply invested in it. But to see people here at the Congress headquarters, as you can see, it clearly seems that they've already won the election. They're talking about not just jalebis and laddus, but also about crackers and dhols and nagadas. So, and we'll be giving you that feed right here at the AICC headquarters. Over to you,
Absolutely, Deepak, do stay on with us. Let's quickly get a fair understanding of what's happening on the other side of the divide at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. Nivriti, my colleague, continues to be with us. Nivriti, it seems like from at least the activity behind you and from what I've seen was happening behind Deepak, it's a complete contrast. I mean, there's eerie silence at the BJP headquarters at this point in time. I understand it's still early doors, but the exit polls weren't really helpful for the BJP at this point in time.
Right, Kabir, it looked like what I heard from when Deepak was talking, there was a sound of some Shankhanad kind of a thing, which I could hear from there. There was a lot of chanting, a lot of slogans were being raised at Congress office. So, yes, Congress is this time very, very confident, it seems, but it is too early, as you also said. In the BJP office right now, you can see it's nothing like that. There's no Shankhanad going on, no slogan chanting or something. But there are proper arrangements that have been made for media persons behind the BJP office, inside the campus, but behind this building. There is a complete tent set up for the media persons so that the guests could come and sit and speak to various media houses over here. And there are, of course, there is no एक रौनक जो होनी चाहिए, it's not there in BJP office.
Well, things can certainly change, Nivriti. Things can certainly take a quick turn. Let me tell you, it's still early doors. This is early morning election coverage. Nivriti and Deepak, do stay on with us. I'm going to quickly come back to you. Let's quickly tell the viewers, brush up their memories in terms of what happened in the previous elections. Let's quickly first take a look at what happened in Haryana back in 2019. Now, in 2019 Haryana elections, the BJP became the single largest party. Of course, we're going to quickly throw those numbers out there, with 40 seats, but failed to get a majority on its own. Will the hat-trick happen this time around? Well, we'll have to wait and find out. The Congress, the second largest party with 31 seats and a 28% vote share. The JJP and the INLE. Another interesting aspect is that these regional satraps seem to be on the decline. The INLD BSP, the exit polls weren't very helpful for this particular alliance. The JJP, will it open their account? It was the kingmaker 5 years back. Will it, of course, enjoy the same role? Well, we'll have to wait and find out. In the meantime, Nayab Singh Saini, the incumbent chief minister of Haryana, he's spoken to the media on counting day. Let's quickly listen in to what Nayab Singh Saini had to say.
देखिए, आज काउंटिंग है और हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है हरियाणा प्रदेश की जो हमने सेवा ईमानदारी से पिछले 10 वर्षों के अंदर की है, मैं उस आधार के ऊपर कह सकता हूं कि हम तीसरी बार हरियाणा के अंदर एक तरफा सरकार बना रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीसरी बार सेवा के लिए तैयार है, क्योंकि केंद्र में आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं और हमने पिछले 10 वर्षों के अंदर आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के अंदर हरियाणा की गति से विकास किया है, समस्याओं का समाधान किया है, ईमानदारी से हमारी सरकार ने किया है और आगे भी हम मजबूती से, ईमानदारी से हरियाणा प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी। कांग्रेस है, कांग्रेस सत्ता के लिए काम करती है, हम सेवा के लिए काम करते हैं, ये अंतर है इसके अंदर। जो व्यक्ति निस्वार्थ भाव से सेवा करता है, ईमानदारी से काम करता है, उसको ना अंतिम रात दिखती है ना भारी दिखती है, उसके लिए तो सामान्य है, क्योंकि हमारी जो सोच है वो सोच है लोगों की सेवा करना और लोगों के हित में काम करना, ये हमारी सोच है।
Meanwhile, on the other side of the divide, like I mentioned to all the viewers, Bhupinder Hooda has already ordered for sweets, and this time around it's not just laddus, there's jalebis as well. My colleague has filed in a ground report from Bhupinder Hooda's residence. Let's understand what the mahal, what the atmosphere is like at the Hoodas this very morning.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के आवास के पास ही हूं और जिस तरह से आपने कहा कि जोश की बात है, तो जोश का आलम यह है कि जलेबी के ऑर्डर्स अभी से दिए जाने लगे हैं और यहां तक कि आप देखिए कि सुरजेवाला ने यह कह दिया कि 8 बजे तक जो है, दीपेंद्र हुड्डा ने कह दिया कि 8 बजे तक तो मुख्यमंत्री सैनी के घर भी हम जलेबी भिजवा देंगे, वो भी मातूराम की जलेबी। सवाल यही है कि अगला सीएम कौन होगा। भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा ने जो दावा किया है कि मैं न टायर्ड हूं ना रिटायर्ड हूं, तो इससे बाजार तो गर्म है यहां का कयासों का कि क्या एक्स सीएम नेक्स्ट सीएम बनने वाले हैं हरियाणा के। लेकिन दावेदारी के बीच इस वक्त मैं अगर कहूं, सुबह सुबह की बात कहूं, तो सबकी नजरें देखिए इसी दरवाजे पर हैं। दरवाजा थोड़ी देर पहले बंद था लेकिन अब खुल गया है। सबको इंतजार है कि कब यहां जब नतीजे आएंगे तो यहां जश्न शुरू होगा, क्योंकि कांग्रेस बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है एग्जिट पोल के नतीजे आने के बाद से। अब जो एग्जैक्ट नतीजे आएंगे उसके बाद भी यहां का माहौल बदलेगा। इंतजार यही है कि नतीजों के बाद आखिर जो है बड़े चेहरे यानी कि भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा और दूसरे बड़े नेता क्या कहते हैं। सीएम पद को लेकर तो बात हो ही रही है, लेकिन सबको थोड़ा इंतजार जरूर है। 10 साल के बाद एक आस बंधी है कांग्रेस को कि जबरदस्त तरीके से वो सत्ता में वापसी कर रहे हैं, तो अभी थोड़ा सा धीरज वो रख रहे हैं। लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि माहौल काफी गर्म हो गया एग्जिट पोल के बाद से ही और कांग्रेस के सभी नेता बहुत ही जोश में हैं।
Well, so that's the atmosphere outside Bhupinder Hooda's residence. Deepak Badana and Nivriti continue to be with us. Deepak was covering for us on the ground in Haryana. Let's quickly cut across to him. Let's understand what it was like. Deepak, from all your coverage across Haryana, from Meham to Rohtak, was the atmosphere similar? Was the vibe in general similar to what you're witnessing at the AICC headquarters right now? Jalebiyon ka order de diya gaya hai. It has been confirmed. People are already outside Bhupinder Hooda's residence.
So Kabir, over the course of the last month, me and others of our team like Nivriti and people like Rahul Singh, we've traveled hundreds of kilometers across the state. Places like Mahendragarh, Narnaul, Meham, Rohtak, Mewat and Jammu. And what we found is that there was, a whisper for change. There was silently, there was a campaign going where people were very cognizant of the fact that perhaps...
Sorry to cut you short here, Deepak. Sorry to cut you short. I'm much more excited about the dhol and the nagadas. Could you ask the camera person to pan it around? Could we see the dhols and the nagadas as well?
As you'll see here, there's a crowd of people who gathered. They're dancing here. We'll just take our camera right to the center of the action here. There you see. And mind you, this is just around 7 in the morning.
All right, that's the situation at the AICC headquarters. And just for a quick comparison, I'm going to again cut across to Nivriti. And how about the control room? Keep with these visuals that Deepak is helping us out with. Nivriti, this is what AICC headquarters currently looks like. I do understand that for the media personnel, arrangements might have been made by the BJP. But, what about celebrations? Had this been a BJP, resounding victory, things would certainly be looking a lot more different. Any top leaders that have made their way to the headquarters at this point in time?
There are a few leaders over here, Kabir, but do you remember the Lok Sabha elections 2024? That portrayed image, whatever is being seen in Congress head office right now was exactly the mahal of BJP office in Lok Sabha, during Lok Sabha election. When Lok Sabha election results were to be announced, the first half was all celebrations in BJP office because of the exit poll predictions that were made that BJP will achieve somewhere around more than 350 seats or 400 पार या 400 से थोड़ा नीचे की seats BJP पास आएंगी. तो celebrations were all around in BJP office in the first half. But what happened in the later half? Celebrations shifted to Congress office and there was a complete silence in BJP office when the trends started coming in, and it
suggesting
was,
that the celebrations might just shift from the AICC headquarters to the BJP headquarters. Well, we'll have to wait and find out if the celebrations are indeed going to shift or not. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at Jammu and Kashmir again. Let's put out that graphic and understand what happened in Jammu and Kashmir last time around. In 2014 is when the previous elections were held, and back then it was the BJP-PDP alliance that formed the government. Of course, it did not manage to go on for very long. 2018 is when it collapsed. That's right. Those are the figures on your screens as we speak. This is what Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections 2014 looked like. PDP was the single largest party with 28 seats. BJP again consolidating the vote bank in Jammu and Kashmir. Again, you've got Budgam, Central, Shalteng, Bijbehra, Pulwama, Kulgam, Gurez, Baramulla. All of these are important and interesting seats. Now, this time around, the exit polls have suggested that the National Conference and the Congress, this combine that is jointly contesting the elections, part of the opposition India bloc and the India Alliance, it is contesting about 51 of 90 seats. We're talking about the National Conference, and Congress was contesting on another 32 seats. What's going to happen this time after a decade is when elections are happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll have to wait and find out, but let's listen in to some more reactions from the Jammu and Kashmir leadership. You've got Ravinder Raina, you've got Kavinder Gupta, all of these top BJP names. Let's listen in to how they are reacting. Also, of course, after the exit poll and ahead of the counting. Shortly from now, these figures that are 000 on the top of your screens and to the sides of your screens, it will start changing. Early trends are going to start trickling in. Like I suggested, the ballot box is going to be opened up even earlier in Jammu and Kashmir by 7:30 a.m. The election officials are going to now be telling the entire brief to the counting officials. Also, the party representatives of the respective parties are going to be inside these counting centers. That process is going to continue very shortly. In the meantime, some reaction from the top leadership in Jammu and Kashmir.
मैं उम्मीद करता हूं, मुझे विश्वास है कि जम्मू कश्मीर की अधिष्ठात्री देवी मां बावे वाली महाकाली जी ने हमेशा जो है जम्मू कश्मीर के देशभक्तों पर, जम्मू कश्मीर के जो राष्ट्रवादी शक्तियां हैं उन्हें अपना आशीर्वाद दिया है. जो सज्जन शक्तियां हैं, जो देव शक्तियां हैं, उन पर मां भगवती का सदैव आशीर्वाद रहा है और मैं पूरा विश्वास करता हूं कि इस बार भी देवीय शक्तियों की जीत होगी.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जम्मू कश्मीर में लोगों को जिस प्रकार से विकास की राह पर लेके गए हैं, पत्थरबाजी से छुड़काया है और इसी हिसाब से कुल मिलाकर के अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद इससे मुक्त किया है. तो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि जिस प्रकार से हम बुलेट से बैलेट की ओर बढ़े हैं और टेररिज्म से टूरिज्म की तरफ बढ़े हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लोगों ने खुल करके वोट दिया है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे बड़ा दल बन करके इस इलेक्शन में आएगा और हम सरकार बनाएंगे.
आप देख रहे होंगे जनता में तो काफी हाई है. जिस तरह से उमंगें और उम्मीदें लोगों की थी, उस हिसाब से उन्होंने जो मत किया है वो आज उस मत की काउंटिंग होनी है. लोकतंत्र में एक मत ही ऐसा अधिकार है कि उसी पर्व को मनाने के लिए आप देखेंगे किस तरह से आज एक लोकतांत्रिक प्रणाली के तहत आखिरी चरण के आखिरी क्षणों में इलेक्शन पहुंच के आज काउंटिंग के कागार पर है. अभी जब काउंटिंग शुरू होगी तो आपके देखेंगे कि किस तरह से लोग बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे होंगे.
नवरात्रों के पर्व उत्सव की सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं. माता रानी के हाथ डोर छोड़ी हुई है. माता रानी के दरबार में माथा टेकने आया हूं काउंटिंग से पहले. अच्छा है, एक अच्छा उत्साह है लोगों में. और माता रानी करेगी एक अच्छा ही रिजल्ट आएगा। और थोड़ी देर में काउंटिंग शुरू होने वाली है, तो माता के दरबार में हाजिरी लगा के जा रहे हैं। मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार, मेरे दोनों मंडल अध्यक्ष और जिला के कुछ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग आए हुए हैं। एक उत्साहपूर्ण माहौल है।
We are hopeful that the alliance will form the government and a stable government. That is what we are looking forward. How does it matter if we all work for the same thing, for improvement in conditions of people in the state, removing unemployment, removing all the distresses that have occurred in these 10 years, freedom of press, media. First thing we should do. We should have the right to say what is true and what is not true.
So when we talk about the PDP agrees that to come up with you, are you ready to do that? Are you ready to agree with them?
Why not? What is wrong with it? We can be rivals in elections, but if the aim is the same, that we want the good of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, I'll have no objections, and I'm sure Congress will have no objections.
So if you follow the
जो भी सरकार बनेगी, यूनियन टेरिटरी की सरकार होगी, और उसमें जो इलेक्टेड सरकार होगी उसके पास इख्तियारात बहुत कम होंगे। चनाच अब इलेक्शन हो गए और कल मेजॉरिटी किसके पास भी आती है वो अलग बात है। सरकार कोई भी बनाए, मुझे सिर्फ इतनी गुजारिश करनी है, 5 साल इन लोगों ने कुछ किया नहीं, गुपकार अलायंस, सो कॉल्ड रीजनल पार्टीज। अब अगर इलेक्शन हुआ तो मेरी हम्बल गुजारिश है, खास तौर से जो इंडिया ब्लॉक, पीडीपी, पीपल्स कॉन्फ्रेंस, बाकी अपनी पार्टी, बाकी पार्टियां, कि चले एक चीज पर आप तो यूनाइट हो जाइए। हमें पता है कि इंडिया अलायंस की मजबूरियां हैं। वोट तो उन्होंने कश्मीर से दिए, लेकिन 370 पर कांग्रेस ने खामोशी इख्तियार की। मैं इस वक्त कोई बिटरनेस ऐड नहीं करना चाहता हूं। मेरी एक सजेशन है इन सब से कि जब तक स्टेटहुड हमें ना मिले, कोशिश करें कि नई सरकार तब तक ना बने। अगर मेजॉरिटी भी मिलेगी, चाहे किसी अकेली पार्टी को मिले, अलायंस को मिले, या इंडिपेंडेंस का सपोर्ट चाहिए या किसी और का सपोर्ट चाहिए, तो अच्छा रहेगा कि अगर ये सारी पार्टियां एक पर फोकस करके यूनियन गवर्नमेंट पर ये कहते हैं कि आप स्टेटहुड वापस दे दीजिए, इलेक्शन हो गया। अगर उमर साहब खुद कहते थे कि म्यूनिसिपैलिटी से ज़्यादा पावर इस सरकार के पास नहीं रहेगा, तो उन पर भी लाजिम है, पीडीपी पर भी लाजिम है, सब पर लाजिम है। कम से कम एक छोटी सी चीज़ है, उतना बड़ा मसला है नहीं।
Engineer Rashid, that's the big question. Will he play that spoilsport, already putting the pressure on? What he says is whoever forms the government doesn't matter. At this point in time, form the government for the state of Jammu and Kashmir, not the union territories. We're going to slip into a quick commercial break here, but election coverage continues non-stop. I'm being told that the early trends are almost in. The figures are going to start changing right about now. Stick around.
A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra, Maharashtra, it's a hit.
Maharashtra Tourism.
Why is the state not looking at putting an embargo on that?
As a Telangana person, I will not accept.
How do ordinary folks deal with this?
Who am I? nobody can crack that mystery.
There is a certain expectation of me.
That's the only contradiction.
Life itself is stranger than fiction.
I was a perfectly normal person born in an abnormal world.
I really didn't understand why is it different.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
Boys school में कुछ लड़का लोग मेरे साथ sexual abuse किए.
मुझे तेरे बारे में सब पता है और मैं तेरा रेप कर लूँगा.
You also start to stigmatize.
अरे ये तो time pass है.
Sex doesn't come in the picture. Sex comes very late.
Then there are man-made narratives.
Why do you walk like that? Why do you sway so much? So you can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong body.
But nothing can bind light.
We have to reclaim the lost position. We fought for more than 10 years.
Today I'm the mother of the industry.
I'm a first transgender member judge.
You can't walk in everybody's shoes.
This is what I'm comfortable with. They just are what they are.
You become the light yourself.
That is the change that I was looking for.
When I recognize myself is a small story, but it's an interesting one.
Welcome back. You're watching News 9 Live. This is your counting day election central, ladies and gentlemen. Your one-stop shop to get to know what's happened in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. In the state of Haryana, is it going to be hat-trick for the BJP? Well, exit polls did not suggest so. And is the Huda magic rightly so worked out for the Congress party? That's what we're waiting to find out. Early trends are going to start trickling in Jammu and Kashmir. Mind you, elections after about a decade, the first time after the abrogation of Article 370. Last time it was the PDP and the BJP combined, but that broke down. We're breaking information that we're bringing to you as the postal votes counting has begun in Jammu and Kashmir, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, the postal ballots, the counting for them, it is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Usually it begins at 8 a.m. It's the first thing that happens in any counting center across the length and breadth of the country. But in Jammu and Kashmir is what we apprised the viewers of also earlier, was that it was going to begin 30 minutes prior to 8 a.m. at 7:30 a.m. And at 7:30 in Jammu and Kashmir, the postal votes are being tallied. Now in Jammu and Kashmir, several questions that have to be answered at this point in time. Is the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Saffron Party, going to be able to consolidate its vote bank in Jammu and Kashmir? In Jammu particularly, beg your pardon. And Engineer Rashid already pressurizing the future government, whoever it is, on the aspect of statehood of Jammu and Kashmir. Will he play a spoilsport? We'll have to wait and find out. Meanwhile, the exit polls have given the NC and the Congress alliance a little bit of an edge, but several of these exit polls have also forecast a hung assembly in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, shifting our focus to what's happening in Haryana. In Haryana, could it be BJP for the third time, or is it going to be the Huddas at the helm of affairs again? And what about INLD and JJP? A party like JJP that was the kingmaker 5 years back, well, it certainly seems like it is on the decline. Now, the exit polls have projected a clean sweep for Congress in the Haryana polls. But what are the factors that have worked for the grand old party in the state of Haryana? Does this mark a comeback of Congress in North India? Is Bhupinder Hooda the man of the moment, the most instrumental in securing Haryana for the party? Listen in to this excerpt.
In India, the youth can be swayed by people above 70, Mahatma Gandhi, Jayaprakash Narayan, Ram Manohar Lohia, VP Singh was not young. In fact, I would say Rajiv Gandhi was an Abbat. Even Prime Minister Modi was 63 plus. If you look at Atal Bihari Vajpayee, he was in the other end of his career when he went on to become the Prime Minister. Abki Bari Atal Bihari. Look at Manmohan Singh. So, age works differently in South Asian societies. So, when Hooda says, हम ना टायर्ड हैं ना रिटायर्ड हैं और क्या मैं जवान नहीं हूं, what is it telling us, sir?
Yes, it is very, very clear.
that he is not going to have any compromise, not at all. So if there is a kind of a compromise formula, he is not into it. In fact, at the ticket distribution stage itself, it became very, very clear that Huda has a say. And party high command and all that, they have given vast majority of tickets to his supporters. So Shailja has just got 13-14, which is hardly a number. So I think high command, as far as Congress high command is concerned, I think they have made up their mind. And as far as this age is concerned, it's everywhere. Like even in the case of Mr. Modi, now they were saying he after 75 he might quit, but Amit Shah and others have come to his rescue and saying nothing doing, he will carry on. So he will not be one of those.
Ajit, there's a better way of putting it. Ajit, there's a better way of putting it. Does age matter?
No, it doesn't. Not even in American elections. Remember Biden and remember Trump. Trump is even older than Mr. Huda, right? So age doesn't really matter, number one. And number two, if we look at Haryana elections in a focused manner, the story is the return of Bhupinder Singh Hooda. We cannot call it the return of the prodigal son, because after all, he was the leader of the Congress and the leader of the opposition. But in a way, this is the return of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who has been chief minister for 10 years. And for some reason, he was out for 10 years. It's his hat trick all over again. It is because of him. Look at the way he insisted. Rahul Gandhi wanted the AAP to be part of the alliance. When Hooda did not listen, Rahul did not campaign initially, right? Went away to America, then came back, huffed and puffed, and then came back and campaigned and brought Hooda and Shailja together. So basically, it's Bhupinder Singh Hooda who's leading this victory that we will see tomorrow as the exit polls are predicted. It's a total Bhupinder Singh Hooda-led sort of what one would call a campaign. He was the one who distributed majority seats, and Kumari Shailja was also alienated from the campaign for most of the period. So it is single-handedly Bhupinder Singh Hooda who has brought back Haryana back to the Congress.
Okay, I think that's the best way to sum up. That is why I had only put that bite in my show, because that just tells you everything. When he says na tired hu na retired hu, I thank you, Ajit. I thank you, Mr. Pabi, because this debate from Dalit, expansion of the Congress politics, the constitution issue, the comeback in North India, the proof of the pudding is in eating it. But I leave you with the bite of the person who is the man of the movement, and his name is Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who is unputdownable, despite everyone saying that they want to be the chief minister. He says, "Kya main jawan nahi hu?"
देखिए, चुनाव हुआ है, मैंने कल भी कहा, आज भी कहा है, हरियाणा के लोगों के प्रति आभार व्यक्त किया सबने। बहुत शांतिप्रिय ढंग से चुनाव हुआ है, कोई अप्रिय घटना नहीं घटी है, इस बात की हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं।
सर, आपने पहले भी कहा
वोटिंग ठीक अच्छी है, 68%।
सर, आपने पहले भी कहा था कि रिटायर नहीं हुए हैं, आप ना टायर हुए हैं, इसीलिए ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। अभी भी आप रिटायर?
अब भी यही कह रहा हूँ ना, मैं टायर्ड हूँ ना रिटायर्ड हूँ। बोलो।
तो हैट्रिक लगाएंगे सर आप? तो हैट्रिक लगाने को तैयार है?
नौजवानों को मौका देंगे क्या
सर? हैट्रिक लगाने को तैयार है या टायर्ड नहीं है?
मैं क्या लगता हूँ आपको?
Well, that's been the atmosphere with Bhupinder Hooda for anybody who's around him over the last 1 week or fortnight per se. But there are other names that are doing the rounds as well, because you've got Kumari Shailja and Bhupinder Hooda, two big names that were earlier sort of on the other sides of the divide, but now after Rahul Gandhi, got them onto the stage, held their hands together, it seemed like that stitch has finally happened. But other names like Vinesh Fogart, like Randeep Singh Surjewala, let's listen in to what they had to say. How are they looking at Haryana elections and the outcome?
ये मुद्दे तो बहुत सारे हैं, लेकिन सच्चाई ईमानदारी के साथ में जो काम करता है, महिलाओं के रक्षा के लिए जो काम करता है, उसके लिए हम वोट कर रहे हैं, और बेरोजगारी को जो दूर करेगा उस पार्टी के लिए हम वोट कर रहे हैं। और आप सबको पता है कि इस पार्टी की मैं बात कर रही हूँ। कांग्रेस पार्टी आज मैदान में है, मैं उनकी उम्मीदवार हूँ, और आप सबका भी तहे दिल से धन्यवाद। आप कवर कर रहे हो पूरे हरियाणा को, और आप लोग जो है पूरे देश का चौथा स्तंभ हो, तो आप लोगों को बधाई और पूरे हरियाणा वासियों को भी बधाई।
पिछले एक साल से जब मैं हमारे कैथल हलके के गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले हर गांव में जा रहा था, हमारे परिवार वासियों से, मेरे कैथल वासियों से, मेरे बड़े बुजुर्गों से, नौजवान साथियों से बात कर रहा था, सबके दिल में एक चीज़ थी, बदलाव। वो पिछले 10 साल इस भाजपा सरकार के, इस भ्रष्ट सरकार के, इस नफरत वाली सरकार से तंग आ गए थे और बदलाव चाहते थे। और मैं जानता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी वो बदलाव, वो न्याय देगी। और आज आप देखोगे जैसे एग्जिट पोल तो 60 सीट बोल रहे हैं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ हम 70 सीट से जीत के आएंगे, एक बहुत बड़ी बहुमत की सरकार लेकर आएंगे। और मैं जानता हूँ कैथल सीट भी हम जीतेंगे।
इसके कारण बीजेपी नहीं रिपीट कर पा रही है गवर्नमेंट?
जो 3 सबसे बड़े इशू है जिसकी वजह से भाजपा की सरकार आज 15 सीट से कम पे आ जाएगी। सबसे पहली बेरोजगारी। हरियाणा 3% बेरोजगारी पे होता था कांग्रेस सरकार के समय 2014 में जब हम छोड़ के गए थे सरकार। आज 40% से ज़्यादा है। मेरे जवान साथी देश छोड़ के जा रहे हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं हमारा कोई भविष्य ही नहीं रहता। डंकी से जा रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट वीज़ा से जा रहे हैं, 50-50 लाख दे के जा रहे हैं, अपने पुश्तैनी ज़मीन बेच के जा रहे हैं। हमारे गांव खाली हो जाएंगे, हमारे शहर खाली हो जाएंगे। दूसरी चीज़ विकास। इस भ्रष्ट भाजपा सरकार ने हमारे शहर में, हमारे हलके में, हमारे पूरे हरियाणा में कोई नए बड़े डेवलपमेंटल प्रोजेक्ट नहीं लेके आए हैं। जो पुराने प्रोजेक्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी ने प्लान किए थे वो ही ख़त्म किए, उसके सिवा और कुछ नया नहीं लेके आया है ये। जो पुरानी चीज़ें हमने बनाई भी थी उनकी मेंटेनेंस भी नहीं कर पाया है ये। इसलिए कोई नया इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आया है, कोई नया बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट नहीं आया कि लोग सोचते चलो आओ हरियाणा आते हैं, देखो क्या क्या नई चीज़ें आ रही। और तीसरी, मैं 3 चीज़ें बोली थी, और तीसरी विकास और बेरोजगारी के बाद है ये भ्रष्टाचार और नफरत। इस भाजपा सरकार ने, जैसे ने कर्नाटका में किया था, एक 40% कमीशन सरकार चलाई हुई। कोई भी काम आपको करना होता है आपको 40 से 50% तो बस रिश्वत देनी पड़ती है, और उसके बाद भी, इतनी रिश्वत खाने के बाद भी कभी कभार ये काम नहीं करते। और इतना गुंडा राज फैल गया कि आपको फरौती के फ़ोन आते हैं, दिन दिहाड़ी चोरी आती है। तो सरकार का पॉइंट क्या है? अगर वो अपने सारे साधारण जो सारे के सारे सिटीजन्स हैं उनका ध्यान भी नहीं रख सकती, बस उनका बटवा खाली करने में लगी हुई है।
Well, now the Julana Assembly constituency in Haryana's Jind district has been getting a lot of attention after the Congress party decided to field wrestler Vinesh Fogart from there for the assembly elections. And anticipating a tough electoral fight, the BJP named Captain Yogesh Bairagi as its own candidate. He has been serving as a captain for 9 years. My colleague, he spoke to him in exclusive conversation. Listen in to how they're reacting ahead of the counting of votes.
हरियाणा की 90 विधानसभा सीटों का परिणाम कुछ ही देर में आने वाला है, और इसको लेकर के जो प्रत्याशी हैं जिनको अपनी किस्मत आजमाई है वो उनका क्या कहना है। जुलाना से हैं कैप्टन योगेश, ये बताइए क्या लग रहा है?
एक तरफा रुझान है, इलेक्शन कैंपेन के थ्रू आउट लोगों ने बहुत प्यार दिया, आशीर्वाद दिया, और वो भी आपने देखा भी होगा। और इलेक्शन डे के अंदर भी एक तरफा जो है कि काम किया है, ज़बरदस्त वोटिंग भी करी है। एज पर दी गवर्नमेंट डेटा रिकॉर्ड 74.66% वोटिंग हुई है थ्रू आउट जुलाना, और उसको लेकर के हम बहुत आश्वस्त हैं। और रही बात आज के रिज़ल्ट को लेकर के, तो रिज़ल्ट तो ऑलरेडी जनता ने पहले से ही अपनी तरफ से क्लियर कर चुके हैं, सिर्फ औपचारिकता बाकी है। और पहली बार जुलाना के अंदर कमल का फूल खिलने जा रहा है।
मैं वही कहने वाला था कि पहली बार आप कह रहे इतने आश्वस्त हो रहे हैं, जबकि आपके कंटेंडर हम देखें तो विनेश फोगाट है, वो तो काफ़ी उनका इस बार नाम भी रहा है। तो क्या लग रहा है कि उनको मात दे पाएंगे?
मात तो कोई किसी को नहीं देता मेरे भाई, ये तो सीधा देखो। आई डोंट नो कि इलेक्शन को कैसे लेकर के चलते हैं, बट एज पर माय थॉट प्रोसेस इलेक्शन इज़ ऑल अबाउट यू नो कि द विनिंग हार्ट्स। तो जो कहीं ना कहीं मैं इस बात को लेकर के मैं कह सकता हूँ कि सक्षम रहा हूँ, और ये चीज़ें बहुत पॉजिटिवली ट्रैवल भी करी है। और कुछ जो पार्टी विशेष है वो जो स्टार्टिंग में ये कह रहे थे कि हम 90+ की लीड से हम लोग करेंगे, एक तरफा रहेगा, और वही धीरे धीरे घुटने टेक करके आज कह रहे हैं हम नेक टू नेक पे आ गए हैं। और उनमें से मेजॉरिटी ये कहते हैं कि हमारे हाथ से सीट जा चुकी है। अब जो कंसर्न रह गया शाम को 3 या 4 बजे तक वो चीज़ें भी क्लियर हो जानी है। तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। बाकी क्या बहुत जल्दी एक पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट भी ऑफिशियली डिक्लेयर्ड भी होने वाला जुलाना को लेकर के।
अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है तो पिछले 24,000 से जीते थे जेजेपी के उम्मीदवार जो ढांडा, आप क्या अगर कह रहे हैं जीतेंगे तो कितने क्या रहेगा मार्जिन?
अब मार्जिन तो ऑब्वियसली मैंने कभी बोला भी नहीं है थ्रू आउट द कैंपेन, बिकॉज मैं थोड़ा सा काम करने में विश्वास रखता हूँ। वंस वी हैव द रिजल्ट इन हैंड, डेफिनेटली आई विल बी वेरी प्राउड टू अनाउंस कि इतने मार्जिन से लोगों ने प्यार दिलाया है।
लग रहा है बीजेपी की हैट्रिक हो जाएगी इस बार?
100%।
चलिए योगेश हैं, हम भी आपको बधाई देते हैं, शुभकामनाएं कि कुछ आप कह रहे हैं वो सही हो। लेकिन बड़ी बात ये है कि अपने अपने दावे जो हैं वो तमाम जो प्रत्याशी हैं वो कर रहे हैं। हालांकि जो इनकी किस्मत है उसका फैसला 5 अक्टूबर को ईवीएम में कैद हो चुका है। अब जैसे धीरे धीरे बाहर आएगा पता लगेगा कि वाकई में ही हरियाणा में बीजेपी की हैट्रिक हो पाती है या फिर जो कांग्रेस का 10 साल से सूखा चला आ रहा है वो अब हटता है।
Well, hat-trick or no, or Hooda magic working, INLD, JGP on the decline. What's the story of Haryana? Well, let's quickly cut across to my colleague Deepak Badana, who's reporting for us from the AICC headquarters. Let's see if the situation over there has changed or not. And lo and behold, it seems like in the national capital, fireworks have, of course, started being burst. Now, it is again interesting to take a look at this because it is the national capital, and in the national capital, the Aam Aadmi Party has that ban on firecrackers use and sale and storage as well. But right now, I don't think any of that is going to dissuade the Congress party from celebrating. Deepak, I see that the cacophony around you has sort of died down a little bit, but the confidence, I think that's still right up there when we're talking about the Congress party. The Chief Minister's face for the state of Haryana, you've got a Kumari Selja, you've got, you know, the Surjewalas, but I think the Hoodas have the most dominant position at this point in time, isn't it? We've earlier heard Bhupinder Hooda also say, na tired hu, na retired hu.
So Kabir, just the other day when the voting was actually taking place, TV9 and News9 were in fact at Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence in Haryana. And we saw that energy in him firsthand. Right now at the AICC, let me assure you that the celebrations have not subsided. In fact, it became so raucous outside that because of traffic concerns, we had to move inside the venue. As of now, you know, people are just gathering. There are people coming in. You have young leaders, people from the NSUI who are making their way to the AICC. And, you know, there is every sign of a grand celebration here. Now, when it comes to the issues, the Congress has actually leveraged a number of problems that the BJP was facing. There was the anti-incumbency factor, of course, but there are other issues as well which actually go under the board. For instance, water scarcity was one of the key issues in virtually every single part of Haryana that we went to, right away from Rohtak to Mewat. Other than that, Agniveer was another concern. There were talks about problems with one rank, one pension. There were other issues such as, say, the problems that the Jawans and the Kisans in particular. Lastly, Vinesh Fogart and the wrestler issue was something that actually resonated with the Jat population as well. But let me take you back to the Lok Sabha elections, which we covered from here at the AICC. Back then, there was this thing that, early in the day, there were not many people at the Congress headquarters. But as the trend started coming in, you could actually feel a change in the atmosphere. There was a defiance about the Congress then. You can see the same defiance today in the Congress when you see them bursting crackers and making grand claims of, broad sweeps in election assemblies.
For the state of Haryana, Deepak, that's the biggest question that will come about if the Hooda magic indeed works out for the Congress party. Is it going to be Hooda? Kumari Selja has also thrown her hat in the ring.
Bhupinder Singh Hooda actually always defers this decision to the High Command. However, it is a tacit understanding amongst almost everyone that Bhupinder Singh Hooda is the man of the moment. He is considered to be the architect of what is going to be a historic victory for the Congress after 10 years of drought in the state. And, there's a very interesting pattern here. Whoever's held Haryana has sooner or later come to power in Delhi, this will come as a huge boost to the Congress party, and it will come all the way from Haryana.
All right. Deepak Bodana reporting for us live from the AICC headquarters, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, on the other side, let's not forget, Jammu and Kashmir counting for votes is also underway. The postal ballots are being counted in Jammu and Kashmir way before the 8 a.m. mark for the other EVMs and the strong rooms and the entire counting process that will get underway. Our colleagues are speaking exclusively to all the top leaders. Listen in to another such reaction.
इस समय मेरे साथ मौजूद है बिश्ना से कांग्रेस के प्रत्याशी नीरज कुंदन, NSUI के फॉर्मर प्रेसिडेंट भी रहे हैं। नीरज भाई, अभी आप माता के दर्शन के लिए पहुंचे हैं, क्या उम्मीद है, जीत का सहरा किसके सर?
देखिए, जनता का मुद्दों पे चुनाव लड़ने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है हमने चुनाव जो है जनता के मुद्दों पे लड़ा है और हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी जो है सरकार बनेगी।
लगातार बीजेपी पे आप आरोप लगाते रहे कि ये 5 नॉमिनेटेड जो कैंडिडेट्स है ये LG जो है ये बीजेपी के कहने पे बनाएंगे। बीजेपी कह रही है कि पूरी तरीके से संविधान में जो लिखा है उसी पर ये होगा।
संविधान में जो लिखा है वो चुनी हुई सरकार का अधिकार है। राष्ट्रपति भी जो है नॉमिनेट करता है, लेकिन वो भी चुनी हुई सरकार के बाद जो है ये फैसला लिया जाता है। ये जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है ये इसलिए कर रही है कि उनके पास असली एग्जिट पोल है और उस एग्जिट पोल में दूर दूर तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनती हुई दिखाई नहीं दे रही, इसीलिए ये असंवैधानिक तरीके जो है वो अपना रही है।
बीजेपी कहती है कि हम 35 सीटें जीतेंगे और 15 जो है वो कश्मीर घाटी से इंडिपेंडेंट जीतेंगे तो हम सरकार बनाएंगे, आपका क्या कहना है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है 400 पार का नारा लोकसभा में भी लगाती थी, हम सबको पता है कि क्या हाल हुआ। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बातों पे कोई विश्वास नहीं करता, ना ही उनके मुद्दों पे करता है। यहाँ पे लोगों ने सरकार जो है बना चुके हैं, यहाँ पे इंडिया अलायंस की सरकार आ रही है, हरियाणा में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बहुमत में आ रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जुमले जो हैं वो जनता के सामने आ चुके हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, कितनी सीटें आप मान के चल रहे कांग्रेस और NC के वो आने वाली?
कम से कम 55 प्लस जो है इंडिया अलायंस जो है क्रॉस करेगा।
आप अपनी सीट पर आश्वस्त हैं?
बिल्कुल, मैं अपनी सीट पे बिल्कुल आश्वस्त हूँ कि जिस तरीके का प्यार जो है मेरी बिश्ना की जनता ने, मेरे बुजुर्गों ने, नौजवानों ने दिया, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जीत जो है होगी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो साफ तौर पे आप यहाँ पे नीरज कुंदन को सुन सकते हो और कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस जो है वो यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी।
Well, so not just Haryana, in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the Congress is equally confident. Let's listen in to Ravindra Raina, BJP's top leader in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's understand how the BJP is reacting. Where are they placed? Is their level of confidence equal to that of the NC Congress combine?
बीजेपी जम्मू कश्मीर अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना इस वक्त मेरे साथ मौजूद है। 10 साल के बाद चुनाव हुए हैं, आज नतीजे हैं, आप मंदिर पहुंचे, पूरी कैंपेनिंग लगातार आप देख रहे थे।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और बीजेपी के जो मित्र दल, जो सहयोगी हैं, उनकी शानदार जीत होगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हमारे सहयोगियों की मिलकर जम्मू कश्मीर में अगली सरकार बनेगी।
बीजेपी कितना नंबर है?
मुझे उम्मीद है कि बीजेपी 30 से 35 सीटें बीजेपी अपने दम पर जीतेगी और मित्र दल, सहयोगी दल और इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स को मिलाकर बीजेपी बहुमत का आंकड़ा पार करेगी। और हमारे
दल कौन है सर? ये अपनी पार्टी है, गुलाम नबी आजाद की पार्टी?
देखिए, थोड़े इंतजार के बाद आपको सब आपके सामने होगा।
नौशेरा की सीट पर कितना आश्वस्त आप?
शानदार जीत होगी, मां भगवती की कृपा से नौशेरा की सीट में भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी और कमल नौशेरा में भी खिलेगा।
विपक्ष लगातार आरोप लगाता रहा है कि जो नॉमिनेटेड 5 सीटें हैं, अगर अभी नॉमिनेट हुई तो हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे।
जब जम्मू कश्मीर रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया गया था तो श्री राहुल गांधी जी भी सांसद थे और डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला भी सांसद थे, तब ये कहां सो रहे थे? तब उन्होंने डिबेट में हिस्सा क्यों नहीं लिया? और आज जब जम्मू कश्मीर में सरकार बनने जा रही है तो हंगामा खड़ा किया जा रहा है कि 5 नॉमिनेटेड MLAs हैं। वो तो देश के पार्लियामेंट में बिल पेश किया गया था, रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल में था, उसकी डिबेट हुई थी, वो बिल पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, तब जाके कानून की शक्ल उसने इख्तियार की है। आज याद आया है विपक्ष को।
एक आखिरी सवाल, माना जा रहा है कि बीजेपी अगर जीतती है तो आप CM कैंडिडेट है।
जम्मू कश्मीर का अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, कौन नहीं होगा, ये ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है। अधिक महत्वपूर्ण है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और मित्र दलों की मिलकर सरकार बने राष्ट्रवादी सरकार बने, देश हित में काम करने वाली सरकार बने, सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास।
आश्वस्त है कि कमल खिलेगा?
यकीनन जम्मू कश्मीर में कमल का फूल खिलेगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो साफ तौर पे आप जम्मू कश्मीर अध्यक्ष रविंद्र रैना को सुन सकते हैं और बता रहे हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में जो सरकार है वो बीजेपी की बनेगी और यहाँ पर कमल खिलेगा।
For the very first time in our investigation, we unmasked the killer of Ravindra Matre.
In 5G, we have to stand with the world, and in 6G, we have to lead the world.
Winning a Grammy was an absolutely surreal experience.
From Payal Nath, the CEO and director of Kadam Heart. You're working with people, you're working with emotions, you're working with hands, you're working with nature.
We are very clear, we want to commit to livelihoods, we want to commit to the planet, we want to impact 1 million artisans, which is 1 million families minimum.
Be the change that you want to see.
This and more. Streaming on News 9 Plus. News is now content. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
How do you fulfill that promise? Because ultimately expectations have to be met. If you look at the political landscape, is it really changing for women? And what is the inability of the forces that dead bodies surface but not the living people?
जानना है तो देखिए, समझना है तो सुनिए, सीखना है तो पूछिए और कमाना है तो खरीदिए। जानकारी, सलाह और निवेश सब एक ही सुपर ऐप पर। पैसे का सवाल है तो जवाब है मनी9। आजादी पैसे की, अभी डाउनलोड करें।
Cooking is an act of love. The first act of love you receive from our mothers in the families.
Modern Indian food is all about contemporary and innovative approach to traditional Indian cooking.
Representation it's also important, no?
I want to wear this white coat every day and then be a chef.
There are stories. If the name of whiskey is Indri, then there is a whole story behind that.
Cooking food is like a therapy, and eating one is like a pleasure I can give it to myself.
With Lounge Nights, I'm on a journey to celebrate and recognize the best food and nightlife establishments in various cities across India.
Radical presents Lounge Nights every Saturday and Sunday only on News 9 Live.
Who am I?
Nobody can crack that mystery.
There is a certain expectation of me.
That's the only contradiction.
Life itself is stranger than fiction.
I was a perfectly normal person born in an abnormal world.
I really didn't understand why is it different.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
Boys school में कुछ लड़का लोग मेरे साथ sexual abuse किए। मुझे तेरे बारे में सब पता है और मैं तेरा rape कर लूँगा।
You also start to stigmatize.
अरे ये तो time pass है।
Sex doesn't come in the picture. Sex comes very late.
Then there are man-made narratives.
Why do you walk like that? Why do you sway so much? So you can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong body.
But nothing can bind life.
We have to reclaim the lost position. We fought for more than 10 years.
Today I'm the mother of the industry.
I'm a first transgender member judge.
You can't walk in everybody's shoes.
This is what I'm comfortable with. They just are what they are.
You become the light yourself.
That is the change that I was looking for.
when I recognize myself. It's a small story, but it's an interesting one.
Why is the state not looking at putting an embargo on that?
As a Telangana person, I will not accept.
How do ordinary folks deal with this?
Good morning and welcome, and I am Kartikesh Sharma, and today is a landmark moment as we bring you live updates on the election results from two key states, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Counting of ballots has officially started. It's 8 a.m. in morning. And soon we'll begin to see who is leading and trailing in these fiercely contested elections. For Jammu and Kashmir, this is an especially historic moment as voters are electing their representatives for the first time in 10 years, since 2014. The political stakes are high, not just for these states but also for broader national picture. Coming on the heels of the recent Lok Sabha elections, we are looking at a significant contest between BJP and Congress, which have been the dominant forces shaping the political narrative in these states. Let's begin with the voters' participation in Haryana. Voter turnout was nearly 68%, with the highest in Sirsa at 75.36% and the lowest in Faridabad at 56.49%. Meanwhile, in Jammu and Kashmir, turnout reached 63.88%, surpassing 58.58% from recent Lok Sabha elections, showing strong voter engagement across both states. Now, if we go by the exit poll figures, it looks like the NC Congress alliance could be ahead in Jammu and Kashmir, while in Haryana, the much talked about Hura magic appears to be working in favor of the Congress, but as we know, exit polls can only offer an indication. The real picture will emerge as counting progresses. The significance of these elections cannot be overstated. Jammu and Kashmir holds a special place not just in Indian politics but also internationally, given its geostrategic significance for the people of J&K. This election comes after significant changes, the abrogation of Article 370 and redrawing of electoral boundaries. Let's not forget that in the last assembly election in 2014, the PDP emerged as the largest party but formed a coalition government with BJP, a partnership that crumbled in 2018. Today, the political landscape has changed. Regional powers like NC, the Awami Ittihad Party, and the new players like Ghulam Nabi Azad's Democratic Progressive Azad Party are in the fray, making these elections more unpredictable than ever, but maybe more memorable. Now, BJP's Ravinder Rana said that their party will secure 35 seats in J&K and will form government with like-minded parties. Meanwhile, NC President Farooq Abdullah indicated that his party is open to forming a government in Jammu and Kashmir with the support of Mehbooba Mufti's PDP if needed. I want to play this bite again because it's very indicative. When BJP was making changes, all these political parties who got houses on a road known as Gupkar, the word emerged, the Gupkar gang. Today, in this election after 5 years, if these political parties prevail, there will be a wider debate in the country, which is the place of family in Indian politics sociologically. One, lack of emergence of new political leaders despite strong administrative changes. And three, the so-called Gupkar gang politically endures. Let's play the bite.
That the alliance will form the government and a stable government. That is what we are looking forward. How does it matter if we all work for the same thing, for improvement in conditions of people in the state, removing unemployment, removing all the distresses that have occurred in these 10 years, freedom of press, media, first thing we should do. should have the right to say what is true and what is not true.
So when we talk about the PDP agrees that to come up with you, are you ready to do that? Are you ready to agree with them?
Why not? What is wrong with it? We can be rivals in elections, but if the aim is the same, that we want the good of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, I'll have no objections, and I'm sure Congress will have no objections.
So if you'll follow the
Okay. So now let me introduce my panel. Then I'll go to Haryana. I'm joined by Ajit, senior journalist. He's with me in the studio. KV Prasad, senior journalist, with someone whom I have worked the field. Brijesh Pandey, input editor, News 9 Live. Mr. Vipin Pabi, senior journalist, and Ahmed Ali Fayaz from Srinagar, as someone who has tracked a large, I would say, maximum number of elections there. Thank you all of you for joining me in today's broadcast. And I'm not going to begin this 8 a.m. special broadcast with a Yaksh Prashn, but definitely I have one larger question in mind, and that is, Ajit, is it going to be one of Haryana J&K elections, or do these two small states have the capacity to set a template like Delhi set a template for Kejriwal? He failed eventually. He didn't go anywhere except Punjab and maybe here and there, he made roads, but a template was set. Do you think that Haryana and J&K can create some templates?
Well, to begin with, both the elections, the mandate seems to be based on more local factors. In Haryana, for example, there seems to be, from exit polls and what we observe, a massive fierce anti-incumbency against the BJP government. And in Jammu and Kashmir, after all, in the last 10 years, there wasn't any assembly election, and big time changes were brought about, right? Abrogation of Article 370, the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir disappeared. It's a union territory. 311C was brought about. Several other changes. Land laws were changed. For example, job laws were changed. So obviously there is a fierce anger again against the central government. So these are the local factors. However, since this is a post-2024 Lok Sabha election, since then we have seen that the mood of the country has begun changing, largely because of the emergence of Dalits as an independent sort of voter entity, which is shifting away, at least the trend shows in UP, for example, in this area, Punjab, Haryana, even Delhi, Rajasthan, in other parts of the country as well, Maharashtra maybe, there is a movement of Dalits away from the BJP towards the Congress or the India Alliance partners. So obviously there's an emerging trend all around the country sociologically. Dalits, Muslims, part of the MBCs, they are moving away from the BJP, which at one time, if not the Muslims, let's say, but certainly the other groups were part of the sort of BJP's coalition that they had built from 2014 to, let's say, about 2022-23. That seems to be changing. The trend is changing. We are not saying that the BJP is not the dominant party. Of course it is. It is the single largest party. But the historic hegemony it had between 2014 and, let's say, 2023, well, let's end with the 3 assembly elections which they swept, in states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Till then, we saw a massive realignment in favor of BJP. That realignment has begun chipping, and that is moving towards India Alliance. So that is what I think these assembly elections indicate, and that is what might happen in the next few elections, as you mentioned, Delhi, maybe Maharashtra.
Mr. Prasad, your take.
Well, I think, Karthikeya, one thing is clear from the indications that we've had since the Lok Sabha elections, if you start looking at it, certainly there is some realignment happening. A realignment of political forces we saw in the form of India Alliance, in particular, realignment of other parties trying to figure out how to take on the BJP. No doubt that is because BJP is in the pole position and continues to be in the pole position. So all other parties are working around to see how best they can, put their to challenge the BJP and bring it a notch or two. which if you look at the Lok Sabha elections, they were successful in the form of the numbers that turned out in the final Lok Sabha tally. Now these assembly elections continue to take that forward. Now for instance, the Congress is pretty sure that it wants to get back Haryana. Thereby, when it comes to the negotiating table, say in Maharashtra or elsewhere, it has a little more elbow room than compared to other places. Jammu Kashmir is in a totally different landscape, so I don't think one would try and bring that into it. But certainly, realignment of forces is happening. How big or small, I think it's a work in progress.
Okay. So, Brijesh, do you think that in this election, are we going to witness giant killers? Are we going to witness, like Kishori Lal was a giant killer, with Smriti Irani was a giant killer in 2019. Tejasvi Gowda was a giant killer in 2009 when she defeated Deve Gowda. So are we going to have giant killers in this election?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, without any joint killers, there is no way you will have a different result. But there's an interesting parallel I was thinking, when I was listening to Ajit and KV, is the fact that, if you go back to 2014 general election, the BJP romped home with an absolute majority, and the first casualty for other parties was the state of Haryana. And interestingly, the state of Haryana, the Congress had government for 10 years. So anti-incumbency kicked in and Congress lost badly, and the BJP started the 2014 juggernaut by winning the state of Haryana and then went on to win the state of Maharashtra. Now, if you compare that with this, the Congress didn't come up trumps or anywhere near what the BJP got. But the wind of change, you can sense it. With Congress being the pole party as far as Haryana is concerned, and Congress-led Mahayuti, Vikas Agadi Gadbandhan being the pole coalition in the state of Maharashtra. So I think it is going to be extremely interesting the way Haryana is turning out to be. The second thing is that the election in Jammu and Kashmir, Kartikeya, is an extremely important one, because it is going to be a kind of referendum on one of the biggest political decision taken by Narendra Modi government. It is abrogation of Article 370. And if the NC Congress Plus Alliance are able to form the government, I think it's going to be back to drawing board as far as BJP is concerned.
Let us go back to our reporting drawing board. Let's go to our reporters, Deepak Bhatana from Congress office, Nivriti from BJP. And I think the best sense you get is from the ground, जहाँ traction ज़्यादा है, इसका मतलब party वहीं जीत रही है. So let me straight away go to Deepak first. Deepak, लोग पहुँच गए हैं AICC.
So they've been here since before 6 a.m. We arrived here to celebrations that had already begun. Even now, I don't know if you can hear it, but there is the din of crackers and doles and nagadas in the faint distance. There are conches. Shanknath is happening right outside. We had to come in because it was causing a lot of chaos outside for the traffic, and because of safety issues, we were asked to move in. But there's definitely, a sense, a vibrancy here. People who know that they're winning and they're here to celebrate it.
Okay. Nivriti, BJP में भी क्या हाल है? यहाँ तो थोड़ा माहौल टाइट हो सकता है.
जी, BJP में माहौल इस वक्त तो टाइट है, but if you remember, I was talking earlier also to the other anchor, that because last time when national elections were happening, the celebrations were happening at BJP office in the first half of the day. And the Congress office was completely silent. Congress head office was completely silent. There was no celebration at all. But this time it is otherwise. The celebrations in the first half of the day are happening in Congress office, and BJP, as you can see, apart from some media persons and some of the spokespersons, and very few spokespersons, I should say, they have arrived here, but nothing much is happening as of now in BJP office. But if you remember what happened in Lok Sabha elections, the celebrations shifted in the second half to the office of headquarter of Congress office, and BJP office was silent in the later half of the day. So let us see what happens in this election, because earlier when Lok Sabha elections happened, the exit polls suggested something else and the results were something else. So this time around, when the exit polls are suggesting a Congress win in Haryana elections and a kind of a more number of seats for Congress.
Thank Nivriti, thank you so much. Two important leads have come. Mr. Pabbi, this name will strike a chord with you, Gopal Kanda. Gopal Kanda is trailing from Sirsa. Mr. Pabbi, Gopal Kanda is trailing from Sirsa and Anil Vij is leading.
That's right.
Your comments.
Very clear trends, very clear trends. Yes, Anil Vij, of course, has a grassroots level support. And he had, in fact, that other day also he had said that come what may, whatever may happen to the other results in Haryana, I'm going to win. And he certainly is a popular leader in his own area, Ambala. And otherwise also, he's quite an outspoken BJP leader. And he was denied a ministership, so he actually almost quit. He almost left the function, the event. And so it's not surprising at all that he is winning. But that's a very important strand about the other Gopal Kanda, who was known not for really for very positive things. And he is now leading, and he is a money bag actually. And he's trailing in his constituency. Also is a very significant.
He's trailing from his constituency. There's a huge backstory, but that's for a different debate. Let me straight away go to Kashmir. Mehraj is with me. Mehraj, am I audible to you? Mehraj, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? So, we will try to go to our reporter Mehraj. He joins us from Srinagar, but let me go across to Mr. Fayaz. So, Mr. Fayaz, finally, the first day you said 45-47. Yesterday, second day you said 45-47. Today is the day of reckoning. So, do you still stick your neck out 45-47 for NC Congress Alliance, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. And where are they going to get the maximum numbers from, sir? South Kashmir, North Kashmir?
I think equally more in Central Kashmir and South Kashmir, a little less in North Kashmir.
Who do you expect in Kashmir to be like a big surprise? Mr. Rashid was a giant killer. This time around, who do you think the big faces who can lose elections?
I think Jammu and Kashmir Pradesh Congress Committee Chief Tariq Hamid Kara is facing a very tough fight from the National Conference rebel Irfan Ahmed Shah in Shalting, Srinagar. Hakim Muhammad Yassin, who has won almost all elections after 2002, is facing a close contest from Saifuddin Bhatt of National Conference in Khan Sahib. Iltija Mufti of PDP, she is believed to be the winner, but we have interacted with many people in the field and I have my doubts about her winning and also about the winning of Wahidur Rahman Para. These are the two highest profile young politicians in the PDP.
Okay, Mr. Fayaz, wait a minute. Let me come back to Haryana because these are early leads. But nonetheless, these are strong early leads. JJP 2, others 2, Congress 38, BJP 15. Does this mean, Ajit, that even the vote share of Congress is going to surge?
As per the exit poll results, the vote share of Congress that I last saw, in one channel they showed 8%, in the other they showed 10% more than the BJP. Now, 10% vote shares sort of difference between the ruling party and the opposition party is considered phenomenal in India. In fact, if there is really, let's say a 10% or maybe a couple of percentage more, then I think the Congress is going to sweep Haryana. Because it's essentially what the exit poll suggested, that it seemed like a bipolar fight. So if that percentage holds, I would say that the Congress will certainly surge in Haryana, reach the numbers that I think Brijesh was talking
about.
In
JNK, BJP, if you look at JNK numbers, it's on the left hand side. BJP has got 25 in postal ballots, Ajit.
See, postal ballots, and this is really, really early results. This can change like 4 or 5 times. So I don't think we should take this seriously at all. I think we should still rely on our exit poll results, which is a comprehensive coverage of the entire state. And of course, there will be some changes. Exit poll numbers are not going to be, etched in stone or something. And we'll see some surprises here and there. Of course, independents are very important in both the states. In fact, I think Haryana has, Brijesh, about 400 independents contesting. So that's a phenomenal number, right?
So why is this anomaly, Mr. Prasad?
Anomaly about the numbers in terms of postal ballot?
In Haryana it is 39.
Okay.
And in Jammu and Kashmir, BJP is 25.
Yeah.
If you look at the exit polls, it should have been different. But here, BJP is leading.
No, Karthika, I think it's pretty very early to even try to comment, even look at these numbers to translate into in the seats. Why?
No, I'm just saying.
No.
You got my point. You got my question.
No, I was coming to it. I was coming to what I'm saying is why the caveat I gave was that number one. Remember postal ballots. Who are the people who are going to cast those postal ballots? That's important because most of the postal ballots are people who are service voters, who are away from the state, either by official duty. They could be even polling officials who are now been included to come. In some cases, even journalists have been included by the Election Commission in the last elections. So I think we have to look at what kind of people who vote. Largely, it is the service voters, those who are there. And Jammu region, if you look at it, is largely comprises people who contribute a lot to services, just like in Haryana. So Haryana, again, look at the factors that worked in Haryana. If Agnipath and Agniveer was an issue, probably that reflects.
Okay. Now let me play out the tic-tac of Ravindra Raina, Kashmir Theatre, and Naib Saini, the Haryana Theatre. And then we are going to come back.
बीजेपी जम्मू कश्मीर अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना इस वक्त मेरे साथ मौजूद है। 10 साल के बाद चुनाव हुए हैं, आज नतीजे हैं, आप मंदिर पहुंचे, पूरी कैंपेनिंग लगातार आप देख रहे थे।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और बीजेपी के जो मित्र दल, जो सहयोगी हैं, उनकी शानदार जीत होगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हमारे सहयोगियों की मिलकर जम्मू कश्मीर में अगली सरकार बनेगी।
बीजेपी कितना नंबर है?
मुझे उम्मीद है कि बीजेपी 30 से 35 सीटें बीजेपी अपने दम पर जीतेगी और मित्र दल, सहयोगी दल और इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स को मिलाकर बीजेपी बहुमत का आंकड़ा पार करेगी। और हमारे
दल कौन है सर? ये अपनी पार्टी है, गुलाम नबी आजाद की पार्टी?
देखिए, थोड़े इंतजार के बाद आपको सब आपके सामने होगा।
नौशेरा की सीट पर कितना आश्वस्त आप?
शानदार जीत होगी मां भगवती की कृपा से। नौशेरा की सीट में भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी और कमल नौशेरा में भी खिलेगा।
विपक्ष लगातार आरोप लगाता रहा है कि जो नॉमिनेटेड 5 सीटें हैं, अगर अभी नॉमिनेट हुई तो हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे।
जब जम्मू कश्मीर रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया गया था तो श्री राहुल गांधी जी भी सांसद थे और डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला भी सांसद थे। तब ये कहां सो रहे थे? तब उन्होंने डिबेट में हिस्सा क्यों नहीं लिया? और आज जब जम्मू कश्मीर में सरकार बनने जा रही है तो हंगामा खड़ा किया जा रहा है कि 5 नॉमिनेटेड एमएलएज हैं। वो तो देश के पार्लियामेंट में बिल पेश किया गया था, रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल में था, उसकी डिबेट हुई थी, वो बिल पार्लियामेंट में पास हुआ है, तब जाके कानून की शक्ल उसने इख्तियार की है। आज याद आया है विपक्ष को।
एक आखिरी सवाल, माना जा रहा है कि बीजेपी अगर जीतती है तो आप सीएम कैंडिडेट है।
जम्मू कश्मीर का अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, कौन नहीं होगा, ये ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है। अधिक महत्वपूर्ण है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और मित्र दलों की मिलकर सरकार बने, राष्ट्रवादी सरकार बने, देश हित में काम करने वाली सरकार बने, सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास।
आश्वस्त है कि कमल खिलेगा?
यकीनन जम्मू कश्मीर में कमल का फूल खिलेगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो साफ तौर पे आप जम्मू कश्मीर अध्यक्ष रविंदर रैना को सुन सकते हैं और बता रहे हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में जो सरकार है वो बीजेपी की बनेगी और यहाँ पर कमल खिलेगा।
हरियाणा के लिए आज बेहद खास अहम दिन है और इस वक्त मुख्यमंत्री नायब सैनी ब्रह्म सरोवर के नजदीक अर्जुन के रथ के ठीक सामने मौजूद हैं। सबसे पहले क्या कहेंगे, आपके चेहरे के ये जो मुस्कुराहट है इसके क्या मायने हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, हम पूर्ण रूप से आश्वस्त हैं। हमने पिछले 10 वर्षों में ईमानदारी से हरियाणा की सेवा की है। हमने राज नहीं किया, हमने सेवा की है। जो पिछले 10 वर्षों से हरियाणा प्रदेश क्षेत्रवाद के कारण ग्रसित था, जो लोगों के साथ भेदभाव होता था, गरीब व्यक्ति को न्याय नहीं मिलता था, उसके साथ अन्याय होता था, किसान के साथ अन्याय करते थे ये लोग, ये महिलाओं के साथ अन्याय करते थे, युवाओं के साथ अन्याय करते थे और ये गरीब व्यक्ति को प्रताड़ित करते थे। हमने पिछले 10 वर्षों के अंदर हर वर्ग को सम्मान देने का काम ईमानदारी से किया है, क्षेत्रवाद के ऊपर विराम लगाया है और बिना भेदभाव के हमने हरियाणा प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार ने पिछले 10 वर्षों में किया है। इस बात का मुझे गर्व भी है, मुझे गौरव भी है। आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम हरियाणा को गति से आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि हम आने वाले समय के अंदर तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ईमानदारी से सेवा के रूप में करते हुए आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी।
एक सवाल जो लाजमी है इस वक्त कि जितने भी एग्जिट पोल हरियाणा चुनाव को लेकर अभी दिख रहे हैं, उन सभी में कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस की वापसी होती हुई दिख रही है। बीजेपी उतनी आप मेजोरिटी से बहुत पीछे दिख रहे हैं, बावजूद इसको आपको लग रहा है कि कुछ कैसे आपके अंदर इतना आत्मविश्वास है? कैसे
देखिए, एग्जिट पोल पीछे भी आए हैं, राजस्थान के अंदर भी आए हैं, क्योंकि मैं वहाँ राजस्थान के अंदर चुनाव में था। मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भी आए हैं एग्जिट पोल, छत्तीसगढ़ में भी आए हैं, उत्तराखंड में भी आए हैं, परंतु उनके उलट रिजल्ट आए हैं और ये रिजल्ट हरियाणा के अंदर अभी आपके सामने 8 बजे के बाद आने शुरू हो जाएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीसरी बार हरियाणा के अंदर सेवा के रूप में आ रही है। सेवा के रूप में एक एक व्यक्ति की ईमानदारी से सेवा करना हमने 10 वर्षों में गति से किया है और गति से, तीव्र गति से करेंगे। हम मजबूती से लेकर, हमारा कोई स्वार्थ नहीं है, हम स्वार्थवश कोई सत्ता के अंदर नहीं आते। कांग्रेस सत्ता के लिए आती है, हम सेवा के लिए आते हैं।
भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा का एक बयान कल आया, वो कह रहे हैं ना मैं टायर्ड हूँ ना मैं रिटायर्ड हूँ। इस बयान के क्या मायने, आप क्या सोचते हैं इस बयान पर?
देखिए, अभी एक कहावत है, सूत ना कपात लट्ठम लट्ठा हो रहे, बंटना पहला शुरू हो गया। ये भी सरकार कहीं दिखाई नहीं दे रही, नौकरियों में इससे बंट गए। मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा उसको लेकर के लड़ाई चल गई, आपस में चल रही है इनकी। और अभी तो आगे माल की भी लड़ाई होगी, ये भी लग गए ना कारण, भी इतना माल मेरे पास जाएगा, इतना इसके पास जाएगा, इतना इस पर जाएगा। इनको सत्ता करते हैं ये लोग, इनको किसी के विकास से सुविधा से मतलब नहीं है। हिमाचल का देख लो क्या लोग झूठ बोल करके आए थे, वहाँ कर्मचारियों को पेंशन तक नहीं मिल रही। कर्नाटक के अंदर वहाँ के इनके उप मुख्यमंत्री बोलते हैं हमारे पास विकास के लिए पैसा नहीं है, और वहाँ पर लॉलीपॉप दिखा दिया, इतना भारी लोगों को सजबाग दिखा दिए। सत्ता में आगे, सत्ता में आकर के लूटने का काम ये करते हैं।
लेकिन एक सवाल है कि कांग्रेस के तरफ से जो है जलेबी के, लड्डू के ऑर्डर दिए जा चुके हैं, ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि आपको भी जलेबी भेजने की तैयारी है।
हम तो गोहाना की जलेबी खाते हैं, उनको तो कोई लेकर के दे करके जाता है, कोई लेकर के। मैं तो सुबह दुकान पे जा करके खा करके आया हूँ, उनको तो गाड़ी में दिया है किसी ने खरीद करके, वो अपने आप नहीं खा सकते, अपने आप कहाँ खाएंगे। और फिर हैरान हो गए कितनी बड़ी जलेबी बनती है। हमारा का यहाँ सांस्कृतिक कल्चर, हमारी कहाँ की बर्फी कौन सी फेमस है, कौन सी फिरनी फेमस है, कौन सा घेवर फेमस है, उनको थोड़ी पता है इसके बारे में। हमारी कौन सी जलेबी फेमस है, कितने प्रकार की जलेबी है, ये भी नहीं पता, कुछ नहीं पता, और तो किसी ने डब्बा दे दिया और अपना राज्य हो गया।
लेकिन सर एक सवाल ये है कि उठ रहे हैं कि क्या अगर सब कुछ ठीक था तो फिर सीएम फेस बदलने की क्या जरूरत पड़ी कुछ में चुनाव से ठीक पहले, इस पर क्या कहेंगे सर?
नहीं, देखिए, ये पार्टी का इंटरनल मामला होता है। आदरणीय मनोहर लाल जी ने गजब के काम हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर किए हैं, लंबे समय तक हरियाणा को इसका लाभ मिलने वाला है। और मैं आपको बड़े उससे कह रहा हूँ कि आगे भी हम मजबूती से हरियाणा प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मनोहर लाल जी केंद्र के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं, केंद्र के अंदर जो उनका एक कैलिबर, जो उनके पास योजना, जो उनके पास एक रोड मैप है, उसका लाभ पूरे देश के अंदर मिलेगा।
Okay, let me straight away go to Amrit Gill, spokesperson, Congress Party. My question to you, Amrit, is these are postal ballot leads. And if I go by the postal ballot leads, Congress is 42 in Haryana, and Congress now is 42 in J&K and is 44 in Haryana. These are the postal ballots, and even in the postal ballots, it's doing pretty well. Aditya Surjewala, son of Randeep Singh Surjewala, is leading from Kaithal. This is the seat which Surjewala lost because he first fought from Jeend, lost that election, then he lost Kaithal, he lost his position in Haryana, and now his son has made a comeback. Savitri Jindal leads in Hisar. I think Savitri Jindal was expelled by Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, she switched over to the Congress.
She switched over to the Congress. So Savitri Jindal is doing well. There are political families in Haryana. Mr. Pabi, this is a very, before I go to Amrit Gill, Mr. Pabi, this is very important, you know. These small if I may use the word political fiefdoms, these small power pockets in Haryana, they are very unique, These multiple families have their fiefdoms, They can switch parties, but the constituency goes with them.
Yes, Karthik, that is typical of Haryana, and it started right from the days of the three Lals, and it's been continuing. And even otherwise, as you were correctly pointing out about Surjewala also, that his son now is leading, and that is because of the hold that they have in the constituency. Similarly, Brijinder Singh and Savitri Jindal. So whichever party she is, and of course she is the richest woman in the country. These people have their own vote banks and support systems, and I think therefore it's not surprising at all that they are winning from their own strongholds. And as I see just now that even some other leading candidates which had their family background there, they're all leading in their respective constituencies.
Let me straight away go to Amrit Gill. Are you happy with the early leads? Madam, are you happy with the early leads?
Surely I am happy because the air is, yes, I am quite happy and satisfied. The air is blowing in favor of Congress.
I think, madam, there's an issue with your line. There's an issue with your line. Fayaz, 43 for the Congress, BJP is 25. So it's like four short of half past mark. Fayaz.
We have to be clear about it that they're counting postal ballots. They're in just hundreds. You can't establish anything on it.
Fayaz, are you telling me not to be excited by it?
Yes.
Exactly.
These are absolutely no indications.
No indications. So Fayaz is telling you not to get excited on the postal ballot. But Brijesh, this is something which Congress would relish it. I don't recall postal ballots like that in which Congress has come back with such numbers. It's political rarity these days.
Well, it is political rarity, and the fact is that we know that this means nothing. But for political for analysts, the spokesperson, and the cadre at large, this is like the best good morning message they can receive. I mean, even if you are leading in postal ballot, it gives you a sense of hope, and it kind of points towards the direction. Not a defining hint, but it does indicate which way the wind is blowing as far as these two states are concerned. I think we'll have to wait for at least one more hour before we can start saying anything for definite as to which party has lead, which party has not, and how they have fared. But I mean, it's a perfect early morning start if I was a Congress supporter, and that is the reason why the Congress with 40 leading in these postal ballots of 43 seats, BJP 25 and Congress 48 and BJP 23 in Haryana is definitely good news as far as the Congress party is concerned.
Okay, let me go across to Vandana Sinha, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party. Madam, am I audible to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Your comments on the early results?
So as of now, it's very early trend, and it's very difficult to give any statement on this early trend. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, we really contested on 90 seats very strongly, and we have a very strong organization as of now in Haryana. And we are happy that at least BJP is losing. And because if you want a good state or if you want a good country, then BJP has to go from everywhere. And
are you happy for the India Alliance in Haryana, madam?
See, because we have contested for the 90 seats, and we contested very strongly. And as far as we got a love from the entire Haryana, and we have a very strong organization as of now. And I'm very sure that soon the Haryana will also get that Delhi model, which is a world famous model, free education and a good health care. And definitely Haryana is, we are happy that at least BJP is losing.
Vandana, my colleague Brijesh has a question for you. Brijesh, please go ahead.
Vandana, if you go by the exit polls and if you go by the early trend, I agree. I mean, it's a very, very early trend and, just mere statistics right now. But going by exit polls and all, does Aam Aadmi Party now regret that it did not stitch an alliance with the Congress Party? Maybe they would have performed much better than the performance which is being indicated either in exit poll or these early trends. Do you regret the decision?
Not at all. Because see, the way we have contested in Haryana in all 90 seats, that's really very appreciable. and we got the love of Haryana. And of course, it's a very early train. It's just 9 o'clock in the morning. Let's see what will be the result at the end of the day. We may have the keys of forming the Haryana government. So we are happy that we contested in all 90 seats by our own self, and the love we got from Haryana's people, that is also a big achievement. And we have a very strong organization as of now. And anyhow, we are happy that BJP is losing, because the way BJP was misusing the agencies, they sent Arvind Kejriwal behind the bar. They got a lesson from the people of Haryana and from other states as well.
Rajesh's question.
Yes, we don't have any
you think the fact that Arvind Kejriwal considers himself to be Haryana ka beta, he kind of overplayed that, and he kind of did not do, a bargaining with the Congress properly. Otherwise, you might have ended up winning more seats and you could have accommodated the Congress in Delhi. I mean, after all, you're part of the India Alliance. So it was the Kejriwal ego. Right after he comes out of the jail, he goes to Haryana and he pretends that he's the Haryana ka beta, and he thought in Punjab the AAP did very well. So in Haryana also, they'll end up doing extremely well. Do you think there was a miscalculation on the part of Kejriwal?
See, the Haryana election is very different from the Punjab election, because Arvind Kejriwal was not behind the bar at the time of Punjab election. Arvind Kejriwal just came out. He was behind the bar for a long time, and it was the strategy of BJP. It was a strategy of Modi government that Arvind Kejriwal should not go and campaign in Haryana. This is what had happened, and Arvind Kejriwal has went to Haryana for a very short period of time. And he did well, and of course we don't have any regret, because maybe see, this is also an achievement that we contested in all 90 seats. We got a love of the people of Haryana. We have a strong organization. This is also an achievement for any party, that we have a strong organization. Maybe further in Haryana we got a good response, not maybe this time but next time. So we are a national party. And no, we don't have any regret, because the India Alliance, we tried to work out on the India Alliance. Unfortunately, couldn't work out. So we don't have any regret, and I don't think
there's a saying in Hindi, "Ant bhala to sab bhala." I mean to say, you have done your bit, but I think the larger good of India bloc seems to be prevailing. I'm not going to count chickens before they hatch. Let me go across to Amrit Gill. आपको मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है, अमृत जी? पिछली बार वो
सुनाई दे रही है.
ओके जी, तो योर ओपनिंग कमेंट्स ऑन दीज पोस्टल बैलेट अर्ली लीड्स.
Yeah, we are very much sure it's the hard work, commitment and a great work done by our leader Rahul Gandhi, Bharat Jodo Yatra. This is the impact of that. This is the people of India, the people of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir are standing with Congress party, as we are standing with them for the constitution. They want the employment, they want to get rid of inflation, they want the job security, and for MSME support also, because what the BJP is doing and what they say and what they do is totally different.
It's a big breaking coming in. It's a big. Mr. Pabi Dushyant Chautala is trailing. The guy who was the kingmaker in the last assembly election is the guy who is losing the election. So he is the first kingmaker who is off the block. Mr. Pabi, he's losing.
He's losing, and it is not surprising, because he had become such an unpopular leader ever since he joined hands with the government, and he was the one who was campaigning against the BJP so forcefully during the previous elections, and then they joined hands, and once they joined hands, his impression about him was so dark. I mean, everyone knew that whatever the party was doing or his legislatures were doing, and there were very negative publicity that he got even when he became the deputy chief minister. And several of his, in fact, most of his party MLAs have left him. At the end of the day, I think he just had 2 MLAs left. All others had either joined the BJP or are contesting independence. So he had left a very bad impression, and he was kind of during even farmers' agitation. Even during farmers' agitation, although he had been speaking in favor of farmers, but once he joined the government, he kept silent over this issue. So all these things have gone much against him, and there's a lot of anger, which is, I think, reflecting in the early trends. And it is absolutely no surprise that he's trailing.
Let me go across to J&K. Omar Abdullah is speaking. Let's cut across to him.
अगर लोगों का मैंडेट बीजेपी के खिलाफ निकला तो बीजेपी को फिर इसमें कोई जुगाड़ और वो इस तरह की हरकतें करनी नहीं चाहिए। राजभवन को और मरकज़ की हुकूमत को जिस तरह हम लोगों का फ़ैसला तस्लीम करते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में तस्लीम किया, आज जो भी लोगों का फ़ैसला होगा हमारे हुक्मरान जो हैं उस फैसले को तस्लीम करें, वही है।
कोalition पर कितनी कॉन्फिडेंस है? एक वजन है जो कोalition हुई है एनसी कांग्रेस में।
अब कोalition तो हमने की इसलिए कि इलेक्शन में कामयाबी मिले और इंशाल्लाह कामयाबी की उम्मीद रखें।
जो कमेटी बनती है नॉमिनेशन की, उस पर किस तरह?
किस चीज़ की कमेटी?
जो 5 मेंबरों की होती है, जो एमएलए वगैरह।
देखिए, अब इस पे तो कुछ वकीलों ने अपनी राय दी है। हमारे एक वकील जिन्होंने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की भी, वो लद्दाख के मामले में आपको याद होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमारे लिए कामयाबी हासिल की, उन्होंने कहा है कि गवर्नर साहब को अपने आप पे कोई इख्तियारात नहीं है कि वो ये सीटें भरें। ये सीटें अगर भरी जाएंगी तो असेंबली कायम होने के बाद और हुकूमत की जो राय है, पार्लियामेंट में भी यही होता है। प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब प्रेसिडेंट थे, कांग्रेस के बने हुए प्रेसिडेंट थे, लेकिन जब नॉमिनेशंस किए तो मोदी साहब की हुकूमत के राय के मुताबिक किए, कांग्रेस के उन्होंने मेंबर नहीं चुने। तो इसी तरह बेशक गवर्नर साहब मरकज़ की हुकूमत के यहाँ नुमाइंदे हों, लेकिन उन्हें आइन का ख्याल रखना चाहिए और ये 5 सीटें अगर भरी जाएं तो यहाँ की हुकूमत जो बनती है आज, उसकी राय के मुताबिक।
पीडीपी की कोई तजवीज़ मिली है?
नहीं ना,
के लिए जो हमने सुना है,
ना हमने उनका कोई तजवीज़ ढूंढा, ना उनके तरफ से कोई तजवीज़ हमें मिली है। आज नतीजे निकल जाने दीजिए ना। पता नहीं क्यों हम इतने बेचैन हैं कि इन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने क्या किया। अभी किसी के पास नंबर नहीं है।
सुना था महबूबा जी ने कहा वी आर रेडी टू प्रोवाइड सपोर्ट इफ नीड।
नहीं ना, वो नहीं कहा। जो मैंने सुना वो ये कहा कि हमने कोई फैसला नहीं किया है और हम नतीजों के बाद फैसला करेंगे। पता नहीं हमारे तरफ से इतनी बेचैनी क्यों है कि हम फटाफट कूद जाते हैं और कहते हैं ना कि हम जी बस उनके समर्थन का खैर मकदम करते हैं। उनका समर्थन ना हमने मांगा, ना वहाँ से मिला, ना फिलहाल उसकी कोई ज़रूरत है। नतीजे निकल जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद तमाम पार्टियां जो हैं बैठ के उन पे जो है अपना वो करेंगे एनालिसिस।
Sir, early trends are giving an edge to NC.
No, I don't go by early trends. Last time when results came out, I came here for a run. Early trends were I was winning. घर पहुंच के सारा बदल गया। मुझे अर्ली ट्रेंड्स मत बताइए ना, लंच के बाद बात करेंगे।
Will Umar Abdullah win from both Budgam and
इंशाल्लाह, बट look, it's who can say? जो अल्लाह ताला ने रखा होगा वही होगा। और जो गांदरबल और बड़गाम के लोगों ने, मैंने अपने तरफ से जितना मैं कर सकता था किया, और बाकी बाकी डब्बों में है ना। अब डब्बों से निकले नतीजे, फिर देखें। Okay, chalo, all the best.
Mr. Fayaz, very important statement by Omar Abdullah. Omar Abdullah is saying ना समर्थन मांगा है, ना उसकी जरूरत होगी. He has taken a tough position. Mr. Fayaz, Omar Abdullah has taken a tough position.
Yes, that's clear, but he does not deny National Conference having said it that we can take support from. It was actually a statement from Dr. Farooq Abdullah the other day. He said that if they offer the support and we can take it, and he said that I'm sure that Congress will also like it. Omar Abdullah has a stand about it, but it essentially does not deny it. He does not seem to be having any reservations about PDP's support to the National Conference and Congress alliance.
Now, Omar Abdullah is leading in both the seats. He's leading in Ganderbal. He's leading in Budgam. I think he somehow has retrieved his political constituency.
Yeah.
I'm sure about it that he'll be winning from both Ganderbal as well as from Budgam.
He'll win from both Ganderbal and Budgam. So it's a great comeback for Omar Abdullah. Omar Abdullah is leading from Ganderbal and Budgam. Omar Abdullah lost to Engineer Rashid in Lok Sabha elections. So that's big news that is coming in. Another big news that is coming in is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana, Dushyant Chautala, is trailing. Yes, Dushyant Chautala is trailing. That's the another thing. Mr. Wij, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana, is leading. Bhupinder Singh Hooda leads in Garhi, Sampla, Kiloli. BJP's Aarti Singh leads in Ateli. You know, these are early results, but these are telling us something. Anil Vij now is trailing in Ambala Cand. Anil Vij is trailing in Ambala Cand. So the results are changing every minute. Early trends, AAP and INLD yet to open an account. GJP has 1 seat, Congress 62, BJP 24. So that's the way it is looking. It's as if the Congress has done Aam Aadmi Party in Haryana. And if you look at Jammu and Kashmir, it is 45 seats. 45 seats to National Conference Congress Alliance as of now. BJP is 25, PDP is 2, others are 1. And most of the seats which Bharatiya Janata Party is getting is from the Jammu area, which yesterday Faz very rightly put it, is the Dogra stronghold. It means that they have not been able to get seats in Rajouri, Akhrur, Doda sector. It means those seats are going to National Conference and the Congress Party. So only the Dogra stronghold, which is Arispura sector, Samba, Jammu, they seems to be doing pretty well. So these are the early results, early leads. Postal ballots have opened up. After 9:15, 9:30, these results are going to start concretizing. When I say they would become concrete, it means that these results will mean something. They will hold. So as of now, these are the breaking news that are coming in. These are the early trends, but nonetheless, early trends actually lay the foundation. BJP is leading in Panchkula. Abhay Chautala is leading in Elanabad. Bhavya Bishtoi leads in Adampur. Omar Abdullah leads in Badgaon. Aarti Rao leads in Ateli. And BJP is leading in maximum seats in Jammu district. Jammu has 11 assembly constituencies. And Naib Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini is leading. Naib Singh Saini is leading. Mr. Pabi, to you on the early results.
Still, so far these results are postal ballots, and but they show the early trends, and early trends this time are actually matching with the exit polls as well. But I just want to clarify one thing about Savitri Jindal. I think it was pointed out that she was contesting on behalf of BJP. No, in fact, she was denied a ticket by the BJP, and she is contesting as an independent. And there is a BJP candidate in the fray, and she is leading by quite a margin here. But as you rightly said, the actual results or the actual trends would be around 9:30, 10 o'clock. But the broad view has already come, both for Haryana
sir,
and Jammu.
Naib Singh Saini started to trail, sir. Naib Singh Saini started to trail. Your comments, sir?
Yes, although, you know, as I mentioned earlier also yesterday, that he wasn't really much of a known face. You know, even before he was made the chief minister, he was never much in the public or, you know, in the public limelight. And the kind of work he has been able to do in the last 2-3 months is also very disappointing. Although, you know, he had just about 4 months to go, but he has not been able to make any mark whatsoever. So that could be one reason why he's not doing too well and is trailing at the moment.
Okay, now let me go to the pit. We have a newsroom pit, and let me go across to my colleague Kabir Naqvi, who is going to get us details from Haryana. Kabir, to you. So what is the pit getting us?
Well, absolutely. You know what, Karthik, at this point in time, I think it's safe to say that the early trends have suggested, and you know, the excitement in the newsroom, the cacophony of voices in the newsroom is also the same. It does feel like an election day, let me tell you that. Early trends are definitely suggesting at this point in time that the Congress has easily crossed the majority mark. Is it going to be above 70 is what people are now talking up on the internet. Let's look at the confidence of the Congress party. Naib Singh Saini, he was earlier, leading on his own seat. Now he's trailing is what we're picking up. But at the same point in time, there is, of course, the aspect of Vinesh Fogart against Captain Yogesh Bairagi. Vinesh Fogart at this point in time leading. Confidence of the Congress party, I was talking about that earlier, Karthikeya. Sweets, not just laddus, but a big order for jalebis that have also been given out. We earlier got visuals, one of those screens behind me, earlier got visuals from outside Bhupinder Hooda's residence, where people have started to get together. The dhols and the nagaras have now come out. Bhupinder Hooda, the man of the moment, he's not, he's calling a spade a spade. He's going gung-ho at his own Congress's victory. The water scarcity was one of the most major points in his own constituency. at the Sampla Khaloi, and water scarcity was the main poll issue. We earlier heard some of those reactions coming from the people of his own constituency, saying that Bhupinder Hooda will become the chief minister. That's what the people of his constituency want, and they said that he is going to work on water scarcity. But another important aspect that, you know, I was hearing the panel also talk about was the INLD and the JJP's decline. I mean, somebody like the Chautalas, who were kingmakers just about 5 years back, they're certainly on the decline. As at this point in time, the numbers that were flashing on our screen, 65 for the Congress party in the state of Haryana, Kartike. That's what we're picking up. 10 years of damp showing, will that all change? Is the Hooda magic worked out for the Congress party? Well, shortly from now, we'll have the final answer. Early trends, of course, in favor of the Congress party. Back to you.
Wonderful, Kabir, wonderful. But, you know, Kabir, before I let go of you, can I say that the bigwigs of Bharatiya Janata Party are losing in Haryana? All the bigwigs? You have the data there?
You could say that Gopal Kanda, he was earlier leading, from Hisar. He's now, well, trailing. Savitri Jindal, she was, sidelined from the Bharatiya Janata Party. She stood up as an independent, got up against the BJP. She was earlier leading in Hisar. So we will have to wait and find out. Nayab Singh Saini, the incumbent chief minister, I mean, the name doesn't get as bigger than Nayab Singh Saini at this point in time. He was earlier leading. Now he is trailing. The big wig certainly on the decline, but it is still early doors. People are calling it on the internet, but let's not do it here. Let's give it some more time, Kartikeya.
You know, Srinivasan, who is the Youth Congress chief, has tweeted Happy Jalebi Day to Oranges. He has tweeted Happy Jalebi Day to Oranges. I am going to show his tweet to you. So, the Congress is pretty much happy with the, the results that are coming in. And I don't think Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be anywhere close to satisfaction when it comes to the tally is not going 25. The Congress party and National Conference is 47. So, the third factor which we thought the nominated members might play, I think that will get demolished with one other seat which gets added to the kitty with 48. With 48, the NC Congress will have simple majority in the state. It's an assembly of 90 and the 65. It's a huge lead. Mr. Prasad, was there an anger which people just didn't realize? People thought that it was BJP mismanaging, 10 साल की सरकार हो गई. हुआ क्या? इतनी बुरी तरीके से बीजेपी चुनाव हार क्यों रही है हरियाणा में?
आई थिंक कार्तिकेय, जो हमने बात की शुरुआत से ही, इफ यू लुक एट इट, जो भी फैक्टर्स रहे हैं ग्राउंड पे, जो शुरुआत से निकल के आ रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, anger against the government because of the schemes as we talked about in Agnipath scheme, and of course price rise and other issues get added, and the farmers anger. ये सब चीज़ें जो है तब्दील होके आ रही थी. शुरुआत से ही रुझान बता रहे हैं अब कि ये शायद सीट्स में कन्वर्ट होने वाली होंगी, लेकिन अभी चूँकि शुरुआत का दौर है, इट्स वेरी अर्ली टाइम. वी आर लुकिंग एट द पोस्टल बैलेट्स. So probably you're right, an hour or later, we can kind of start getting the trends.
Are you saying that we can undergo a Bihar movement of 2015? I don't buy that.
No, I am not going to get into, the point is each election is different. Let's accept it. Each constituency is different. For instance, just I was talking to you, I read in Jammu North, the BJP is leading in one seat, which is quite understandable. Shamla Sharma, a party's veteran, is leading there. That's on the Election Commission website. So one of the more authentic results that has come out. So let's not get into it. Very, very early trends. It'll take time to consolidate, probably by around what you said, 9:30, 10.
But these early trends are one-sided.
Well, Kartikeya, I can always tell you, postal ballots are not the conformity that which way the wind is blowing. There are times when the postal ballots went the other way around. So I'm
okay. Is Amrit Gill, the spokesperson of the Congress party, still with us? Madam, ये जो early results आ रहे हैं, why do you think that the Congress has done so well in Haryana? I mean, just 65. I mean, so I could have said, okay, 55. 65 out of 90.
Because it's the people of Haryana who want to change. People were fed up with the policies of BJP. Can you imagine our CM is being changed after 9.5 years, and the BJP thinks that the magic will happen with Saini? Nothing. That failed. They failed miserably. There was unemployment, there was inflation, there was GST, unorganized sector was destroyed by demonetization, the bad, wrong GST policies, and everybody was annoyed and frustrated. Even the farmers of Haryana, how they were being treated by the BJP at the borders and everywhere. It's their revenge, and the stand of the Congress for the Constitution and the love for our leader Rahul Gandhi, who walked from Haryana to Jammu and Kashmir, and they have full faith in Rahul Gandhi, and whatever Rahul ji is saying, people 100% believes, and what Congress speaks, Congress delivers. That's why, because BJP party generally, most of the time 90% gives jumlas, and even their workers are so much frustrated and annoyed that they don't trust. They didn't came out to vote. So that is why they are failing, like Congress is sweeping.
Okay, now let me just alert my viewers. Bhupinder Singh Hooda is going to speak to the press very soon. I mean to say, it's not even 9 o'clock. And the message is that he's going to come out of the house. You know, this is a rarity that a politician gives you a press conference at 9. Dushyant Chautala is trailing. Vinesh Phogat leads in Julana. This is one woman who added punch, flavor, gravitas, character to the elections in Haryana. Ajit, isn't that true? You know, she lost Olympics, she came back, she was received by Hooda's son, and she went all the way. Then she said, "Ki main bahu hu yahan ki." You know, do you think that the way they mishandled the wrestlers issue is a classic case of hubris in politics?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I have never heard this kind of popularity of a young woman who's just entered politics. Everywhere I traveled in Haryana, they said, Haryana ki beti hai, और उसका जो है इज्जत ले जा रहा था वो साला, and you know there was a lot of abuses for the wrestling federation president.
Did you think she became a matter of community pride, izzat in Indian politics?
Absolutely. In fact, she became the tallest leader, almost as important as Bhupinder Singh Hooda. And here is a youngster just entering politics, and the kind of adulation, the kind of popularity I saw. Remember the day when from the airport she was going back to Julana, there was like hours and hours, dono taraf gaadiyan lagi hui, and I think the BJP totally mishandled the situation. They just did not know how to handle Vinesh Phogat, and the whole thing, I mean, if you remember when she was protesting in Delhi, the way the police, the others, I mean, she's a national hero. Here is someone who's been winning all the medals for the country, and the BJP is unable to handle it. So her, the Kisan, and the several other issues. Look at it. In my life,
Ajit, there's a very important development that is happening, and I would like that to be broken on the screen. Bharatiya Janata Party is losing all the seats in Karnal. Mr. Pabi, what does it tell us? Please break it down for us. भारतीय जनता पार्टी करनाल की सारी सीटों पे पीछे है, इसका मतलब क्या है?
Yes, you see, Karnal is the heart of Haryana, it's right in the middle, and also it is the constituency from where Khattar had gone earlier, and he was representing that constituency for a long time in the assembly also. So it's also on the GT road, right in the middle. So it reflects a trend as general anger that had been building up against the Haryana government over the past so many years. In fact, I would say that, if this is the time right now to tell you the kind of anger, I would like to quote one or two examples. One is about digitalization. For instance, they were always, they were wanting people to pay up their property bills. But the property details were so wrong. A person living in 10 Marla house was shown as living in one canal house, and these kind of mistakes were there, and people had to queue up in the municipal corporation offices to get these rectified. But a live example is of the electricity bill, the latest electricity bill, because I live in Panchkula in Haryana. So they issued the bills and they said you pay within 2 days, and at the same time their server was down. So people could not pay online, and so there were huge lines in queues in the municipal corporation offices. So what I'm trying to say is the kind of implementation. They came out with so many kind of things like family ID, property ID, everything getting online, but that was not functioning. and people were put to more harassment than what they were being put in the past. So all these things, I think, have been building up, and a lot of these bigwigs also losing is not very surprising.
Another development that is taking place, which is very, very important, and Bharatiya Janata Party is leading in Kokarnag. Shagun Parihar leads in Kishtwar. Fayaz, to you, BJP leads in Kokarnag. Please break it down for us. And Shagun Parihar leads in Kishtwar. Why is Kokarnag reflecting this lead, sir?
Kokarnag is a reserved constituency for scheduled tribe. Earlier it was open for all. This time it is a multilateral contest between 3 or 4 equally strong contestants there. We have not been able to see who can be the winner from that place. It can be anybody. I'm repeating that these are the postal ballots and we cannot derive any conclusions on it.
Okay. Now, coming back to Karnal, all these seats, Bharatiya Janata Party is trailing. You wanted to say something, Ajit, on Karnal?
Well, you know, in Karnal Lok Sabha, Khattar had won the Lok Sabha seat, right? It has 9 assembly seats. All 9 the BJP is losing with early trends. I mean, this shows the volte-face in the entire elections, right? Because of this Khattar, which I pointed out is perhaps right now the most hated person in the entire of Haryana, given the way he mishandled 9.5 years. We see the result, all 9 assembly seats. I mean, this is a wipeout. Look at, in the last 30 years, I have covered election. In early trends, I have never seen a tsunami. This is a tsunami in the early results. Look at it, 67 to 21. This is like more than 2.5% number of percent higher of 21 to 67.
Psychologically, what does this mean?
This means that this is a total sweep, one-sided, number one. Number two, it's a bipolar fight. That means all other local parties have just vanished this time. I think JJP is, they are showing 1. AAP is 0, others are 0. Just look at 2 parties, and if the 2 parties, the difference is 67 to 21, which means I think, Brijesh, more than 12% lead minimum. You know, this is absolutely a tsunami result in Haryana, and in assembly election, to get such a tsunami result, I mean, here there is no Mr. Modi of 2014, right, sweeping the country. Absolutely. This is Bhupinder Hooda, a local leader, and maybe Rahul Gandhi, who's helping this tsunami. This is an extraordinary result. Of course, we should point out these are early trends. But if this consolidates, BJP is almost wiped out in a way in Haryana.
You know, every big leader of Bharatiya Janata Party is losing. Haryana Assembly Speaker Gyanchand Gupta is trailing. The Speaker Gyanchand Gupta is trailing, and the Congress candidate Chandra Mohan, if it rings any bell, is leading. So even the Speaker of the Assembly is trailing. All the bigwigs are under stress. You know, I always ask this question to you, Brijesh. What was 2024 election without, what would have been the 2024 election without Narendra Modi? You know, the same Karnal seat from where Khattar has won, all constituencies they have lost.
Well, I think,
where would have they been?
I have the best Karnal story. The fact is, you know, when you were talking about, and when people would say that, you know, if will it be on the head of Naib Singh Saini wanted to contest from 2 seats. And the seat which he was most keen on is fighting from Karnal. And he said that, you know, when reporters asked him, he said that no, you know, I will contest from Karnal and I will contest from Ladwa, but I am more keen on contesting from Karnal. And the state BJP chief said, no, he's just contesting from Ladwa. This showed the kind of heft Naib Singh Saini has as far as ticket distribution is concerned. He is not contesting from Karnal, and the result is also there for everyone to see. I think, you know, it's an absolute decimation, and as I was saying during the exit poll also, that I don't see Congress getting anything less than 60. It's going to be 60 more. And the early trend, it's early, but I mean, it's fairly indicative of which way the wind is blowing. I think the BJP messed up big. And if you look at the fact that, we're also talking about the leadership of Bhupender Hooda. If you look at the fact that 2019 assembly election onwards, it was Hooda who was leading the BJP's, the Congress party's charge, much to the chagrin of, both Shailja as well as Randeep Surjewala. And I think, reposing faith in Hooda, giving him maximum number of seats as ticket distribution made it amply clear. I think this turned out to be fairly very well as far as Haryana is concerned.
So Vinesh Phogat leads in Julana. Let me just take you through all the results. Anil Vijay still now. I think this to and fro is happening. Palwal, all 3 seats with Congress. Karnal, Bharatiya Janata Party is trailing. Rania se INLD candidate Arjun Chautala. Arjun Chautala is one person. Mr. Pabi, Arjun Chautala is one person from INLD. Can you just break it down for us? Arjun Chautala for us? Mr.
Well,
Pabi?
yes, he is the one who had stuck on with the INLD, and is a very young person. And perhaps that is one reason why he is so far leading. One doesn't know what the exact result that will come out to be, but he is seen as a kind of a youth leader and leader of the future. So possibly that could be one reason that is going in front of him. Also, he had been active in his constituency quite a lot. Much before the campaigning started. So that could be one reason why he is leading at the moment.
But you see, Dushyant Chautala trains, Arjun Chautala is the only one person who is doing well. 21 BJP leads are there. Which area would you say these leads are coming from? Because if you remember the days when Mr. Goyal was sent there, and this is someone who told me कि एक बार मिस्टर गोयल को भेजा प्रभारी बना के, विजय कुमार गोयल को 2 सीटें आई, उसके बाद प्रभारी बनाया गया शिवराज सिंह चौहान को, उन्होंने 2 महीने बिताए हरियाणा में, 4 सीटें आई. तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 2 और 4 सीट का भी हरियाणा देखा है. तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि वेयर आर देयर स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड्स मिस्टर पबी?
I don't have the details right now, but I think maybe they are having some support base in the southern part of Haryana, southern Haryana. So possibly they might be taking some leads from there. Because if the BJP is losing from the Karnal area, and also you pointed out Panchkula, and that is from where the speaker is trailing, and Chandra Mohan, who is the son of Bhajan Lal, is in the lead. So this shows that perhaps in the northern belt, central belt, they are almost wiped out, but maybe they have some support base around southern Haryana.
So now very soon I will be joined by my colleague Aditya Raj Kaul. Aditya Raj Kaul will be speaking on Kashmir. Then I will be joined by Anshuman Sale, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Ajit Keja, KV Prasad, Ahmed Ali Fayaz, Vipin Pabi. They continue to be with us in this edition in which we are decoding the elections of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. There is very interesting thing happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, the results are coming. There is an agitation, Brijesh, which is taking place in Delhi, Sonam Wangchuk. The same agitation took place in Manipur. The pretext was different, but it was under the Schedule 6 of the Constitution, greater rights. The same thing is brewing in Ladakh. What is it telling us about the anxiety in the one union territory in another state of Jammu and Kashmir? And I'll drive back the discussion where states feel they need to be empowered.
Well, what it does is that, what was done, and subsequently, not enough feedback from ground was taken. And, there are ways to handle protest and there are ways not to handle protest. I think the BJP is following the part B, the ways not to handle protest. They could have just allowed them to go, visit Rajghat, and, somebody senior up in MHA might have met them, given them assurances, try to work out some sort of, the mid path, which would have worked in both favors. But the way, they are forced to handle, forced to do an Anshan, Amaran Anshan at Ladakh Bhavan, I think it doesn't augur well for any of one of us, and it's simply bad optics as far as the state of Ladakh is concerned. The BJP was trying to talk about the abrogation of Article 370, how Ladakh, Jammu Kashmir were part of the places where they're going to turn everything on its head, and unfortunately it's turning in reverse on its head. and it's not providing good optics as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. This is definitely not the way to go about. You cannot stifle dissent this way. There are ways and there are better ways to deal and talk to people. They are your own citizen. You know, they are not somebody who has come from or they have ulterior motive just because they are protesting and demanding something.
Okay. Now let me take a ground report from Haryana by our correspondent Ravi Mishra.
जश्न की तैयारी तो है, जश्न शुरू होने में थोड़ा वक्त है, लेकिन मैं जल्दी से कुछ तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं। देखिए रिजल्ट आया, उसके पहले चाय और नमक पारा जो है वो लोगों को खिलाया जा रहा है। ये देखिए एक चीज और दिखाऊंगा मैं, ये देखिए लोग पगड़ी लेकर यहां आने लगे हैं और ये देखिए स्वागत की तैयारी है। जरा इनसे हम पूछेंगे ये पगड़ी किसके लिए लेके आए?
ये भूपेंद्र हुड्डा जी के लिए। मैं पालम विधानसभा से DK सोलंकी पिछले 1.5 महीने से कांग्रेस
अभी रुझान देखे आपने?
रुझान देख रखे हमने भाई साहब। 2 साल पहले ही रुझानों
में कांग्रेस को बहुमत,
कांग्रेस 70 पार जा रही है। पता ये दूसरी हमारे राज्यसभा सांसद दीपेंद्र हुड्डा जी के लिए लोकसभा
तो इसमें कौन सी पगड़ी सीएम की है?
ये सीएम की है साहब। हाँ, ये हमारा प्रतीक है हरियाणा का, एक अलग से जलवार निशान है। अब जनमत है ये
हरियाणा की जनता ने जनमत दिया है। चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा को सीएम बनाएंगे और भाईचारे के 36 बिरादरी के नेता है, 36 बिरादरी को साथ लेकर
पूरे देश के अंदर कांग्रेस आ रही है।
भाई जो 36 बिरादरी की जो उम्मीद थी आज वो हमारी पूरी हो चुकी है। हुड्डा साहब आ चुके हैं हरियाणा में। जो भी
तो जलेबी किधर है?
जलेबी आएगी अभी तो आपको भी मीठा मुँह कराएंगे।
जलेबी उनके कार रखी है
और
पार्टी आ रही है, बीजेपी बाज रही है, कति बाजगी भाई, कति बाजगी।
हुआ कैसे ये चमत्कार?
बहुत पैसे यो जनता ने सारा हरियाणा ने एक कर दिया जी, एक कर दिया। अब बहुत परेशान हो रहे हैं।
And now let us play out the tic-tac of engineer Rashid.
हमारे साथ अवामी इत्तेहाद पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट इंजीनियर रशीद है और इनसे जानना चाहेंगे कि आज जो है मतगणना शुरू हो गई है। सर कैसे देखते हैं आप आज?
कोई नहीं, मतगणना होनी थी तो इसमें देखना कैसे देखेंगे आप ही बताएं।
तो आपको सर क्या उम्मीद क्या है?
उम्मीद यही है जो लोगों ने वोट दिया होगा वो पता चल जाएगा। लेटेस्ट में एक रिजल्ट आएंगे, सब पता चलेगा, एनालिसिस करेंगे। उम्मीद है कि अच्छा ही होगा। लोगों ने जो वोट दिया हमें उसका रेस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए।
सर आपने कल सुझाव दिया था कि जो है स्टेटहुड पहले मिलना चाहिए, उसके बाद
सिंसेट की बुनियाद पर कहा। पहली बात यह है कि हमारा सब कुछ छीन लिया गया। सियासत अपनी जगह, जम्मू कश्मीर लद्दाख के लोगों को बिल्कुल सड़क पर डाल दिया गया। उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब ने खुद कई बार कहा कि पहले ये कहा था कि मैं इलेक्शन ही नहीं लड़ूंगा, फिर ये कहा कि जब तक स्टेटहुड वापस नहीं मिलता। अब चलिए उन्होंने अपना फैसला बदल दिया, ठीक बात है। तो मैं उन्हीं का काम कर रहा था। अगर आपको मेजॉरिटी मिलती है नहीं मिलती है, हम भी आपके साथ खड़े हैं। एक काम कर दीजिए, मोदी जी से कह दीजिए हम भिखारी नहीं है, हमें म्यूनिसिपलिटी नहीं चाहिए, स्टेटहुड तो दे दीजिए। उनको उसमें भी मिर्ची लगी, अफसोस की बात है, उन्हें उसमें भी दाल में काला नजर आया। कल मैंने देखा फारूक साहब ऐसी बातें करते थे, बच्चा भी ऐसा नहीं कहेगा। इन लोगों के लिए सिर्फ पावर चाहिए। ये हंगरी हैं कि इनको लाल बत्ती मिले, इनको पर्क्स मिले, प्रिविलेजेस मिले। अदरवाइज इलेक्शन हुआ, रिजल्ट आ गए, क्या फ़र्क पड़ेगा अगर ये 10-15 दिन वेट करेंगे और पूरी दुनिया को पैगाम जाएगा, पूरे कंट्री को पैगाम जाएगा कि जम्मू कश्मीर के जो इलेक्टेड लोग हैं वो सरकार तब तक नहीं बनाना चाहते जब तक स्टेटहुड वापस ना मिले। जब 90 या 45 या 50 लोगों की एक बात पर सहमति ना हो तो पूरे 2 करोड़ कश्मीरी कैसे एक बात पर सहमत हो सकते हैं? ये सारे दिल्ली के एजेंट हैं, चेले चाटे हैं। इनको इस बात से कोई गर्ज नहीं कश्मीर को इज्जत मिले, विकार मिले, खोया हुआ मकाम वापस मिले। इनको चाहिए पावर, पावर और पावर।
Okay, now let me play out the tic-tac of Yogesh Bairagi. He is standing against Vinesh Phogat in Haryana.
हरियाणा की 90 विधानसभा सीटों का परिणाम कुछ ही देर में आने वाला है और इसको लेकर के जो प्रत्याशी हैं जिनको ने अपनी किस्मत आजमाई है वो उनका क्या कहना है। जुलाना से हैं कैप्टन योगेश, ये बताइए क्या लग रहा है?
एक तरफा रुझान है। इलेक्शन कैंपेन के थ्रू आउट लोगों ने बहुत प्यार दिया, आशीर्वाद दिया और वो भी आपने देखा भी होगा। और इलेक्शन डे के अंदर भी एक तरफा जो है कि काम किया है, ज़बरदस्त वोटिंग भी करी है। एज पर दी गवर्नमेंट डेटा रिकॉर्ड 74.66% वोटिंग हुई है थ्रू आउट जुलाना और उसको लेकर के हम बहुत आश्वस्त हैं। और रही बात आज की रिज़ल्ट को लेकर के, तो रिज़ल्ट तो ऑलरेडी जनता ने पहले से ही अपनी तरफ से क्लियर कर चुका है, सिर्फ औपचारिकता बाकी है और पहली बार जुलाना के अंदर कमल का फूल खिलने जा रहा है।
मैं वही कहने वाला था कि पहली बार आप कह रहे इतने आश्वस्त हो रहे हैं, जबकि आपके कंटेंडर हम देखें तो विनेश फोगाट है वो तो काफ़ी उनका इस बार नाम भी रहा है, तो क्या लग रहा है कि उनको मात दे पाएंगे?
मात तो कोई किसी को नहीं देता मेरे भाई, ये तो सीधा देखो, आई डोंट नो कि इलेक्शन को कैसे लेकर के चलते हैं, बट एज पर माय थॉट प्रोसेस इलेक्शन इज़ ऑल अबाउट यू नो कि द विनिंग हार्ट्स। तो जो कहीं ना कहीं मैं इस बात को लेकर के मैं कह सकता हूँ कि सक्षम रहा हूँ और ये चीज़ें बहुत पॉजिटिवली ट्रैवल भी करी है। और कुछ जो पार्टी विशेष है वो जो स्टार्टिंग में ये कह रहे थे कि हम 90+ की लीड से हम लोग करेंगे, एक तरफा रहेगा, और वही धीरे धीरे घुटने टेक करके आज कह रहे हैं हम नेक टू नेक पे आ गए हैं। और उनमें से मेजॉरिटी ये कहते हैं कि हमारे हाथ से सीट जा चुकी है। अब जो कंसर्न रह गया शाम को 3 या 4 बजे तक वो चीज़ें भी क्लियर हो जानी है, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। बाकी का बहुत जल्दी एक पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट भी ऑफिशियली डिक्लेयर्ड भी होने वाला है जुलाना को लेकर के।
अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है तो पिछले 24,000 से जीते थे जेजेपी के उम्मीदवार जो ढांडा, आप क्या अगर कह रहे हैं जीतेंगे तो कितने क्या रहेगा मार्जिन?
अब मार्जिन तो ऑब्वियसली मैंने कभी बोला भी नहीं है थ्रू आउट द कैंपेन, बिकॉज मैं थोड़ा सा काम करने में विश्वास रखता हूँ। वंस वी हैव द रिजल्ट इन हैंड, डेफिनेटली आई विल बी वेरी प्राउड टू अनाउंस कि इतने मार्जिन से लोगों ने प्यार दिलाया है।
लग रहा है बीजेपी की हैट्रिक हो जाएगी इस बार?
100%।
चलिए योगेश हैं, हम भी आपको बधाई देते हैं, शुभकामनाएं कि कुछ आप कह रहे हैं वो सही हो। लेकिन बड़ी बात ये है कि अपने अपने दावे जो हैं वो तमाम जो प्रत्याशी हैं वो कर रहे हैं। हालांकि जो इनकी किस्मत है उसका फैसला 5 अक्टूबर को ईवीएम में कैद हो चुका है। अब जैसे धीरे धीरे बाहर आएगा पता लगेगा कि वाकई में ही हरियाणा में बीजेपी की हैट्रिक हो पाती है या फिर जो कांग्रेस का 10 साल से सूखा चला आ रहा है वो अब हटता है।
जैसे कि हमारे कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट बन रहे थे, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि सूखे के बाद बाढ़ आएगी। मुझे नहीं लगता कि सूखे के बाद बारिश होगी। लेट मी प्ले आउट वन मोर ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट।
इस समय मेरे साथ मौजूद है बिश्ना से कांग्रेस के प्रत्याशी नीरज कुंदन, एनएसयूआई के फॉर्मर प्रेसिडेंट भी रहे हैं। नीरज भाई, अभी आप माता के दर्शन के लिए पहुंचे हैं, क्या उम्मीद है जीत का सहरा किसके सर?
देखिए, जनता का मुद्दों पे चुनाव लड़ने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है हमने चुनाव जो है जनता के मुद्दों पे लड़ा है और हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी जो है सरकार बनेगी।
लगातार बीजेपी पे आप आरोप लगाते रहे कि ये 5 नॉमिनेटेड जो कैंडिडेट्स है ये एलजी जो है ये बीजेपी के कहने पे बनाएंगे। बीजेपी कह रही है कि पूरी तरीके से संविधान में जो लिखा है उसी पर ये होगा।
संविधान में जो लिखा है वो चुनी हुई सरकार का अधिकार है। राष्ट्रपति भी जो है नॉमिनेट करता है, लेकिन वो भी चुनी हुई सरकार के बाद जो है ये फैसला लिया जाता है। ये जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है ये इसलिए कर रही है कि उनके पास असली एग्जिट पोल है और उस एग्जिट पोल में दूर दूर तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनती हुई दिखाई नहीं दे रही, इसीलिए ये असंवैधानिक तरीके जो है वो अपना रही है।
बीजेपी कहती है कि हम 35 सीटें जीतेंगे और 15 जो है वो कश्मीर घाटी से इंडिपेंडेंट जीतेंगे तो हम सरकार बनाएंगे। आपका क्या कहना है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है 400 पार का नारा लोकसभा में भी लगाती थी, हम सबको पता है कि क्या हाल हुआ। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बातों पे कोई विश्वास नहीं करता, ना ही उनके मुद्दों पे करता है। यहाँ पे लोगों ने सरकार जो है बना चुके हैं, यहाँ पे इंडिया अलायंस की सरकार आ रही है, हरियाणा में जम्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बहुमत में आ रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जुमले जो हैं वो जनता के सामने आ चुके हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, कितनी सीटें आप मान के चल रहे कांग्रेस और एनसी के वो आने वाली?
कम से कम 55+ जो है इंडिया अलायंस जो है क्रॉस करेगा।
आप अपनी सीट पर आश्वस्त हैं?
बिल्कुल, मैं अपनी सीट पे बिल्कुल आश्वस्त हूँ। जिस तरीके का प्यार जो है मेरी बिश्ना की जनता ने, मेरे बुजुर्गों ने, नौजवानों ने दिया, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जीत जो है होगी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो साफ तौर पे आप यहाँ पे नीरज कुंदन को सुन सकते हैं और कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस जो है वो यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी।
Now, before I play another ground report, Sajjad Lone trails from Handwara. Lal Chowk Bharatiya Janata Party is leading. Iltija Mufti trails from Bijbihara. This is the big news that we are breaking. KV, Iltija losing from Bijbihara, what does it say of Mehbooba?
Well, I think let's know this is a traditional seat. We had Mufti Muhammad Saeed representing Bijbihara, and it's known to be a traditional family pocket borough. But post the arrangement Mufti Sahab made with the BJP, there has been issues that the PDP faced, and that's why probably the 2018 breakup occurred. It will be kind of, it's a challenge for the PDP to try and recover that ground, and I think this is what the PDP Mehbooba Mufti was trying, and fielding Iltija was also to get the youth on board. Probably it's after round 1 that we are seeing, because I was just looking at the results on the Election Commission website. It showed that Omar Abdullah, who leads in both Ganderbal and other seats, Badgam, probably has just a vote of 600 and 900 advantage. So it's pretty slender. It's not that he has got a one-sided thing. Of the 2,000 odd votes, 600, 900 is okay. I don't know in terms probably.
Now let me take our viewers to certain constituencies. Surankot, Congress is leading. Inderwal, Congress is leading. Banihal, National Conference is leading. Sundarbani, NC is leading. Ramban, NC is leading. Mata Vaishno Devi, BJP is leading. Mar, BJP is leading. Nagrota, BJP is leading. And in Dabawali, Aditya Chautala, which is Haryana, Aditya Chautala is leading. So, you know, these are very important trends. These are very important trends. And from Bharatiya Janata Party, the Shruti Chaudhary in Tosham, Shruti Chaudhary, who used to be Congress MP in 2009, daughter of former senior leader of Congress, is leading from Tosham. Kiran Chaudhary's daughter, Bansi Lal's granddaughter.
Surinder Singh's daughter.
Surinder Singh's daughter. Shruti Chaudhary is leading. She has joined BJP, but I think the biggest shocker in this is that Iltija Mufti. You know, when people lose from their strongholds, I psychologically, when Jyotiraditya Scindia lost in 2019, when the former Chief Minister of Haryana lost Nanded in 2019, Ashok Chavan, what does it say? When people lose their strongholds, family strongholds, does it mean that the politics has changed and they cannot individually influence a constituency? Or do you think that, you know, it happens once a while and then they recover? What does it tell when individuals lose a pocket borough which they have been like holding on for last 25 years, the way Rahul Gandhi had lost Amethi? What does it tell us?
See, basically in this case, in Jammu and Kashmir, if Iltiza loses her constituency, which is a stronghold from her grandfather's time, I think basically that means PDP is going to be wiped out in this election. Contrast that with Omar Abdullah, right? Omar Abdullah winning from both Badgam and Ganderbal. And remember, Omar Abdullah has never won a constituency in the past. In fact, in each and every election, he used to change his constituency. In fact, this time when he was contesting from 2 constituency, the BJP guys were making fun. पहले भी हारता था हर क्षेत्र से और इस बार 2 से लड़ रहा है. And now look at what has happened. The entire thing is turned 180 degrees. The same Omar Abdullah who lost in Lok Sabha, the same Omar Abdullah who was changed his constituency every time is leading from both the constituency, whereas Iltiza is losing her pocket bureau, which means the entire state, there is a total turnaround in favor of NC Congress. See, NC, National Conference, since 1987, throughout all the elections, was always very strong in the rural areas. Congress used to be strong in the urban area. That was the basic alliance. What it shows that despite this 10 years of all kinds of political and social engineering, the National Conference seems to have retained
Ravinder Rana is swelling. Ravinder Rana is swelling. Naushera. And you know, Fayaz was telling us, Rana ji mushkil se jeet payenge. And now we have a tic-tac of Pradeep Bhandari, former journalist, ephologist, now joins Bharatiya Janata Party. Brijesh, your party. You cover this party.
I cover the party. It's not my party. If it was my party, Kartike,
Nivriti has done a tic-tac with Pradeep Bhandari.
Now we have BJP spokesperson Pradeep Bhandari with us. Let us talk to him. What is the trend and what does he think it will be like? Pradeep ji, what it will be like in Haryana? First of all, let us talk about it.
See, we are very confident that like in Chhattisgarh elections 2023, you saw the exit polls showing the Congress party winning, and when the results had come, it was a Bharatiya Janata Party government and not a Bhupesh Baghel government. We've given the longest serving government in Haryana. We are very confident that for the 3rd consecutive time, a BJP-led government, in fact, the BJP government will repeat in Haryana. On Jammu and Kashmir, I am very, very confident that without the representation of Jammu, there will be no government, and it will be a BJP-led government which will be pro-development, pro-India.
But exit polls are suggesting something else, and I was on live with my colleague who was present in Congress office. There was a lot of celebration happening over there.
See, exit polls come right, they can go right, they can go wrong. It is at the end of the day a scientific exercise. What we are collecting from the ground, in particular in Jammu and Kashmir, is that the BJP will emerge as a single largest party, and it will be a single largest party with a significant distance. We believe that the exit polls are overestimating the National Conference and the other parties. I repeat again that Kashmir Valley is seeing a churn. If you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP was the single largest party by vote share and with seat share. Both Mr. Abdullah and Mufti lost their election. So the sentiment in the valley has changed, and it will be a BJP-led coalition. We will invite everybody who has the Tiranga in their hand and the Constitution of India in their hand, who do not believe in the agenda of Pakistan and believe in the abrogation of Article 317 letter and spirit, as the members of the alliance.
Do you think something has gone wrong in both the states?
Absolutely not. In Haryana, which was considered as the state of Ayaram Gayaram, we've given the longest serving government in Haryana, 9 years, 11 months, and we are confident to repeat for the third time. Jammu and Kashmir has seen a historic win for democracy. Parts like Shopian, parts like Sopore, where there used to be a call out for blackout and shutdown, have witnessed historic voting percentage. Whenever the voting percentage is high, the BJP benefits. The people want development, people do not want separatism.
So this was Pradeep Bhandari. He was saying that it will be the BJP along with allied parties who will be forming the government in both the states. Nivriti moved
straight to Kashmir where Mehraj is there. Mehraj, our correspondent. मेहराज ये बताइए कि जो एनसी कांग्रेस है वो इस वक्त अर्ली लीड्स पे 45 पे है, आपको लगता है कि ये खिसक के 50 जा सकती है, आगे बढ़ सकती है, यहाँ रुक जाएगी? मेहराज,
बिल्कुल बता दें आपको कि राजनीति में जो है अंदाज़ा लगाना सही नहीं रहता है, लेकिन ये चीज़ है कि अभी तक जो है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस यानी नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और एनसी कांग्रेस जो एनसी कांग्रेस गठबंधन है, जो मेंबर्स हैं, कहीं ना कहीं अभी बहुमत जो है कभी बाकी बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों में जो है उनको मिलती नज़र आ रही है। अगर हम नौशहरा की बात करें तो रविंद्र रैना से भी जो है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के प्रत्याशी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। वहीं पे अगर हम बीरवा बड़गाम में उमर अब्दुल्ला को देखें तो वो बिल्कुल जो है अभी लीड कर रहे हैं। हालांकि इल्तिजा जो है पीडीपी की जो प्रत्याशी बिजबिहारा सीट से थी, महबूबा मुफ्ती की बेटी जो है वो अभी ट्रेल हो रही है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये है कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस के उम्मीदवार जो है बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों से अभी लीड लिए हुए हैं। जी,
बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों से लीड लिए हुए हैं। आप बताइए कि पीडीपी की इतनी हालत खस्ता क्यों है?
बिल्कुल बता दें आपको 2019 के बाद से ये देखा गया कि कहीं ना कहीं जो पार्टी कैडर था पीडीपी का वो बिखरता हुआ नजर आया। बहुत सारे नेता जो थे वो पार्टी से निकल गए। हालांकि अगर हम एक शिक्षा मंत्री जो अल्ताफ बुखारी थे वो उन्होंने अपनी पार्टी जो है नाम से जो है एक पार्टी बताई, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो बड़े नेता थे वो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वहाँ से निकल गए। तो उसके बाद जो साख्त थी वो काफ़ी कमज़ोर हुई। और जब ये चुनाव जो शुरू हुए तो इसमें जो नॉमिनेशंस था, नॉमिनेशंस को लेकर भी काफ़ी पार्टी के बीच में है वाद विवाद होता हुआ नजर आया और उसके बाद भी काफ़ी सदस्य जो थे वो पार्टी से निकल गए। तो कहीं ना कहीं पीडीपी की कहा जा सकता है कि रणनीति जो इन चुनावों को लेकर थी वो उस तरीके से स्पष्ट नहीं थी कि जो वो उनका पार्टी कैडर था वो मजबूत हुआ, बल्कि वो मजबूत होने के बजाय कमज़ोर हुआ। इल्तिजा के चुनाव लड़ने पे भी सवाल किए गए क्योंकि वहाँ से जो प्रत्याशी रहमान वीरी थे उनकी जो है कि सीट बदल दी गई, यानी उनको फिर जो है वहाँ से हटाकर वहाँ पे इल्तिजा को खड़ा किया गया। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये पार्टी के भीतर जो है पीडीपी के एक मतभेद खड़ा हुआ, उसके बाद से पार्टी बिखरने लगी। और अगर हम देखें काफ़ी नेता जो थे वो पार्टी को इस हाल में भी छोड़कर चले गए, जिससे जो है चुनाव पर असर हुआ। और अभी भी कहा जा सकता है कि कुछ क्षेत्रों में पीडीपी की पकड़ है, लेकिन उस हिसाब से कि वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सरकार बनाने का आंकड़ा जो है लाएगी, ऐसा कहना बिल्कुल भी पॉसिबल नहीं होगा या सही नहीं होगा। जी,
दो सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं आपसे। पहला, 90 में सिर्फ 78 सीट का रिजल्ट हमें शो कर रहा है, अर्ली लीड्स। तो बाकी जो 12 है जिसका रिजल्ट बिल्कुल अभी नहीं आया है, क्या उसका भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन उसी तरह होगा जैसे कि 78 सीट का, यानी कि 45 कांग्रेस एनसी जीत रहा है 78 में? तो इसका मतलब है कि उस 12 में भी क्या ज्यादातर इधर ही आएगा? पहला सवाल। और दूसरा सवाल, ये जो अदर्स है, अभी 6 सीट्स आ रहे हैं अदर्स के नाम से, ये क्या बेसिकली अपनी पार्टी है या बाकी इंडिपेंडेंट्स हैं?
बिल्कुल बता दें, इस चुनाव में इंडिपेंडेंट्स की काफ़ी जो है संख्या देखी गई थी। अगर हम कहें तो 40-45% जो उम्मीदवार हैं वो इंडिपेंडेंट की हैसियत से लड़ रहे हैं। हालांकि जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और बाकी सब दल जो है वो ये आरोप लगाते हुए नज़र आ रहे थे कि ये जो इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स हैं वोट काटने के लिए बीजेपी के द्वारा जो है या प्रॉक्सीज बना के जो है चुनावी रण में जो है बिछाए गए हैं। लेकिन कुल मिलाकर अभी यहाँ पे अगर हम देखें तो ये आने वाले समय में जो इंडिपेंडेंट्स हैं, हालांकि जीतने की संभावना है वो बहुत कम है इनकी, लेकिन कुछ क्षेत्रों में इनका एक दबदबा है और निसंदेह वोट काटने में भी जो है ये सफल रहे हैं। और कहा जा सकता है कि आने वाले समय में इनकी भूमिका काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण बनेगी। लेकिन जो है कि सरकार बनाने में इनकी भूमिका किस तरीके की रहेगी वो कहना पॉसिबल नहीं होगा या सही नहीं होगा कि ये सरकार बनाने में कोई सपोर्ट जो है हासिल करेंगे। लेकिन क्योंकि इनकी जो साख्त है वो एक बेल्ट में है। इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट एक क्षेत्रीय तरीके से जो है मैदान में खड़े होते हैं। एक क्षेत्र में अगर इनका जो है एक दबदबा रहता है तो दूसरे क्षेत्र में इनकी काफ़ी कमजोरी रहती है, तो उस हिसाब से ये केवल उस क्षेत्र में वोट काटने के लिए सक्षम होते हैं। लेकिन सरकार बनाने में इनका क्या रोल रहेगा, क्या ये उस हिसाब से वोट हासिल कर पाएंगे, ये कहना सही नहीं होगा। हाँ, अगर हम पार्टियों के हिसाब से बात करें तो जम्मू कश्मीर में जो चुनाव है वो विशेषकर जो वोटिंग होती है वो विशेषकर यहाँ पे अभी देखा गया है कि वो पार्टी के हिसाब से ही हुई है। अगर हम नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस की बात करें तो निस्संदेह नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस जो है काफ़ी मजबूत तरीके से अभी उभर रही है और निस्संदेह कुछ घंटों के बाद ये स्पष्ट होगा। और अगर हम पीडीपी और बाकी अन्य दलों की बात करें तो कुछ क्षेत्रों में उनका जो है दबदबा है, लेकिन कहा जा सकता है कि वो सरकार बनाने के आंकड़े को छू नहीं सकती है। निस्संदेह उनका सपोर्ट हो अगर जो है वो शायद आने वाले सरकार के लिए काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण होगा।
ये जो 12 सीट जिसका अभी तक मतलब रिजल्ट्स बिल्कुल नहीं आया है, ये क्या जम्मू से हैं या कश्मीर वैली से हैं ये 12 सीट?
बिल्कुल, जैसा इन 12 सीट्स का कहना है, अभी एसीआई का इन पे जो है स्पष्ट नहीं कहा क्योंकि ये अभी बैलेट्स खोले जा रहे हैं। और कश्मीर में ऐसे भी सीमावर्ती ज़िले हैं जिनमें कहा जा सकता है कि काफ़ी समय के बाद जो है ये प्रोसेस शुरू होते हैं। लेकिन कहा जा सकता है कि अभी इन 12 के बारे में स्पष्ट नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन इनका रिजल्ट पे भी असर होगा, वो देखना दिलचस्प होगा। जी
ओके ओके, thank you so much Mehraj for joining me. I'm also joined by my colleague Aditya Raj Kaul. But before I put questions to Aditya, let me take you through some of the breaking news that is coming in. And the breaking news that I'm going to share with you is the seats in which the Congress is doing well, the seats in which Bharatiya Janata Party is not doing well. For example, Rao Inderjeet Singh's daughter is leading in Haryana. भाजपा अध्यक्ष रविंद्र रैना पीछे, एनसी उम्मीदवार सुरेंद्र चौधरी आगे. So all people, big leaders are trailing in this election. Lot of upsets in this election. Even the Speaker of the Haryana Assembly is not doing well. He's trailing. And किश्तवाड़ से बीजेपी की प्रत्याशी शगुन परिहार and नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के प्रत्याशी सज्जाद अहमद पीछे. आदित्य, are you surprised by these results which are coming in from Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, not entirely, Kartikeya. Some of these results mostly are on expected lines. One, we are very clear that National Conference will be emerging as the single largest party. That's absolutely clear. Secondly, relatively, BJP is going to perform well. The current trends are showing maybe 20 to 25 seats that they could win in Jammu. We'll have to wait and watch how things unfold. But Iltija Mufti trailing from, Bij Behara, or Ravindra Rana trailing from, Naushera is also on expected lines, because if you spoke to local experts or even journalists who reported from there, they clearly indicated that Ravindra Rana wasn't really comfortable from the Naushera seat and initially had requested his party headquarters to shift his seat to a relatively safe seat. So as of now, we are expecting more trends to come in and unfold what exactly happens. But I've been very clear. The first of the biggest options for Jammu and Kashmir seems to be that National Conference along with the Congress, perhaps the PDP as well, could form a larger secular India alliance government in Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, the BJP would be bargaining hard, trying to see if they can secure more than 30 seats and then get some independence apart from Engineer Rashid, Sajad Lone, and of course the Jamaat-e-Islami elements, if they are at all ready to support it and form the government. Let's also remember that apart from these 90 seats, there are 5 nominated seats, Kartike, which are the bone of contention, and there's a huge debate happening around it. The Congress and the NC criticizing the Modi government and the LG's administration, saying that this is not appropriate and should not be done. But we will be expecting immediately after the results, the 5 nominated MLAs to be announced, including 2 Kashmiri Pandits, and that could be also critical to the government formation. As of now, the initial trends are showing that the BJP is ahead on 31 seats at least in Jammu and Kashmir, and 45 for both the Congress and the National Conference. We'll have to wait and watch because these are initial trends that are coming in. A lot of EVMs are yet to be opened to see what the final results really would be. But it's a very tightrope race really between both the BJP and the National Conference, NC being significant in Kashmir, BJP being very, very significant in the Jammu region. So it is the allies, it is the smaller parties, including also the Congress and the independents, that will certainly play a critical role, Kartike, when the final results come in. Could this end up in a hung assembly? Not really, if the National Conference and the Congress perform well. And, there are 2 things that we need to see. One, how or at all will Jamaat-e-Islami and Engineer Rashid dent National Conference, or will National Conference have a sweep completely in the Kashmir Valley? And the second fact, in Jammu region, could the BJP breach the 30 mark? That is the biggest 2 things that we need to see in these elections in the run-up in the next 2 hours.
Okay, stay with me. Our correspondent Kumar Vikrant has done a tic-tac with Pawan Khera.
में कांग्रेस बहुमत पाती हुई दिख रही है रुझानों में, तो जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुमत के करीब है। हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए कांग्रेस के पवन खेड़ा मौजूद हैं, वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, मीडिया को देखते हैं। पवन जी, क्या कहेंगे, लाडू चलेगा या जलेबी चलेगी हरियाणा में?
चलेंगे मोदी चूर चूर के लड्डू और जलेबी, फैक्ट्री में बनी हुई जलेबी मोदी जी को आज भिजवाएंगे।
सर, जम्मू कश्मीर को में थोड़ा सा लग रहा है कि बहुमत के करीब हैं आप लोग, लेकिन अभी आंकड़ा पार नहीं हुआ रुझानों में।
पूरी तरह से पार होगा। हम क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से, कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी से जम्मू कश्मीर में भी सरकार बनाएंगे।
सर, ये किसकी जीत है और किसकी हार है?
देखिए साहब, मोदी जी की सूरत जितनी बार अब दिखती है ना टीवी पर, लोग उतनी हमारी सीटें बढ़ा देते हैं, तो उनको श्रेय तो मैं दूंगा। और हमारी मेहनत, हमारा पॉजिटिव एजेंडा, हमारा नेतृत्व, हमारी मोहब्बत की दुकान, ये जीत उन सब की है।
राहुल गांधी ने लगातार आखिरी दिनों में काफ़ी हरियाणा में प्रचार किया, जम्मू कश्मीर भी गए। राहुल गांधी का रोल कैसे देखते हैं?
खड़गे साहब हों, राहुल जी हों, प्रियंका जी हों, लगातार हरियाणा में चुनाव प्रचार किया, और जो उनका संदेश था, उस संदेश का बड़ा सकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ा।
हरियाणा में कहा जा रहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस में कौन होगा, इसको लेकर कांग्रेस में बड़ी कशमकश है, आपस में बहुत झगड़ा है।
हमारे यहाँ तो प्रक्रिया बनी हुई है। आज 138 साल पुरानी पार्टी में कभी कशमकश होती है क्या? ये कशमकश ये नौसिखियों में होती है, जो ये कभी जनसंघ हो जाते हैं, कभी बीजेपी हो जाते हैं, कभी जनता पार्टी हो जाते हैं, उनको अपना नाम ही नहीं मालूम है।
आखिरी सवाल, जनता को क्या कहना चाहेंगे इन दोनों चुनाव के नतीजों को देखते हुए?
आज जो जलेबी खा रहे हैं, 5 साल जलेबी ही खिलाएंगे, बढ़िया खिलाएंगे, मुंह मीठा ही रहेगा और खुश रहेंगे।
Okay, so now let me go. I'm joined by my former colleague Vishal Dahiya. I'm also joined by Anshuman Sel, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Anshuman, your opening comments on the early results that are pouring in. Anshuman. Okay, I think there's a bit of a line issue. Vishal is there. Vishal, am I audible with you?
Yes, Kartikeya, I can hear
Vishal,
you.
so what explains the results in Haryana? Why has Congress done well?
Well, pretty much clear, looks like the BJP lost the plot from day one as far as Haryana is concerned. They embarked on a different kind of, political strategy in Haryana, and their strategy was pretty much simpler. The Jat, which is the dominant community in Haryana, was seemingly not happy with the BJP's policies with regards to their community, with regards to various issues in the state. And the BJP decided not to mollify the Jats in the state and rather, embark on a different social engineering, kind of strategy in Haryana, wherein they said that we'll go with the non-Jat communities because they thought that since Jats are almost just around less than 30% in terms of their vote heft in the state, let's try and play the OBC card, the non-Jat card out there. And that is why we saw, despite the fact that BJP realizing after 9.5 years in power that they're likely to have a tough road ahead in terms of winning the state for the third consecutive term, and they sort of replaced the chief minister just less than 3 months before the elections. They brought in an OBC face, and the OBC face whom they brought in, that is Naib Singh Saini, was not a well-known face. Of course, BJP is known to go ahead and do that. When Manohar Lal Khattar became chief minister in 2014, he was also not a well-known face in the state. But in 10 years in power, in 9.5 years in power, the BJP had several other leaders who had, developed their sort of connections or their heft in various regions of the state, and they were hoping that they'll get a shot at the power. One, that didn't happen. Two, the dominant Jat community seemingly the votes have not been split this time around. In 2019 elections, the Jat community votes were split wide open. The Congress party got a majority of them.
Wait a minute, Vishal. The Election Commission data is showing a different picture. The Election Commission data is showing that the BJP is ahead in 25 seats, Congress is ahead in 23 seats in Haryana. Indian National Lokdal is, IND is getting 1 and INLD is 1. And in Jammu and Kashmir, the data of the Election Commission is showing National Conference 36 seats, BJP 22 seats, Indian National Conference 7 seats, IND 4 seats and JK PDP 3 seats. So that's the data of the Election Commission. Let me go across to the Congress spokesman. Anshuman, am I audible to you? Anshuman?
Yeah, you are audible to me. Can you hear me?
Okay. Anshuman, the data...
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Anshuman, the data of the Election Commission website is saying BJP is ahead in 25 seats in Haryana and Congress in 23. Anshuman?
Yeah. So while you were talking to your other guests, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I'm saying that while you were talking to your other guests, I was just checking the Election Commission data and I could find out that BJP candidates, maximum BJP candidates are leading by 100, 120, 150, 170 votes, just like that. Below 500, 8 candidates are leading on Election Commission website. And other than that, I could see that below 1000 was 7 other candidates. So this data will not stand out after second round only. This is very initial first round lead for the BJP in few assembly seats. I don't think that BJP will cross 15 mark in Haryana as far as Haryana is concerned, and as far as Jammu Kashmir is concerned, I don't think that they will be crossing 25 mark. Right now in Jammu Kashmir also they are leading on several seats which they will not end up winning. They are leading by 270 votes. One seat Bisnaha, they are leading by 400 votes. So this is what is happening on Election Commission data. Now let's come to what has happened in these elections. This is a total rejection of the leadership of Mr. Modi, and as I could see in Haryana, I think that Congress is moving towards 65-70 seats. I remember in a rally where Rahul Gandhi, LOP Rahul Gandhi asked Chaudhry Bhupinder Hooda that Hooda ji kitne seats aa rahe hain? Then Hooda ji said ki 60 ke aaspaas. Then Rahul ji said that I want 70. So I think that Haryana has accepted Rahul ji's demand, and I think that Congress will end up around 70 seats from what I could gather from the Election Commission data, because there are several seats where even we were thinking that BJP might win, but they are just leading by 100-150 votes in the first round. So yeah, that is the thing. And as far as Jammu Kashmir is concerned, 10 years of misrule by the LG. Before that, alliance government, unnatural alliance between BJP and the PDP, which was absolutely rejected by the people. You can see that I don't think BJP will be crossing 25 even after all the delimitation practices and all that. And you can see that how brazenly they are trying to steal the mandate in Jammu Kashmir by LG nominating 5 of the BJP members, all BJP members, BJP office bearers as the MLAs in the assembly. So even after doing all that, I don't think that BJP can be at a very good space in Jammu Kashmir, and Congress National Conference will form the government, India Alliance will form the government in Jammu Kashmir as well as Haryana.
Okay, you stay with me. There are two things which are simultaneously happening, and I must put this out to my viewers. BJP seems to be closing the gap in Haryana. That is one thing. Congress from 62 has come down to 53. BJP from 20s has climbed up to 32, which means that it is closing the gap. Please understand that the 45 is the halfway mark. 45. In Jammu and Kashmir, one significant development is taking place, which Ajit pointed out. Congress is stuck at 45, but the BJP has again climbed, and it's at 31 seats. It's a 95 seat house. Others have gone up to 11. So if you add 45 with 31, it makes it 76. In this 76, if you add 3, it becomes 79. In that 79, if you add 11, it becomes 90. So now it's a complete house. It's a complete house. This is the total tally of the 90 seats which we are getting. Earlier we were getting only tally of the 78 seats. So the tally in Jammu and Kashmir has become complete. 45, 31, 3. So if we add 31 with 11, it becomes 42. And 42 plus 3 becomes 45. 45, 45 and then another 5. So I am not saying that this is the way of the permutation and combination, but it tells you, it opens the way for a permutation and combination. Let me straight away go to the pit. My colleague Neha Bhans joins me. Neha, what's the big picture? And what are the, are we missing any are we missing any details? The layout of the Kashmir election, Neha.
Hi Kartikeya, very good morning to you and to all the guests over there. You know, I want to tell you something, that it's too early for us to still jump the gun. So we'll hold back and, we'll wait for the results to kind of settle in. So, but, let me tell you, the two pickups for me from this election so far, actually 3, if I may have to speak about, are, the fact that Omar Abdullah is leading from both of his constituencies. Iltija Mufti, in fact, is trailing from her constituency, and Ravinder Rana, of course, the BJP state chief, is also trailing from Nowshera. Now, I want to tell you something, first I want to tell you that, I have prepared my list, it's better to be safe than sorry. So, I'm just going to tell you something about Nowshera here. I was listening to Aditya Rajkol, he said that it was widely expected that Ravinder Rana may trail, but on the contrary, to the people I have spoken on ground in Nowshera, and in 2014, Kartikeya, he had actually won from the constituency, and the undercurrent was that he will win from the constituency again. Now, if you have to speak about who exactly is leading from the constituency, it's NC's Surendra Kumar Chaudhary and, versus PDP's Haq Nawaz. So these are the two candidates from there. But of course, the focus will remain on Bijbehara, Badgam and Ganderbal as well. So let me now talk about Bijbehara. Kartikeya, here the fact is that, like Mr. Jha also pointed out a little while back, that the, Bijbehara constituency has been PDP's stronghold. It's kind of a family bastion. Mr. Mufti Mohammad Syed has contested from the seat, and he has successfully contested from the contested elections from the constituency. We had Mehbooba Mufti also, who.
Let's come back. Let's come back to this EC thing. This EC data shows BJP ahead in Haryana. How is this happening, Ajit? How is this happening? Is it because of compilation? Is it because of compilation? How is this happening?
I am told, and I think Brijesh will know better in this case, but I am told that each round of election that takes place, the EC gets a clearance and then comes with the data. Now, that means basically the EC must be struck in either the first or the second round, whereas the data that we are getting from our own sources are obviously is covering more rounds, and plus the modern method of looking at elections is the moment you see a trend emerging, you kind of jump ahead and you put the similar trend, because after all, counting is also based on random sampling. So if the early trend is not changing, from the early trend, if you project, you end up getting a sharper picture. So I think EC doesn't do that. Therefore, I would say the EC's trend is rather dated in terms of the actual numbers. But the interesting question that you raised on the entire change in the early trends from Jammu and Kashmir, the PDP, even though they have only won 3 seats, but suddenly the PDP looks like a pivotal player, because if at one time Congress wanted the PDP to be part of the NC Congress alliance, right? If they only have 45 seats, which is the halfway mark, they need 3 more to consolidate that majority. We were under the impression that the NC Congress would do better. Now again, these are early trends, but the PDP with its 3 seats is emerging as an pivotal player. Our reporter told us when we were talking to him that the independents, in this case almost 11, majority of them, he argued, have been put in by the BJP. So in that case, I think the NC Congress needs the PDP. Omar Abdullah in an interview saying, oh well, you know, the PDP didn't approach us, we don't need them. He might have to eat his own statement. He'll probably need the PDP to form the India Alliance government if the early trends are correct.
Aditya, your view on this?
Well, of course, National Conference would require more numbers because these are initial trends, let's remember. Congress is ahead on just about 7 seats right now. The initial projections in the exit polls was that the Congress will get more than 12 seats. The National Conference, as expected, is doing well as of now. But as the reporter pointed out, and as Mr. Ajit also pointed out, that yes, most of the independents are likely to support the BJP. This includes, of course, elements from the Jamaat-e-Islami. This includes some, rebels in Jammu as well. There are quite a few, 2 to 3 independents who are trending right now in Jammu as well. Apart from that, let's also remember that there's 1 seat of Ghulam Nabi Azad and 1 seat of Apni Party that is also, winning right now. At least the trends show that. And there are 3 seats of Sajad Lone that is showing a trend right now. So as of now, if I give you the picture, National Conference is still comfortable to win this election with the support of Congress and PDP, but the numbers could change. As I said, many EVMs are yet to be opened, and perhaps a clearer picture we'll get in the next 1 hour.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि जो हरियाणा की जलेबी है ठंडी हो रही है, Brijesh.
See, Kartikeya, that's the reason why we don't punt big on the early leads and all. Yes, one thing is very clear, that as the rounds are progressing, the BJP kind of seems to be, bridging the gap from earlier, which was, the Congress went up to 67 and the BJP was at 21 at one point of time. I think from there, the BJP is showing some sort of resting back the space. But I think it's still too early. I think we'll have to wait for another half an hour, 45 minutes before we can start saying with authority as to exactly which party stands where, but there's finally some moment, on our screen as far as the Jammu Kashmir thing is concerned. I think the Congress Plus has now gone from 45 to 46 and others have gone from 11, down from 11 to 10. So that one is there, but yes, Haryana, the BJP seems to be, inching back and bridging the gap, but the difference is still decent. Now, as I was talking, the number has increased from 33 to 35 and Congress has gone down from 52 to 50. So it is interesting, or rather, in the middle of this, now the BJP is 36 and Congress is 49, 37, 48. So it looks like that, once the EVMs are being counted, the BJP is kind of, inching back and the numbers are coming down as far as the Congress party is concerned. Which is very, very interesting given the fact that it is happening for the first time.
Let us play the bite of, see, these are the numbers, 46-39, that's what I'm saying. 46-39, Congress is 45, BJP is 40, Congress is 45. So the numbers have closed in, and in Jammu and Kashmir they have gone the other way. It's just the numbers are flipping, 41-44, and in JNK it's a half past mark. I don't know how this data.
Look at Haryana. Now the BJP is ahead.
BJP is ahead, and the Congress is 42, and Congress is 53 in Jammu and Kashmir, and BJP is 25. let's play out the bite of Anil Vij first.
जैसे जैसे गिनती आगे बढ़ती जा रही है, उछल कूद भी कम होती जा रही है। तो देखते हैं क्या होता है। जनता का फैसला है, जनता का फैसला मुझे तो लगता है ठीक आएगा। देखो ऐसा है, पहलवानों की नाराजगी वगैरह किसी एक अद्धे हल्के पर उसका असर हो सकता है, सारे हरियाणा में उसका असर नहीं है। कांग्रेस तो हर चीज़ को बुलाने की कोशिश करती है। कांग्रेस करती है नफरत की राजनीति, तो वो मोहब्बत की दुकान से नफरत का सामान बेचती है। कांग्रेस मोहब्बत की दुकान से नफरत का सामान बेचती है, इसलिए वो इस प्रकार के करते हैं। ठीक है, नाराजगी होगी, किसी की होगी, और उसका कहीं ना कहीं एक दो हल्के पर फर्क भी होगा, पर उससे सारे चुनाव में फर्क पड़ गया, ऐसा मैं नहीं मानता।
हमारा तो लगातार ये व्यू रहा है कि जो हमारी ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग है पोलिंग के बाद में, हरियाणा तो काफी 6 महीने पहले से पता था कि इट विल बी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री फॉर कांग्रेस, क्योंकि वहां बहुत ही नाक़िस सरकार भाजपा ने चलाई दिल्ली से हरियाणा तक। और जम्मू कश्मीर में भी वही हाल है। यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर में इस 10 साल के पीरियड में जब डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट स्टेट में और सेंटर में भाजपा ही थी, और देखा जाए तो उस भाजपा रूल के खिलाफ जबरदस्त एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, नाराजगी थी, और उसी खातिर हमने एक वायबल अलायंस तैयार किया था। और आज जिस तरह से भी शुरुआती ट्रेंड है, मुझे लगता है कि जो हम लगातार कहते रहे कि अलायंस अपने आप मैजिक फिगर जो है उसको क्रॉस करके 50 क्रॉस करेगा, ये हमारा मानना है। और बाकी जो भाजपा के दावे थे कि हम 50 पार करेंगे, आज वो सिचुएशन जम्मू कश्मीर में नहीं थी। आज जो भी सवाल था वो भाजपा के खिलाफ ही था। वो नौजवानों का सवाल था, वो महिलाओं का सवाल था, वो व्यापारियों का था, वो किसानों का था, वो सारे सवाल उन्हीं के खिलाफ थे। तो इसलिए उनके दावे और ये स्लोगन मारना अलग चीज है, मगर हम मान के चल रहे हैं कि अलायंस सबसे बड़ी पार्टी उभर के आएगी जम्मू कश्मीर में, और फिर उसके बाद शाम तक पता चलेगा कि क्या रुझान है।
डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला कह रहे हैं कि जितनी भी लोकल पार्टीज हैं उनके साथ मिलकर हम सरकार बनाएंगे और बीजेपी को दूर रखेंगे।
ये तो पहले से भी हमारा व्यू था, उसीलिए तो अलायंस, और हमने अलायंस के टाइम पर बड़ी अपील करी थी कि जो भी भाजपा के पॉलिसीज के खिलाफ लड़ना चाहते हैं, अपने लोगों के खातिर इंसाफ के लिए लड़ना चाहते हैं, वो आए और इकट्ठे एक प्लेटफार्म पर हम उनकी पॉलिसीज को शिकस्त दें। अब कुछ लोग उस वक्त एग्री कर गए, कुछ लोग नहीं किए। मेरे ख्याल से अब रिजल्ट्स के बाद एक दूसरा मौका है सबके लिए कि जो समझते हैं कि हम लोगों के लिए, लोगों के काज के लिए फाइट करते हैं, उन्हीं के लिए सियासत करते हैं, तो लोगों का पहला कंसर्न है कि हमारे साथ जो नाइंसाफिया भाजपा सरकार ने कि उसको इंसाफ में बदलना। हमें स्टेट वापस चाहिए, हमें जमीनों के हक वापस चाहिए, हमें रोजगार वापस चाहिए, हमें महंगाई से निजात चाहिए, हमें बेरोजगारी से निजात चाहिए। तो इन चीजों के लिए लड़ने के लिए एक बड़ा और कॉमन प्लेटफार्म चाहे पहले नहीं बना, अब भी पॉसिबिलिटी है। मैं फारूक साहब की इस बात को तायद करता हूं, और सब सीनियर लीडरों को जम्मू कश्मीर के हित के लिए इस वक्त राजनीति करनी चाहिए, न कि कोई व्यक्तिगत ओहदे के लिए या पोस्ट के लिए या कोई कुर्सी के लिए।
We have BJP leader Zafar Islam with us. Let us talk to him about the trends. Sir, trends don't speak really good of BJP as of now.
Well, these are initial trends, whether it's Jammu Kashmir or in Haryana, because after postal ballots, of counting of postal ballots, the first round of ballot paper is being counted at the moment. So one will have to wait at least 7-8 rounds of counting is done. Then you will be able to assess where we stand. As of now, we are confident that these are all initial indications. Once we have a 6-7 round of counting, perhaps the situation will reverse and Bharatiya Janata Party will be in a position to form the government both in Jammu and Kashmir as well as in Haryana.
But a lead in more than 55 seats in more than 50 seats in Haryana is something like it's big.
Of course it is big as of now, but ECI has not indicated any number as of yet. And if you go to ECI page, you will realize that Bharatiya Janata Party is in contention along with others. So it is very early to make this kind of a speculation unless the results are in place. At least the counting of 7-8 rounds of counting is in place. Right now, first round of counting is being conducted. So one will have to wait. We will wait. and restrained from making any comments till the counting of at least 7-8 round is over.
You remember, sir, last time when Lok Sabha elections were going on, results were coming in and the trends were coming in the first half, there were celebrations in BJP office. Now the same thing is happening in Congress office. Celebrations are going on and exit polls also suggest that they are winning. Earlier in Lok Sabha elections, exit polls suggested that BJP was winning.
And it is for them to decide whether to celebrate early, whether to wait for the election results to be over and then celebrate. We as a party always celebrate once we have registered victory. So Karyakartas are all over here in the party headquarters, but the result, once the result is in place, perhaps the celebration will also be there. I will not comment about what Congress party and why they are celebrating now, but there will be disappointment and it will be very gloomy picture in Congress office. Once you see the results are out in the evening, you will see that there will be gloomy picture and they will be disappointed.
देखिए कांग्रेस मुख्यालय के बाहर शंख, ढोल, ताशे और ये जलेबी आ गई। देखिए जलेबी आ गई, ये इमरती जलेबी। कांग्रेस के लोग कह रहे हैं कि लाडू भी चालेगा तो जलेबी भी चालेगी। जलेबी की सियासत हरियाणा में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रही। राहुल गांधी ने जलेबी का जिक्र किया, जलेबी की फैक्ट्री का जिक्र किया, जिसके बाद नायब सिंह सैनी ने तंज कसा तो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने जलेबी मंगवाई है। और अब मातूराम हलवाई, देखिए वही मातूराम हलवाई जिसकी जलेबी राहुल गांधी खरीद कर लाए थे अपनी बहन प्रियंका के लिए, वही मातूराम हलवाई की जलेबी यहाँ पर है। आप देख सकते हैं इमरती भी यहाँ पर है, शंख है, ये है, ढोल है और कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता है। बहुमत का आंकड़ा पाती हुई दिखाई पड़ रही है हरियाणा में कांग्रेस, और जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुमत के आंकड़े के करीब है। क्या कहेंगे?
मैं समझता हूँ मोहब्बत की दुकान में पूरा हरियाणा बैठ गया है, जम्मू कश्मीर बैठ जा, पूरा भारत बैठा। राहुल गांधी को जनता पसंद करी है, सच बोल रहे हैं, सच का झंडा ले रहे हैं, जनता की बात कर रहे हैं, किसान महिला मजदूर सबको साथ लेकर चल रहे हैं।
लाडू चालेगा, जलेबी चालेगी,
जलेबी चालेगी,
चल रही है
पूरी बहुमत से चल रही है।
जी जलेबी इसलिए बांट रहे हैं क्योंकि मिठास खोलनी है हमें, और मोदी जी को समझना चाहिए। राहुल जी ने कहा था जलेबी की फैक्ट्री खोल देंगे, मतलब मोहब्बत की दुकान खोल देंगे, लोगों के मन में मिठास घोल देंगे, और वो घुल चुका है। और पूरा खुशनुमा माहौल इस वक्त एसीसी कार्यालय के बाहर है। हरियाणा से, देश भर से लोग आ रहे हैं, खुशी मना रहे हैं।
इन बेटियों को मिलेगा क्योंकि इनके साथ अन्याय हुआ है। इस हिंदुस्तान में एक पहला अन्याय इन बेटियों के साथ हुआ।
क्या कहेंगे? राज आ रहा हरियाणा में, ऐसा दिखाई पड़ रहा है रुझानों में।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जन विरोधी नीतियों के खिलाफ जनता ने जनादेश दे दिया है।
ये देखिए आप, यहाँ ढोल भी बज रहे हैं और तमाम लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं।
राहुल गांधी, राहुल गांधी, कांग्रेस पार्टी, कांग्रेस पार्टी, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा, कांग्रेस पार्टी, कांग्रेस पार्टी, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा।
और देखिए भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा इस वक्त निकल चुके हैं। थोड़ी देर में ये काउंटिंग सेंटर जाने वाले हैं, लेकिन पहली तस्वीर है ये पहली तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जब वो यहाँ से निकल रहे हैं। और सबको इंतजार था भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के बाहर आने का। रुझान कांग्रेस के पक्ष में जा रहे हैं, रुझान कांग्रेस के पक्ष में जा रहे हैं।
मैं काउंटिंग सेंटर पे जा रहा हूँ, वहाँ से जन्नत में आऊंगा, वहाँ जाइए।
कुछ तो बोलिए आप, जो रुझान आ रहे हैं, कुछ तो कहिए।
सरकार बनाने जा रही है,
सरकार बना रही है, मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सर। जो पहली प्रतिक्रिया थी वो यही कह रहे थे कि कांग्रेस जो है जीत रही है, जो रुझान आया कांग्रेस जीत रही है। उन्होंने पहला रिएक्शन यही दिया टीवी 9 से बातचीत करते हुए।
Okay, now there's a flip that has taken place, and the flip is that the contest has become extremely close in Haryana, and the contest is not at all close in Jammu and Kashmir. The Congress NC alliance is 49, they have a simple majority, and BJP from 31 has gone down to 24. So with the 49 seats, both NC and Congress in 95, there 48 is required for simple majority. So the National Conference and the Congress has a simple majority, and Bharatiya Janata Party seems to be inching towards majority. Mr. Pabi, what are we witnessing on our screen in Haryana? Let me come to Haryana, then I'll go to Kashmir. Aditya, you wait with me. Mr. Pabi, Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, Karthik. So I was saying that, so far it looks like a one-day cricket match, or maybe 2020, because there is going to be, both sides are going up and down. So it, although still very, very early trend, I think only its first or second round of counting would have been done by now, and situation will get much clearer maybe in an hour or so. But right now, certainly, it's some of the the EC figures are
इतना
totally.
तो मानना होगा मिस्टर पवी, चुनाव मजेदार हो गया है. बातचीत के लिए हर घंटे नए आंकड़े मिल रहे हैं. We don't have to chew on the old data. So every hour you have a new data. Every hour you have something new to say, rather than getting stuck with the old data stuck on the screen. So I think it's much better. It's and again I would say JGP 2 वो नहीं बदला है.
Yeah, JGP hasn't changed.
JGP hasn't changed. The
and
gig
the
has
Congress
changed.
Congress plus fortune in Jammu Kashmir hasn't changed.
So Mr.
It's gone the upward swing.
I'll come to
as the more
JNK.
data
So
came.
what's happening in Haryana? You are saying it's just because of the early. These are early leads.
You see, I think broadly the thing is clear that it is a bipolar contest. There is no doubt about it now. KJP and AAM and other parties are nowhere in the scene. So that is one thing that is very clear. But the figures, of course, are fluctuating, and it is a little surprising also, because going from a sweep to a very close contest, and some of the figures showing actually Congress getting lower numbers than BJP. So it's, I think, nobody can call at this stage anything, and it has to be, we'll have to wait for an hour or so to get a more clearer picture.
Okay. Vishal Dhaiya, your assessment? Okay.
Karthikeya, let me break down the data, the Election Commission numbers here for you as well, and for the audience. You're talking about how the Election Commission data is showing something else, the trends are showing something else. I was looking at the Election Commission data. There are a few things which are pretty much clear. As far as the Election Commission data is concerned, it's around 38, 36 as of now for Congress and BJP, 1 for BSP, 2 for Independents, 1 for INLD. Now, the interesting part is that most of this data is based on either second round of counting on some of the seats where it has been over, or the first round of counting has been over. In Haryana, out of 90 seats, the least number of round of voting counting which has to happen is 14 rounds, and the maximum round of counting of votes for any assembly segment is 21 rounds. So we're too far away as far as Election Commission data is concerned. But another interesting aspect here is that out of 36 seats where Congress is leading, 12 are the seats where they're leading by less than 1,000 votes, somewhere around the range of 500 to 700 votes. Similar, comparison, if you do it for the BJP, out of 38 seats, as per the Election Commission data, where they are leading, there are around 18 seats where they are leading by less than 1,000 votes. So this sort of gives us an idea as to what is happening in the counting centers, what is happening with the Election Commission data. And once we move ahead, perhaps by round 5 or 6, but we might be able to say that, okay, fine, this situation is sort of crystallizing right now. A final picture is emerging. Right now, we won't be able to say whether a final picture is emerging, be it Congress leading right now, or be it BJP leading right now, as far as Haryana is concerned.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Pabi, I'll come to you. Let me go across to Aditya Rajkala. Aditya, I have opened up the map. In this map of Election Commission, one thing is very clear, that the entire BJP is limited to Arispura sector, Samba, Jammu. Other regions in Jammu, NC Congress is doing well, and in fact you will be surprised that other political parties are in fray. So BJP itself has not been able to sweep the entire Jammu area.
Well, absolutely. BJP has been trying to inch closer to 30 very desperately. But as of now, the trends really show that they are only ahead in about 23 to 24 seats. But the most interesting and startling fact about this entire election is the fact that Engineer Rashid has not been able to make the dent, Karthikeya. There was a lot of speculation on how Engineer Rashid will try to replicate his performance, what he did as a giant slayer in the Lok Sabha elections by defeating Umar Abdullah from Baramulla of North Kashmir. But this time around, it's clearly visible that of the close to 50 seats that the AIP of Engineer Rashid has contested, in Kashmir and some regions of Jammu, it is only trending in one seat, and that is the home seat of Engineer Rashid, Rafiabad in Baramulla. So it's clearly indicative of the fact that the balloon of Engineer Rashid has bursted completely. There hasn't been much success for Engineer Rashid because National Conference and other parties perhaps have been able to convey to the masses, at least in the Kashmir Valley, that Engineer Rashid perhaps was the B team of the BJP. Is that so? Perhaps the election results will speak for itself in the next couple of hours. But BJP certainly, as I said, was trying its best to inch closer to 30. If we see the data of the Lok Sabha elections, it was trending on 29 assembly constituencies. As of now, the initial data says that they're ahead in about 24 seats. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold. It's certainly not as promising as should have been for the BJP. I was told that the BJP was very confident initially, but in the later half, in the last few days, they haven't been as confident as earlier. The trends clearly indicating that it could be a safe journey for the Congress and the National Conference Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir. Will the numbers continue with the other EVMs now opening, other rounds of voting continuing? We'll have to wait and watch. But in case the numbers are close, then the independents and the smaller parties will play a pivotal role in forming the next government in Jammu and Kashmir.
Now, food for thought, I have opened up the map of Election Commission, and in this map of Election Commission, it is very clear that the Congress is not doing well in the Jatland. What we call Panipat, Sonipat, Ambala belt, BJP has regained the space. In fact, the areas adjoining the Rajasthan border, Bharatiya Janata Party is fighting back. In fact, where the Congress has done well is Hisar, Panchkula, the border of Punjab, which is Dalit dominated. But if you look at the heartland, Bharatiya Janata Party has made a comeback in that GT road sector. And the areas which we call the rural Haryana, BJP is in the bigger constituencies, BJP is maintaining a hold. In fact, one BSP MLA, the BSP candidate, Atar Lal, is also leading from one constituency. And we have Arjun Chautala from Rania, Atar Lal from Ateli, and it is from Ateli, I think, Rao Inderjit Singh's daughter has been fielded. So this is just showing a different map. It's showing a different map of Haryana. Ajit.
I think it's, very early trend. This is obviously the EC data. I think the EC data is still stuck around the second round of counting. And I think that is why we are seeing such a different picture emerging. The earlier we were relying on our own data, and see what they do. They catch the early trend, and then from the early trend, they do a projection because they assume that both the winners and the losers kind of fall in an arrangement called the random method. So what they do, if the early trend shows a certain method, they project it overall, and therefore we were getting a completely different trend. Right now, the EC only goes by the counting. So as we know, as our correspondent told us, they have barely completed the second round and they are going by that figure. So both the pictures are coming very different. I think before we analyze it, we should go, we should wait for the sort of total trend to emerge.
Ajit, can you just explain to us the flip that took place in Kashmir? That was a flip which completely changed the picture. Suddenly, from 45-31, it became 50-24, and it has stuck. So why this number flip is taking place?
One reason is the Congress. If you remember, the earlier numbers were 78 out of 90, right? So 12 constituencies were left out. When I asked that question to our correspondent, he said they are largely from the Kashmir Valley. So that means those 12 seats are also being now counted in the Kashmir Valley. Therefore, suddenly you see Congress NC numbers going up to 50 and half. BJP is below half of that. PDP still stuck at 3, others 13. Now, others, I think we should ask our correspondent again. What does the others mean? Apni party, how much? Independents,
we are also joined by Syed Nasir Hussain, a national spokesperson. member of Rajya Sabha. Thank you so much for joining me.
इसको ये सही करो जरा। हाँ हाँ जरा इसको।
I think there's a bit of a audio problem. I'll just go to the national spokesperson Syed Nasir Hussain. Brijesh, to you, are you surprised by this flip? Then we'll go to Nasir Hussain.
Which state are you talking about?
Haryana.
Well, absolutely. I think I never saw that, thought that, the BJP would be having advantage over Congress party. But, as Ajit has been saying, and, we have been covering we have covered so many elections. One thing is for sure that we'll have to wait for at least 4 more rounds or 5 more rounds before we can say for sure as to, whether the numbers have concretized or this marks a slightly definitive turn of events. But as we speak, numbers are changing. If you go by, the Election Commission data, what they are also pointing out is a very interesting data. Is that approximately 25 seats are where the number one and the difference between number one and number two is less than 1,000 votes. So those 25 seats can go awry in the next round or next round of counting. So the figures on your screen can change completely. I think in another half an hour, 45 minutes. But one thing is for sure that in the last 2 hours, the only thing which is very constant last 2 hours 15 minutes is that the lead of Congress plus, the lead of NC plus Congress in the state of Jammu Kashmir has only solidified. They were leading when the postal ballots were counting. They are leading and have increased the tally as far as, when the first and the second round of voting has taken place. So they have solidified. But yes, there has been a massive, upside swing as far as the state of Haryana is concerned.
Let me go across to Syed Nasir Hussain. Mr. Hussain, am I audible to you? Mr. Hussain, am I audible to you?
हेलो।
हाँ, मेरी आपको आवाज़ आ रही है?
Yes, yes, बोलिए।
हाँ, so my question to you is that
आपकी आवाज़ आ रही पर काफी
it's a close contest now, and the Congress is trailing in Haryana. There was a time when the Congress was leading, and the Congress is trailing in Haryana.
नहीं, ठीक है। We are now the election commission website show the 43 or 40 like this, but our opinion that Congress will be there the 65 minimum, or just the wait the 1 hour to 2 hour result will become. We are the safe in the Haryana.
They'll be same in Haryana. And what about what about the fact that you don't? I think there's a bit of a problem with the Congress spokesperson. There's a recoil once we are connected with him. Probably we'll try to go back.
Pabbi maybe.
Yes. Is Mr. Pabbi there?
Yes.
Mr. Pabbi.
Yes, please,
yeah, okay. Thank you. You're one of the most patient, I would say, guests in the studio. BSP candidate is leading in Ateli, where Rao Inderjit Singh daughter from BJP was fielded. Arjun Chautala is winning. I was going through the data set of seats from Election Commission. The GT Karnal Ambala road, where the Congress had swept, BJP seems to have put up a big fight there.
Yes, indeed, it's very, very surprising. In fact, it has come as a major surprise, or rather shock to me, to look at these kind of trends. But the fact is that, in certain areas on the GT road, in the past elections also, there have been a lot of changes that keep coming with every round of counting. So it is, I think, too early to say. But yes, again, that BS candidate getting ahead of the Chaudhary in her constituency, that is again not expected. I don't think anybody had expected that he might be getting that kind of votes. So I think we'll have to wait. There is no other choice. As I said, it is like a 2020 or a one-day match that's going on. Correct.
Suppose, let me be the devil's advocate, Mr. Pabbi. Suppose BJP rests Haryana. Why would that happen? And then the question will be, how has that happened?
I absolutely see no reason. Absolutely, because the only thing that one can point out is that the infighting that had been going on in the Congress, with Shailaja openly rebelling and not campaigning for the party in the state, and Surjewala, of course, was also there, but he wasn't very vocal. But this kind of division that was openly there, that after the election, in case the Congress becomes the majority party or it will win the election, there will be a leadership tussle. That could have been one of the reasons why people may have got out. But frankly, I must admit that it is not something that one anticipated.
Okay. Brijesh, you wanted to say something?
I'm just saying that the numbers which have come from the Election Commission right now paints a completely different picture. Now they're saying that, showing that the BJP is well past the halfway mark. I mean, BJP is past the halfway mark.
Election Commission says 46 to BJP and 33 to Congress.
47 to BJP right now, 36 to Congress party, 2 to JJP and 5 to others. So it's poised very interestingly, and as per the WhatsApp chat, but the WhatsApp messages being sent by our correspondent there, Vinesh Fogart is trailing by 1,035 votes. So it is also an extremely interesting situation which is developing right there in the state of Haryana, and that is the reason why Vinesh Fogart has said that she'll not talk and she'll speak only once the lead becomes unbeatable or she wins the particular seat. But if you go by the figure right now, it's poised very, very interestingly.
Okay.
48 to BJP, 35 to Congress.
Let me play out the bites of Anil Vij and Kumari Selja, and then I'll come back to a larger question. Is Hindutva vote of BJP alive and kicking in Haryana? Hindutva vote.
हरियाणा के पूर्व गृह और स्वास्थ्य मंत्री अनिल विज इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। विज साहब, आज जो शुरुआती रुझान आए हैं उस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखिए, सभी चैनलों पर, इलेक्शन कमीशन की साइट पर बीजेपी को आगे दिखाया जा रहा है। ये जो मेरे हाथ में रिजल्ट है, ये देखो, बीजेपी 46, कांग्रेस 38।
यानी आप इलेक्शन कमीशन के आंकड़े को मान रहे हैं कि वही सटीक आंकड़ा, रियल टाइम आंकड़ा?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। वो पहले तो बाहर वैसे ही शोर मचते रहते हैं, वहाँ पे लोग बताते रहते हैं, वही लिखा जाता है।
कांग्रेस तो जलेबियां बांट रही है।
नहीं, अभी फैक्ट्री खुली नहीं है। राहुल गांधी जी ने जो जलेबियों की फैक्ट्री लगाई है, जो वो देश में इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन का नया फार्मूला लेकर आए हैं और सबसे पहले वही एक्सपेरिमेंट करके दिखा रहे हैं, अभी वो उठे नहीं हैं। अभी पता लगा कि फैक्ट्री के गेट नहीं खुले, अभी ताला लगा हुआ है।
यानी आप कॉन्फिडेंट है जीत को लेकर?
रिजल्ट बता रहे हैं। अब ये जैसे जैसे दिन चढ़ेगा, जैसे जैसे गिनती आगे बढ़ेगी, ये रिजल्ट भी आगे बढ़ता चला जाएगा।
सर, आप आज भी टी पॉइंट पर आए हैं, काफी रिलैक्स मोड में लग रहे हैं।
देखिए, ऐसा है, ये हमारे शहर का मुख्य चौराहा है, इसको सदर बाजार कहते हैं। मैं इस चौक पर 50 साल से बैठता हूँ। कुछ हो
40 दिखा रहे हैं, कांग्रेस 41।
जो रुझान आ रहे हैं उसके अनुसार कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है। नहीं, वो तो अभी 2 राउंड 3 राउंड हुए हैं, वो जितने रिपोर्ट जाती है उतने सारा जो खबर आई है, कांग्रेस की बहुमत आ रही है।
10 साल के बाद क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी उत्तर भारत में वापसी कर रही है? 10 साल के बाद?
हाँ,
10 साल के बाद क्या
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
जो ट्रेंड सर चल रहे हैं उसमें बीजेपी खेमे से कहा जा रहा है कि बढ़त बनाएंगे।
कहीं नहीं बढ़त बनेगी। आप देखना, नतीजा है कांग्रेस का जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है, वहाँ कांग्रेस का ज्यादा बहुमत आ रहा है।
हजारों लोग नारा लगा रहे हैं, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जिंदाबाद, मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर आपको देखना चाहते हैं।
ये पार्टी फैसला करती है। सरकार बनने जा रही है भाई।
सर, आपको किसी अलायंस की जरूरत पड़ेगी या कांग्रेस एबल टू?
नहीं, कांग्रेस अपनी मेजोरिटी लाएगी।
मेजोरिटी वाली कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी, पूरी उम्मीद है आपको?
हाँ, कह तो जगह कितनी बार कह रहा हूँ।
सर, क्रेडिट गोज टू राहुल गांधी एंड भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी ओनली।
क्रेडिट गोज टू पार्टी, राहुल गांधी जी, मल्लिका खड़गे जी, प्रियंका जी, all leaders of the Congress.
So what's your
and real credit goes to the people of Haryana.
What will be your priorities after the fall government? What will be your priorities?
How many questions will you ask? You ask one question. There are others also.
सर काफी रुझानों में क्लोज कंटेस्ट नजर आ रहा है, ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेड था?
नहीं था, जहाँ कहीं कहीं क्लोज है, कहीं पे है, लेकिन कांग्रेस इज गेटिंग मेजॉरिटी.
सर आपके लिए नतीजे आने वाले हैं, जो नतीजे अभी दिख रहे हैं?
नतीजे मेरे को मालूम है, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है. अरे नहीं नहीं जलेबी खुआ सबने.
ठीक है सर, बंदे
हो गया बेटा. अभी ऐसे ऐसे मैं जो थोड़ी देर बैठा हूँ.
सर लोग दिल्ली से आए हुए हैं सिर्फ आपसे.
आ रहा अभी बैठा हूँ.
एक एक करके आने पे सबको देंगे, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं. एक एक करके सबको बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई माने तो.
बीजेपी 25,
सर 49 आप लोगों की सर एकदम रुझान है, आगे बढ़ती नजर आ रही है.
एक एक करके एक मिनट का कर लेते हैं ना.
Okay, so this is the question for all of us. Is it the consolidated Hindutva vote which right now seems to be working for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Mr. Prasad, to you.
Kartikeya, one thing I want to make it clear, for a country which is so used to T20, this probably resembles that. But the fact is, we only had two or three overs out in terms of the number of two. Largely in some cases 3. And in some cases, you have 14 rounds, or some cases, you have 18 rounds, or some cases less. I was looking at the 48 seats the BJP is taking ahead. They have just 8 seats in which the margin is less than 100, less than 1000, and in 2 seats less than in 2 digits. So these it's like every boundary doesn't take you closer to the victory, every wicket doesn't bring you closer to victory, both ways. Having said that, the point is BJP has been there in Haryana for a long time, 10 years, so they're not going to cede ground that easily, whether it is Hindutva or whatever thing is. So those issues will matter. But in the end, what matters is the larger issue, the larger narrative that the opposition was trying to build, and have the people bitten that. Largely, it looks like it has done it, because if you look at the Congress seats of the 35, 36 seats, 46, 36 is what the latest election commission tells us. The Congress has more than half where it is consolidated after 3 rounds. They have got more than 5,000 votes in. So it's like they're building on a solid block. So this is going to be taking some time. While I understand every wicket excites us, but then fair enough.
Fair enough. You know, I don't. You know, fair enough. You know, you are making a point. Vijay, do you think a reverse flip can happen now?
Well, anything can happen. You know, Kartikeya, we witnessed on the same screen. 1 hour back, we saw Congress 67, BJP 21. Reverse happened. You know, right now BJP is at 48, Congress is at 35. I think, you know, by 11:30, 11:45, we'll be on a much surer footing. If this figure holds by 11:30, then I think it might start spelling trouble for the Congress party. If it holds stable for another 1 hour, but if it doesn't hold stable for another hour, I think these figures will change. Somewhere in the range of 11:45, 12 o'clock, we should be in a much better position to gauge a guess as far as which way the wind blows as far as Haryana election is concerned.
Okay, Ajit.
Kartikeya, let's not speculate about the numbers because these are early rounds. But see, the important points that we can take from here are 2. 1,
if you recall, I asked this. I told this to Mr. Prasad when he said, "This is early." I said, "Are we going to go through the Bihar movement?" I did say that. I said that.
2015.
I said that.
Yeah. So again, let me point out the numbers are right now are not important. They are going to change after each round. What is more important is the point that Prasad was making, that majority of the seats are swing seats. Less than 1,000 votes. In fact, sometimes less than hundreds votes, right? And the safe seats where it seems the Congress seems to have consolidated are fewer in number, which means that the election, even if Congress were to win it, sweep it, the elections is largely competitive. The BJP has not given up as we at one time thought. There is a serious fight from both sides. It's a bipolar fight. It's a competitive fight. In fact, I should add, fiercely competitive fight. And we will see if the swing seats change majorly in a new trend after, let's say, 10 rounds of counting. That is, I think, the more important.
Okay. 10 rounds of counting. Let me play out the bite of Kumari Selja. She has also spoken after Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and then we'll come back to it because the results have consolidated for National Conference and Congress Party in Jammu and Kashmir. But here, Haryana remains full of surprise.
मैम, मेरे साथ कुमारी शैलजा हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी की सीनियर नेता। मैम, सुबह जो रुझान आ रहा था, कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत आगे चली गई थी, अब बीजेपी आपसे आगे निकलती हुई दिख रही है। क्या कहेंगी जो ट्रेंड अभी आ रहे हैं हरियाणा से?
नहीं, आप देखो, ऐसा नहीं है। हम जमीन की बात देख रहे हैं, जमीन की बात बोल रहे हैं 2-1 बजे तक, तब तक आप देख लेंगे।
कांग्रेस पार्टी और आप कॉन्फिडेंट है कि सरकार बनाएंगे, लेकिन ट्रेंड्स अचानक बदल गए हैं, एक तरह का चेंज दिखाई।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता, कुछ राउंड्स होते हैं, हमें मालूम होता है कि कौन सी पॉकेट कब टिकअप होती है।
हरियाणा में सरकार अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी की बन रही है तो वजह क्या? 10 साल बीजेपी की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है या कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत मजबूती से चुनाव लड़ी है, सब लोग मिलकर लड़े?
दोनों बातें हैं। 10 साल की भारी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, मिस रूल ऑफ बीजेपी, और दूसरा क्रेडिबल अल्टरनेटिव इन कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बेस्ट फुट फॉरवर्ड रख के हमने चुनाव लड़ा है, जमीन पर लड़ा है, हमारे नेतृत्व ने लड़ा है, राहुल गांधी जी की गाइडेंस रही है। तो आप देखेंगे कि चुनाव हम जीतेंगे और सरकार हम बनाएंगे।
सरकार बनेगी तो मुख्यमंत्री के पद की दावेदारी आपकी बरकरार रहेगी मैम?
देखिए, दावेदारी और ये चलता रहेगा, लेकिन मैं कह रही हूँ कि बिल्कुल हम हैं उसमें, हम हैं।
Let me go across to Vishal Dhaiya. Vishal, do you think that there can be a reverse flip which can happen in Haryana, or do you think that this result will stay 48-35?
No, it's too early to call it, Kartikeya. This is not going to stay. It is going to change. Whether it changes in the favor of the BJP further consolidating its lead or Congress making a comeback, well, we will have to wait for a few more rounds. But again, as I was saying, I was going through the election commission numbers once more. And the interesting part here is that what we see on television, what we see are, ground reporters reporting in terms of what the leaders are saying. For example, I was just going through what the BJP leader, former Home Minister, Anil Vij, speaking to reporters and pointing out that if the leadership is willing to go ahead and give me responsibility, I am willing to become the chief minister as well. Interestingly, in his own constituency, as per election commission's data, he's trailing by 935 votes. The independent Chitra Sarwara is leading out there. So the election commission data is purely based on what has been counted, verified and reported by the returning officers in respective constituencies. We will have to wait out. If we are going by the election commission data, then I believe, as Brajesh was saying, by 11:30 picture might emerge much more clearer. But if we are going by the election commission data specifically, then we will have to wait till 1 p.m. before we can say that, okay, finally what the election commission is reporting is the basis, and this is what the clear picture is. Yes, it looks like there is going to be more swings because there are certain seats in the GT road belt itself. You were earlier talking about why BJP is right now standing at 49 on your screen and around the same number in the election commission data. There is a specific reason behind that. The reason is that they seems to have in the first few rounds, the BJP seemed to have maintained its leads in its strongholds, which it won over the past decade or so in Haryana. Be it the GT road belt, be it the Ahirwal belt or the South Haryana belt. When you look at the Haryana map, these are the three areas where BJP, candidates are still leading after second round or after third round as well. But as I was saying earlier, minimum number of rounds in any Haryana constituency is 14 and maximum number of counting rounds in Haryana constituency is 21. So we are not even, down 30% counting of votes.
49 BJP, 34 Congress in Haryana. Rajesh, you wanted to submit a couple of bites I need to play.
6th round of counting had taken place where Vinesh Fogart was trailing by 1,000 votes. Now what we have been given to understand is that the 7th round of counting, Vinesh Fogart is ahead by 345 votes. So I think she must have heaved a huge sigh of relief, and her advice to the supporters will come and say.
But it means that there was a fight in Haryana. It means that there was a fight. We have to accept कि हरियाणा में टक्कर की लड़ाई हुई है.
just to bring the wrestling thing.
Okay.
You have 3 rounds in wrestling.
Okay.
And every point has to be counted at every round.
Okay.
Number one. And हमारे यहाँ wrestling का, I mean, since I covered sports, I mentioned the other day too. हमारे यहाँ wrestler का traditional क्या होता था? पीठ दिखानी है, चिट करना है. Whereas now the modern technique is gain points by dodging and getting your points. So that's the way election also works. You just can't beat everybody in every corner unless there's a total sweep. So you have to fight every pocket for yourself. That's what it looks like. Because Vinesh is a newcomer, backed by a Congress party, but she still is a novice vis-a-vis the political field. She may be an expert in a wrestling mat, but on the political field, it's a battle between Congress and BJP. So both were trying to get the best out of the opponent.
Okay. Okay. You see, Vishal, you were talking about GT Karnal Road, but even in Ateli, you have BSP candidate, which is actually doing better than Rao Inderjeet Singh's daughter. You know, he seems to be leading that seat, which is known as the Ahirwal belt.
Well, as far as Ateli is concerned, Kartike, it was clear from day one that it is going to be a very tough, fight for Rao Inderjeet Singh and his daughter in that particular seat, and that was pretty much evident from the fact that Rao Inderjeet Singh, who in previous elections was never seen confined to his own constituency or the nearby constituencies, and was more focused on the other areas in the Ahirwal belt. In these elections, he spent almost more than half of his time in Ateli itself. It was a clear indication that he is locked in, his daughter is locked in a very tough battle, tough political battle out there. And the BSP candidate was considered to be the trump card in that constituency, because it's a BSP INLD alliance and they have the INLD support there as well. But yes, again, these are first few rounds, and I'm pretty sure that seasoned politicians like Rao Inderjeet Singh would put all weight behind. But it's just not the fate of Rao Inderjeet's daughter in Ateli. If we look at the first few rounds, even Bhavya Bishnoi was trailing. Even Randeep Surjewala's son was trailing in his constituency. So looks like not very good beginnings for these young new faces, specifically from the political families in Haryana. But again, let's wait for a few more rounds.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
The belts that you pointed out where BJP dominates, if these numbers are correct, tell me. Ahirwal belt 23 seats, GT Road belt 27 seats. That alone is 50 out of 90. If you add South Haryana to it, the majority chunk seems to be the BJP stronghold. The Deshwal belt and the Bagar region, and let's say the Jat belt, seems to be only like 90 minus 60, almost about 30 seats. So it seems that the BJP's area of influence is much more. So if this second round is at all meaningful, then obviously the BJP will end up doing rather well overall in Haryana, correct?
Yes, you're correct, because if we look at, if we do a comparison with the previous elections data, then we'll find out that BJP had very significant lead in the Ahirwal belt and the South Haryana belt. It was almost 90% victory rate for the BJP in these two belts. As far as GT Road belt is concerned, in the previous election, the winning margin or the winning percentage for BJP was around 60%. They won around 60% of the seats in the GT Road belt. This time around, the numbers what we see on the screen at 49 is because of the fact that BJP seemingly has put a very good fight in the GT Road belt, and they seem to have improved upon the numbers. Initially, pre-voting days, during the campaigning, we were talking about where is it that the BJP is going to lose if the Congress seems so confident. Then it looks like the BJP is losing in the GT Road belt, and they have nowhere else to consolidate because they were already at around 90% in Ahirwal and South Haryana belt. As far as the rest of the Haryana is concerned, which is known as the Jatland, specifically 3 belts, Bangar, Bagad and Deshwal belt, there BJP doesn't have much influence. It was split wide open in previous elections between the Congress and the INLD, and JJP in the previous election picking up a very significant chunk of 10 seats. So there was no hope for BJP to gain out there. And now when we look at the map, of Haryana with the leads which are coming in right now, it paints exactly the same picture. The BJP has not been able to gain anything in the Bangar, Bagad and Deshwal seats, But the reason why, we see BJP surging ahead in the initial leads is because of the fact that they seem to have done very well in the GT road belt, the area where Congress was hoping that it can make a comeback after the good showing in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, because in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the Congress won these 2 Lok Sabha seats in the GT road belt, and they were hoping that they'll capitalize on that. But it looks like in the first few rounds of the counting, it looks like BJP has held on its own and even made grounds in certain seats, although they've lost ground in few seats as well. One I was mentioning, Ambala Kent for Anil Vij, and when you look at the Mahendragarh area, the Ateli seat in Airwal belt, Rav Inderjeet Singh's daughter. But then those are 1 or 2 seats.
Okay. Vishal, if I were to ask you a question, the question is, you mentioned about BJP's tactics. The tactics were obviously to look at the non-Jat consolidation, which is what they were attempting, because they knew the Jats were not with them this time around. They were not there with them last time either. So are you suggesting that the non-Jat approach is what seems to be getting them some traction in terms of the seats that might convert into trends that might actually convert into seats?
Well, when you look at non-Jat votes in Haryana, they can be divided into several segments. One is Ahirwals, that is Yadavs, which are there in the Ahirwal belt, and Gujars predominantly in South Haryana, but Gujars are also present in the GT road belt. So are Ahirs as well. Road community is also available in this particular belt. Jats do have an influence in the GT road community, in the GT road belt seats, but then they are almost outnumbered in several seats by Gujars and Ahirs and roads as well. So it looks like what you're asking, given by the numbers which are coming in right now, looks like BJP's strategy of not wasting its time in mollifying the Jat community, which in any case was not voting for them in the assembly elections. In fact, in previous elections, whatever Jat support BJP had was because of the JJP, which won 10 seats in the Jat heartland and support to.
Okay. I think that's very well put. Mr. Pabi, I was looking at the map of Haryana, and in this map of Haryana, one thing is very, very clear, that the Deshwal belt, Ahirwal belt, BJP is putting up a good fight. And in GT Karnal Road, their candidates have also put up a good fight. It's only in Hisar, Panchkula, some parts of Faridabad, Middle Haryana, where the Congress seems to be doing well. If there requires a flip, it means there has to be flip in the Jat land, or else it's game over for the Congress party in Haryana.
That's true, Kartikeya. In fact, the Jat vote that was, everyone was discussing, it got consolidated in favor of Congress. Now that appears to be maybe.
So just let me cut across.
ये जो आगे पीछे हो रहा है, शुरू में तो बहुत अच्छा था.
ऐसा है, खेल में बॉल कभी उधर जाती कभी जाती, गोल कांग्रेस के मारे.
नहीं तो आपको क्या लगता है कितने राउंड के बाद आप
कांग्रेस सरकार बनेगी?
कितनी सीटें आप लॉक कर रहे हैं अभी के हिसाब से?
बहुमत से.
बहुमत में 60-70 कुछ तो
बहुमत कितने?
और सर क्या अगर सर नंबर्स नहीं आते हैं तो कोई वैकल्पिक सर
हो गया
तो भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा दावा कर रहे हैं कि उनकी सरकार बनेगी, बहुमत आएगा. भले ही अभी थोड़ी देर के लिए पीछे हुए हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि हम आखिर में बहुमत हासिल करेंगे. ये काउंटिंग है, कई राउंड्स की काउंटिंग हो रही है, आगे पीछे हो रहा है, लेकिन अंततः कांग्रेस की ही जीत होगी. विजय मनीष के साथ रवि मिश्रा.
रवि, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? मेरी आवाज आ रही है रवि? मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको रवि? लगता है आवाज नहीं पहुंच पा रही क्योंकि वहां शोर बहुत ज्यादा है. रवि, लगता है हम उनसे बात नहीं कर पाए. रवि के पास दोबारा जाने की कोशिश करेंगे. मिस्टर Pabi, you were making a point. I'm really sorry because I had to cut you because our correspondent got few minutes with Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Brijesh, you have something to say?
I think we have the BJP spokesperson online. So if you may go to BJP spokesperson.
Okay, no, we have got Shubh Malhotra from Aam Aadmi Party right now. Shubh, are you there?
Yes, very much here.
Okay, Shubh, it's very disappointing in Haryana, both for Congress and you.
We accept the people's mandate gracefully that is about to come, and the public is definitely supreme in democracy. But most importantly for us, Aam Aadmi Party has given Haryana a third alternative, as our party contested on all 90 seats. And in the span of the last 2 years, we have shown exceptional efforts Sangathan-wise in the 7,000 villages and wards, and we have created a strong alternative for the future as well. And we will see as results unfold today, we will see. But over a period of time, I'm sure that people will better comprehend the Aam Aadmi Party model and repose their faith in Arvind Kejriwal. It is also true that for a large part of the campaign, our main leaders were not present, they were jailed, and still I feel that as a party, I think
this election is very strange. You're talking to me in context of Haryana. There's a street in JNK where Aam Aadmi Party candidate is leading, and the street is called Doda. I'll come to it a little later. मेरी आवाज आ रही है? रवि, am I audible to you? आवाज आ रही है रवि आपको मेरी? रवि जरा बताइए, यहाँ तो लोग वहाँ बहुत चक्के हो गए होंगे। बताइए। हाँ रवि, मैं कह रहा था यहाँ तो बड़ा
I can hear you.
रवि, यहाँ तो लोग काफी बहुत चक्के होंगे। They must be very shocked at the turn of events.
जी।
मतलब हो क्या रहा है? मतलब what are you getting what's your feedback from the ground?
जैसे ही चीजें पलटी हैं, आप मेरा विश्वास करिए, थोड़ी हताशा जो है यहाँ पर जितने कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनके मन में थोड़ी बेचैनी है कि ये नंबर कैसे पलट गए। और देखिए, मैंने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा से बात की, उनसे बात की और यही सवाल किया कि ये रुझानों में कांग्रेस पीछे चली गई है, आप क्या कहेंगे? उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए, ये सब तो होता रहता है, खेल में जैसे आगे पीछे होते रहते हैं वैसे ही हो रहा है, लेकिन जैसे ही राउंड्स आगे बढ़ेंगे हम अंततः जीतेंगे और हमें बहुमत, कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी मिल जाएगी। कुछ लोग हैं, देखिए मैं बात करूंगा, अभी क्या चल रहा है? अभी तो इधर उधर हो गया थोड़ा।
नहीं जी, कुछ नहीं चल रहा, रुझान है ये तो।
हाँ रुझान है, लेकिन पहले आगे चल रहे थे और जलेबी बनने लगी थी, अभी जलेबी रोक दी।
नहीं जी, बनने लग रही है जी, बनने लग रही है, अभी लग रही है,
बनने लगी,
बिल्कुल बनने लग रही है।
अभी ये जो है ना शहरों की गिनती चल रही है, जब गांव में जाएंगे ना फिर वही जो है ना 60-65 आएगा। और ये जो है ना बेरोजगारी के खिलाफ है, महंगाई के खिलाफ है, और ये किसानों का जो आनंद था उसका समर्थन है। और जो है ना,
लेकिन शुरू में तो कांग्रेस बहुत आगे चल रही थी, अब क्या
ऐसा है? कई बार ऊपर नीचे चढ़ा होंगे, लेकिन आखिर में जो है कांग्रेस बहुमत के नजदीक जाएगी।
थोड़ा तो आप लोगों को मन में बेचैनी होगी कि ये क्या?
नहीं, बेचैनी नहीं, हम पहले से आसवत है और हरियाणा में पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनेगी।
सीएम किसको बना?
सीएम अपना भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा बनेंगे। भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा
बनेंगे।
चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा बनाएगा सीएम।
नहीं है हरियाणा के अंदर, और कोई चेहरा ही नहीं है भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के अलावा जो सीएम बने। चेहरा एक हमारे पास भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा का।
So Kartikeya, as you heard the workers and Karyakartas, they are quite confident about the victory of Congress, although they are a little bit upset because of this new turning in the trends of the counting. But still, they are saying that as the counting will go on, Congress will get the majority, the magical mark to form a government, and they are sure about the next CM. Bhupender Singh Hooda as the next CM of the Haryana. So right now this is the mood of the Congress counting center. I would rather say it's a Congress counting center because we have as you can see that everywhere Congress workers and leaders are here. They are just observing all the data coming on the screen on different channels, and as per the data is coming in, they are making their viewpoint. So right now I just try to get a little sense what is going in the minds of workers here. So they say we are quite confident. It's okay. Right now we are lagging behind in the trends, but that will not continue. Congress will win and we will touch the majority mark.
Thank you so much, Ravi. Thank you so much, Ravi, from getting me this ground report. You know, it's easy to absorb information, but it's difficult to absorb defeat. Isn't that, Ajit? Absolutely. I am also joined by Anirudh Pratap Singh, and the floor is open to all my esteemed guests. He's spokesperson for Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Singh, thank you for making time for News 9 Live. What an election in Haryana. What a flip. I wouldn't say it's a flip-flop, but what a flip. Anirudh, your comments.
Kartikeya ji and Brijesh ji, namaskar. I would like to speak to Hindi because my yes, because my audience from Hindi world. Last debate हमारी आपकी हुई थी जी मेरी आपकी लास्ट डिबेट हुई थी, तो उस डिबेट में मैंने आपसे यही कहा था कि जो आपने कहा था कि आप चूज एंड पिक कर लीजिएगा, तो मैंने आपसे यही कहा था कि सर्वे होते रहते हैं, रिजल्ट आप आई देखिएगा, रिजल्ट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के फेवर में होंगे, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो वहाँ मेहनत किया है, जो वहाँ पे 10 साल पर गुड गवर्नेंस दिया है डबल इंजन की सरकार में, जो हर तरीके के डेवलपमेंट, स्पीड, स्केल, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ हुआ, चाहे फीमेल को लेके हो, चाहे यूथ को लेके हो, चाहे फार्मर को लेके हो, ये सारी चीज़ें उसमें सारे ग्रोथ रहे हैं। चाहे अगर नेशनल हाईवे बना तो एक्सप्रेस वे भी बना, प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना भी बनी, हर तरीके को वहाँ पे ट्रांसपेरेंट ग्रोथ वहाँ पे हुआ है। मैं ये कहूँगा कि जो हवा बना के चल रहे थे कांग्रेस के लोग, वो हवा आज दिखाई नहीं पड़ रहा, क्योंकि उनका जितना नैरेटिव था वो सिर्फ कुछ सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर दिखता था और कहीं नहीं दिखता था।
मोदी के नाम पे लड़ा आप लोगों ने, स्थानीय मुद्दों पर लड़ा, हर राज्य का चुनाव का एक पिवट होता है। आपकी पार्टी के चुनाव का पिवट क्या रहा हरियाणा में, जो ये नंबर्स में अब दिख रहा है, जिसमें आप लोग आगे हैं?
इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ, कार्तिकेय जी, इंक्लूसिव, हाँ, एक इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ वहाँ पे जो है, हर मुद्दे उसमें हर मुद्दों को लिया गया, सिर्फ एक ही मुद्दे नहीं लिए गए कि हर मुद्दों को उसमें टैकल किया गया, लिया गया। अब मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, अगर वहाँ पे महिलाओं को देखा गया तो वहाँ पे फार्मर्स को जो पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि योजना दिया गया, चाहे वहाँ स्टूडेंट्स को देखा गया। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ क्या, रोजगार को लेके बहुत चिल्लाते हैं, हमारे विपक्षी दल बहुत चिल्लाते हैं रोजगार को लेके। जब हुड्डा की सरकार थी, जब कोई वोटर जाता है ना वोट करने के लिए, तो वो देखता है कि हुड्डा जी की सरकार में बिना पैसे के, बिना किसी चीज़ के सरकार में वोट नहीं मिलता था, वहाँ पे नौकरियाँ नहीं मिलती थी। जब कोई वोट डालने जाता तो कहता कि भैया ये तो क्या कहते हैं, शौच पे भी टैक्स लगा रहे हैं, तो इससे अच्छा इनको क्यों चुना जाए। तो जाहिर सी बात है कि ये केवल एक कुछ सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे, कुछ चैनल्स पे इनका एक गिमिक चलता रहता था कुछ लोगों के द्वारा कि भाई इनकी एक बड़ी सुनामी है, बड़ा तूफान आने वाला है। वो तो कहीं सुनामी दिख नहीं रहा। 2 बजे से क्या कहते हैं 2 घंटे, लगभग 3 घंटे वोटिंग हुआ। कार्तिकेय जी की आवाज़ नहीं आ रही शायद।
देखिए अनुरुद्ध जी, मुझे लगता है कि आपको दूसरी टीवी डिबेट्स की आदत है। यहाँ मैं अपने गेस्ट को पूरा मौका देता हूँ बोलने का, मुझे उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं कि वो मुझसे कितना भी डिफर करें। पूरा आपने अपनी बात खत्म की हो तो मेरे साथ स्टूडियो में इस वक्त अजीत जी बैठे हैं, मेरे साथ मेरे कुलीग ब्रिजेश हैं, मेरे साथ मेरे कुलीग केवी प्रसाद हैं, वो सब आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे। ब्रिजेश, पहले आप पूछिए।
अनिरुद्ध, जिस तरह के रुझान आ रहे हैं, मतलब शुरू में लगा था कि एकदम वन साइडेड है, बट अब थोड़ा थोड़ा 40-43 4-5 राउंड की काउंटिंग भी हो चुकी है बहुत सारी सीटों पर। आपको लगता है जो सबसे कंटेंशियस सवाल था, क्या मुख्यमंत्री बदलने का फैसला, अभी बहुत अर्ली है, अभी मुझे लगता है 2 घंटे के पहले हम फॉर श्योर नहीं कह सकते कि चुनाव किस साइड गया, लेकिन आपको लगता है अभी जब हम बात कर रहे हैं तो मुख्यमंत्री बदलने का फैसला क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में गया?
ब्रिजेश जी, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे ऐसी चीज़ों का इमीडिएट एनालिसिस करना और चीफ मिनिस्टर का बदलना एक अलग विषय होता है। एक कार्यकर्ता होते हैं, देखिए बीजेपी क्या है, एक कैडर बेस्ड पार्टी है, तो कैडर बेस्ड पार्टी में होता क्या कि कोई आज चीफ मिनिस्टर है, कल को कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर होगा, कल को क्या कुछ और होगा, कल को कुछ और होगा। हर किसी के एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सर्टेन ड्यूरेशंस के लिए आते हैं, उसके बाद कुछ काम करने लगते हैं। तो ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ सीएम का बदलना इस चुनाव से, क्योंकि जब बीजेपी कुछ भी करती तो हमेशा एक नैरेटिव बनाया जाता है कि चुनाव को लेकर कर रही, ऐसा नहीं होता है भाई। सब वर्कर्स हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, सारे लोग यहाँ पे सर्विस करते हैं, सारे लोग वर्कर हैं, सारे लोग सेवक हैं। हमारा सिर्फ एक ही मुद्दा है, राष्ट्र प्रथम, जनता की सेवा, बस, और उसके अलावा कोई हमारा मुद्दा नहीं है। और लोग उसी पे मुहर लगा रहे हैं, क्योंकि 2.5 घंटे से ट्रेंड एक तरफ चल रहा है।
अनुरुद्ध जी, 2014-2019 लोकसभा असेंबली चुनाव दोनों में आप स्वीप कर रहे थे हरियाणा में। पिछले लोकसभा में 5-5 हो गया। आपका जो वोटर बेस था, जो हम लोग बात कर रहे थे अहिरवाल बेल्ट में, जीटी रोड बेल्ट में, देशवाल बेल्ट में, वो जो है घटने लगा था। आज सुबह जब ट्रेंड आना शुरू हुआ तो पहले दिखा रहा था एकदम कांग्रेस के फेवर में, उसके बाद सेकेंड राउंड के बाद इसी फिगर दिखा रहा था बीजेपी के फ्लेवर में। अब जो है 43-40 पे आ गया है, भाजपा 43, 40 पे कांग्रेस, अभी भी आप 3 सीट आगे हैं, बट क्या ये ट्रेंड बदलेगा? क्या आपको लगता है कि ये 2014-2019 वाला ट्रेंड पे आ जाएगा कि ये लोकसभा 2024 वाला ट्रेंड पे आ जाएगा, या कांग्रेस जोरदार रूप से फिर आगे बढ़ेगा? ये सवाल है आपसे।
छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, गुजरात सारे चुनाव हुए, 9 बजे तक कहीं पे कांग्रेस आगे थी, इस तरीके से रहा। उसके बाद जब ट्रेंड एक तरफ चल चुका होता है, 5-6 राउंड की काउंटिंग हो चुकी होती, ठीक है, वोट का मार्जिन कम ज़्यादा भले हो सकता है, लेकिन मैं एक चीज़ यहाँ पे, क्योंकि आप मेरे से वरिष्ठ हैं और आपको पता भी होगा कि 2014 में जब हुड्डा की सरकार गई तो उस टाइम पर हुड्डा जी का कांग्रेस का वोट शेयर कितना था? लगभग 19% खिसक गया था, और सीट कितनी आई थी? मुश्किल से 15 सीट वहाँ पे कांग्रेस की आई हुई थी। लेकिन 2014 में हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, सीटें सरकार बनाई, 2019 में भी हम उसी वोट शेयर पर रिटेन रहे, उसके बाद सरकार राज्य में बनी, उसके बाद में हम लोग आते हैं, केंद्र में हमारी सरकारें आती हैं, फिर अभी क्या कहते हैं 2024 में आप इलेक्शन कमीशन का डेटा उठा के देख लीजिए, हमारा जो वोट शेयर है अमूमन वही है, उसमें कोई परिवर्तन नहीं दिखा है। और जो लोग इतना एयर बना के चल रहे थे कांग्रेस की जबरदस्त सुनामी है, ये चीजें हैं, तो उस हिसाब से कोई मुकाबला तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है, ना जम्मू कश्मीर में दिख रहा है, ना हरियाणा में दिख रहा है।
अनिरुद्ध जी, अगर मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछूं, आपकी एक रणनीति जो मानते हैं, जो तमाम सारे रणनीतिकारों ने बताया, वहाँ जो रिपोर्टिंग हुई है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नॉन जाट की कंसोलिडेशन की कोशिश की, क्योंकि उन्हें मालूम था कि जाट वोटर्स पिछले बारी भी उनके साथ उस मजबूती से नहीं खड़े थे जो पहले चुनाव में खड़े थे, जिसका वोट प्रतिशत में फ़र्क हुआ। लेकिन क्या आप मानते हैं ये स्ट्रैटेजी ही आपके लिए काम आई? क्योंकि जहां हरियाणा में दूसरे और आपके विपक्षी लोग 36 बिरादरी की बात कर रहे थे, तो ऐसे में आप कैसे इसको समझाएंगे?
सर, आप उधर सीनियर पर्सन है, आप अगर बीजेपी का जो कैंडिडेट लिस्ट उठा के देखिए, 17 से 18 जाट कैंडिडेटों को टिकट मिला हुआ है। तो बीजेपी में कभी जात पात को लेके चुनाव नहीं लड़ती, क्योंकि हमारा तो यही है कि हम एकता की बात करते हैं। ओवरऑल जब वोटर जाता है कहीं पे वोट करने के लिए, तो अपने जो अपोनेंट या जो लोग कहते हैं कि हम बहुत अच्छा करेंगे, तो उनका पास्ट रिकॉर्ड चेक करता है कि भाई जब आप 15 साल, 10 साल, 70 साल से केंद्र में रहे हैं, या वर्तमान में जो आपकी सरकारें प्रेजेंट में चाहे हिमाचल प्रदेश या कर्नाटक में चल रही, तो वहाँ पर किस तरीके से आपने जो वादे करके आए थे, हिमाचल में आप वादे करके आए थे खटाखट पैसे देंगे, पता चला कि आपको लोगों को सैलरी नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। लोगों को आप कहे थे कि हम महिलाओं को हर महीने कुछ पैसा देंगे, युवा को हम बेरोजगारी भत्ता देंगे, या वहाँ सिचुएशन जब ये देखते हैं कि साहब कलेक्टर बनाते बनाते आप वहाँ पे टॉयलेट पे भी टैक्स लगाने लग गए हैं, तो लोगों के दिमाग में आ जाता साहब इनको वोट दे के क्या मिलेगा? कर्नाटक भी दे दिया, हिमाचल भी दे दिया, 70 साल देश को दिया, 10 साल यहाँ पे दिया। जब हुड्डा जी का कुशासन दिखता है तो लोग डर के मारे कहते हैं कि भैया इनके कुशासन में तो नहीं जाना है, हमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुशासन में ही बिलीव है, उनको ही बिलीव में जाना है, और वहीं पर डेवलपमेंट उनको दिखता है। क्योंकि जब कोई बच्चा बिना पैसे दिए जॉब पाता है, जब ट्रांसफर्स की पॉलिसी बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होती है, तो लोग उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, वो जातियों से उठ के लोग वोट करते हैं।
चलिए, चुनाव तो बिल्कुल अनुज जी इस बात मानता हूं कि कांटे का हो गया है चुनाव एकदम, और जिस तरीके से शुरुआती रुझान थे और बाद में जिस तरीके से द इलेक्शन टर्न्ड अराउंड, I would say reminds me of what happened in 2015. I'll have to wait and see whether it turns around again or not. We are not soothsayers here. But please stay with us, sir. Stay with us. रुकिएगा हमारे साथ. I'm also joined by my colleague Kabir from the pit. Kabir, take us to the data.
Absolutely, Karthikeya. Let me just tell you, it's the riveting conversation that you gentlemen are having at this point in time. Of course, the dramatic changes that not just, one BJP leader, but several BJP leaders have now come out and, spoken about that. Anil Vij, for one, he's come out and said that these are early trends and this is going to continue to happen, this topsy-turvy ride that we're seeing with the numbers.
You have opened up the map of Haryana. Can you show me the map first? Just take us to that map.
This is the Election Commission map at this
yes,
point in time.
Yes, just show it to us, yeah. Can you just ask the camera person to zoom in?
Try and zoom in on this if he can. This right here is the map that we have. Now, of course, the blue representing the Congress party and the orange for the Saffron party. This right now is the constituency-wise results that we're looking at. Almost the eastern portion of Haryana with the Saffron party, so is the western belt. But in the center and up north, little portion down south with the Congress party at this point in time. Now, earlier on, it was the Congress that was leading in a complete flip. And mind you, Karthikeya, this is the first litmus test for the INDIA versus NDA bloc. After the general elections, this is the first litmus test. In exit polls, what they had suggested, a hung assembly in J&K, it seems like the Congress-NC combine doing really well. And the Hudda magic working out for the Congress party in the state of Haryana. We're now looking at the BJP crossing the majority mark. Of course, this is early trends, just like a T20 cricket match. We earlier saw, Ravi reporting from that, Haryana headquarters of the Congress party. Just like in a T20 match, until the first 10 overs of the second innings, everybody thinks their team is about to win. And the case is similar over here also. I have a couple of, seats that we must talk about as well. For example, Ladwa, it's a topsy-turvy drive. The BJP and the Congress candidate going up and down. You've got Vinesh Fogart versus Captain Yogesh Bairagi. That's going up and down as well. Currently, Vinesh Fogart trailing by a margin of 3,000 votes per se. You've got, Aditya Surjewala, who's currently trailing from the Kettle seat. Abhay Chautala from Ilanabad is also trailing. Aam Aadmi Party's reaction, Sushil Gupta, the head of Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Haryana, he was saying that it doesn't matter if the Congress is trailing, as long as we make sure that the BJP is out of, the state government, we're happy with that. In Rohtak, out of the 4 seats, on 2 seats, the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading at this point in time. Again, talking about Savitri Jindal, she broke away from the BJP ranks, is fighting this particular election as an independent candidate. She is currently leading, but again, it's Hisar seat. It's going up and down. The same goes for Gopal Kanda, representing the BJP from the Sirsa seat. That is going up and down as well. And one particular incident of counting being stopped, Karthikeya, that is coming out of Panipat, where the Congress alleged that there was some sort of foul play, which is why the Election Commission officials had to stop counting, but that has now also begun. It is now again underway. Several seats, going right up till the 5th round of counting. Several places, it's just 1 round of counting that has taken place. Currently, this is what Election Commission data tells us, 49, beg your pardon. We have an updated Election Commission update right as we speak. 49 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, way well above the half, the majority mark, and 35 for the Congress Party. It was 37 just a couple of minutes back. It's gotten down by 2 seats to 35. Now 49 for the BJP. The INLD BSP combine has 2 seats, 1 each, and of course the independents currently standing at 4. This is the Election Commission data. Still a couple of rounds of voting, counting that's left to go.
I think, thank you so much, Kabir. Thank you so much. I think this election is an eye-opener that what you think may be a sweep will not turn out to be a sweep eventually, because every election is not fought only on TV. It is fought booth to booth. That's what elections actually go down the wire.
No wonder BJP says, "Mera booth sabse majboot." That's what they work
absolutely.
for.
All election for Vinesh Fogart to trail in Julana also tells you that, she might be the star, but then ultimately how you run the election, how you run your campaign, how you get your voters out, how do you get your voters out in each hour of the polling day actually matter. Isn't that correct, Mr. Prasad?
Yeah, in fact, the BJP strategy is also, you remember, which was popularized since 2014, is Panna Pramukh. That each booth is assigned, each booth worker is assigned a voter list according to which they kind of keep micromanaging and check who is voted, who has not voted, and those who have not come out, they go and encourage them to come out and vote. So that what matters, because eventually, remember, every election, as you also pointed out, it is the workers who convert, who actually, there might be enthusiasm, but there could be like also a sense of lethargy. Are jeet rahi hai, hum vote kare, nahi kare, kya farak pad raha hai. That kind of complacency should never ever set in elections. That is what 2014 onwards we have been seeing. The BJP actually doesn't give up elections at any point of time. Whether it comes a victory or not, the way it was, it actually keeps working. And already one talks about BJP is preparing for the next round of elections far before even someone is savoring victory or defeat. So that is what matters. They are in a constant mode of preparing themselves. And this is a classic case again. The pollsters told us it is a one-way swing. But midway, not even midway, say 1/3 of the battle is out in Haryana, results seem to tell us a different story. Whereas in J&K, the pollsters told it is a hung assembly, whereas again, probably in J&K we are midway mark. The results are showing us something else. So that really tells us our psephologists need to do a lot more homework than they before they come before us.
Okay. So let me go across to Mr. Pabbi. Mr. Pabbi, now it's 43-40. EC data has, EC data is the ultimate marker. But I was looking through the data. So it's the South Haryana and GT Karnal road where the Bharatiya Janata Party has held the fort. ये बहुत clear हो गया.
And the Ahirwal belt.
And the Ahirwal belt. वहाँ टक्कर की लड़ाई हो रही है. Mr. Pabbi.
Yeah, I'll also like to first point out that in Haryana the margins have been very low even in the past. Even the previous election, there were at least 15 constituencies where the vote margin was very low. I mean, the difference was very low. And this time, there are additional factors which we have been ignoring, most media have been ignoring, that it's actually a multi-cornered contest in the sense that there are 4 other parties. I mean, there are 4 groups which are in the fray, including one led by INLD and the other by JJP. And besides this, Congress and BJP. So they will be, of course, cutting into each other's vote banks, somewhere or the other. So they won't be really left totally blank. So I think it will depend on individual constituencies as to where these JJP and where the INLD-led coalitions, alliances, they cut into the votes of either Congress or BJP. So far, it looks like that they're cutting more into Congress because that's what it was thought that, Congress has that Jat consolidation, but it may not be happening on the ground. They might be still retaining some vote percentage, and that would have a major impact on the election results. Second, I think another important point would be, in case still, I mean, the lead is, the margin is decreasing between the two, but Shailja might emerge as a more important leader in case, there is a narrow margin, or if even if Congress wins with a narrow margin. If it was one side, it was a sweep, it was certainly Huda all the way. But not if the Congress gets a smaller slender majority. And well, as far as the current leads show, certainly it is the BJP which is ahead. But let us wait for some more time because of this multi-cornered contest that may throw out very major surprises.
Vishal, you want to say something?
Yeah, Kartikeya, since we're talking about the data, we're trying to analyze, looking at the map and looking at the seats as well. Let's also look at one very interesting data, which, the Election Commission has on its website. And if we compare it to the previous years, we will get to understand the previous elections. We'll get to understand what's happening here. Now, let me just quote the 2019 vote share. In 2019 assembly elections, the Congress had a vote share of 28.08%. BJP had 36%, JJP had 14.8%. JJP, that is the Janata Janata Party. Now look at what the Election Commission, has its on its website for whatever numbers it has so far now after so many rounds. The Congress stands at around 40%. The BJP has around 39.24%, just a difference of 0.5% here. The JJP, which did well in the Jat-dominated belt, it stands at less than 1% of the vote share in the counting which has been done so far. It looks like whatever the Congress has gained has come in from the JJP kitty because those are also the Jat-dominated areas where Congress seems to have, regained its place out there. But the BJP has also moved
in Jat-dominated areas. तो वो जो रोहतक करनाल बेल्ट है वहाँ नंबर्स नहीं है. वो पिछली बार तो स्वीप था, वहाँ तो स्वीप था, वहाँ तो स्वीप था, वहाँ गायब कैसे हो गए?
नहीं कार्तिकेय, जहां स्वीप था, जहां जेजेपी का स्वीप था, वो स्वीप था जिसको हम बांगर या बागड़ बेल्ट बोलते हैं, जो कि जो चौटाला परिवार का जो इलाका है, वहां पर कांग्रेस को पिछली बार के चुनाव में कुछ नहीं मिला था क्योंकि जननायक जनता पार्टी, जो कि दुष्यंत चौटाला की पार्टी है, उसने ज्यादातर सीटें वहां जीती थी और आईएनएलडी को भी हार का सामना करना पड़ा था। लेकिन इस चुनाव में उन इलाकों में कांग्रेस पार्टी के कैंडिडेट अभी कई सीटों पर आगे चल रहे हैं और उस इलाके में भारतीय जनता पार्टी, अगर आप मैप में देखेंगे तो उस इलाके में भारतीय जनता पार्टी किसी एक या दो ही सीट पे दिखाई दे रही है। जैसे कि भिवानी की तरफ जाएंगे तो तोशाम की जो सीट है, जो कि श्रुति चौधरी जिन्होंने तोशाम से चुनाव लड़ा है, किरण चौधरी ने बीजेपी ज्वाइन की थी, तो इस तरह के एवरेजेंस आपको जरूर देखने को मिलेंगे। लेकिन जेजेपी का जो होल्ड कम हुआ है जाट इलाकों में, उसका बेनिफिट कांग्रेस को जरूर मिला है। कांग्रेस को जहां बेनिफिट नहीं हो रहा है और जहां बीजेपी इस चुनाव में आगे दिख रही है वो है जो जीटी रोड बेल्ट है, जिसमें बीजेपी ने 2014 के चुनाव में, 2019 के चुनाव में और 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव में अपनी बढ़त बनाए रखी थी। वो बढ़त उसने और कंसोलिडेट की है। लेकिन यहां एक इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्टर और है, इस जीटी रोड बेल्ट में भी और इस देशवाल बेल्ट में भी 5 इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स आगे चल रहे हैं। वो जो 5 इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट आगे चल रहे हैं उन पे अगर आप नजर डालेंगे तो देखेंगे कि उसमें से 3 कांग्रेस के बागी कैंडिडेट्स हैं, और वो 3 सीटें वो हैं जहां पे कांग्रेस जो है चुनाव जीतने का दावा कर रही थी, और पिछले चुनाव में भी वो जीती थी वहां पे। तो क्या ये भी इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि अगर ये आगे पीछे जो हो रहा है, द टू एंड फ्रो विच इज गोइंग ऑन द सी सॉ बैटल, इफ इट एंड्स अप बीइंग इन सॉर्ट ऑफ अ हंग हाउस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन, those numbers are going to be really, really important. We have to look at those independents as well, because that 5 has been remained unchanged.
You know, when I started my day, this is so funny. When I started my day, we were talking about the others and their numbers in Kashmir. And now when it's half, I'm closing, when we are closer to the noon, we are talking about independent numbers in Haryana and not in Jammu and Kashmir. What I mean to say, that's poetic justice, I have to say. Really.
Can we ask him one more
question? Sure, please go ahead. Then I'll go to Fayaz.
Ask him a question. आपने पहले कहा था कि पिछले चुनाव में 2014-2019 में भाजपा का जो अहिरवाल बेल्ट था और जो उसका अहिरवाल बेल्ट और दूसरा साउथ हरियाणा बेल्ट जो था, वहां पर 90% कंसोलिडेशन था और जीटी रोड बेल्ट में 60%। अब लग रहा है कि बदल रहा है, जहां पे वीक था हरियाणा में भाजपा जीटी रोड बेल्ट में, वहीं पे कंसोलिडेट कर रहा है अभी का जो ट्रेंड है। इज दैट करेक्ट?
Yes, that's correct, because when we look at the consolidation part, you're perfectly right. In fact, they are moving deeper into the Bangar and Deshwal belt as well. If we look at the previous election results and if we look at the map as well, the BJP was more consolidated in a straight line in the GT road belt. Very straight line, 2 constituencies side by side, and moving from Panipat rural to up to Panchkula out there, and some areas, some seats of Sonipat as well. We can count that as well as part of the GT road belt. But in these elections, when we look at the numbers which are there right now, it looks like it starts from Panipat. 1 or 2 seats of Sonipat, but they're also moved deeper into the Panipat rural belt also. So it looks like what they're gaining in GT road belt, and whatever numbers they had in Ahirwal or South Haryana belt, they are more so the same. If they're losing 1 seat this time, they might have lost the other seat in previous election.
Let me introduce Dr. Himanshu from Bharatiya Janata Party joins us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining me. Dr. Himanshu? Okay. And I'm also being joined by Ahmed Ali Fayaz. Mr. Fayaz, 49, 27, 4, 10. Do you expect these numbers to change, or these numbers will stay static now?
This is exactly what I told you yesterday. These are going to stay. I think the National Conference is going to cross 40. I had expected only 36. But at this point of time, you need to see the main constituencies in Kashmir where we were expecting neck and neck fights. Omar Abdullah, for example, he is maintaining a lead of 4,500 in Badgaon, a lead of 4,000 in Gaderbal. If you listen to me for a minute, I will tell you, Ravinder Raina, Bharatiya Janata Party President Jammu and Kashmir, he is trailing by 10,000 votes. Surendra Chaudhary of National Conference is leading there in Nowshera by 10,000 votes at this point of time. I told you Omar Abdullah leading at both the places. Mohammad Yusuf Tarigami, these are the main contestants. He is the CPIM Central Committee member and supported by the National Conference and Congress. He is leading by 2,000 votes against Sayyar Ahmed Rishi, who is supported by Jamaat Islami in Kulgam. Iltija Mufti is holding a lead of 5,000 votes in Pulwama. Bashir Ahmed Viri of National Conference is leading by 5,000 votes against Iltija Mufti of the PDP in Bijbehara. So these are very unexpected results. Wahiduddin Para is the only person from the PDP who is holding a lead of 3,000 votes in Pulwama against Khalil Muhammad Band of National Conference. And another important segment is Patan, where from Imran Ansari, Jammu and Kashmir People's Conference General Secretary is fighting, and Javed Riaz Bedar, who is a former SSP of Srinagar, now NC's candidate, leading by 5,000 votes. People's Conference's another stalwart, Abid Ansari, he is trailing in Zadibal, Srinagar by 7,500 votes. National Conference's Tanveer Sadiq is holding a lead of 7,005 votes against the People's Conference candidate. Sajjad Lone is the only person from the opposition opposition to the National Conference and Congress. He is leading by 916 votes only. He has got 9,800 and Chaudhry Ramzan 8,883. It's a very thin lead. Sajjad Shafi, he is a former National Conference stalwart, Shafi Udi's son. He is leading by 7,000 votes in Udi against Taj Muhyiddin, who is the independent candidate backed by many parties. Shaukat Hussain Ganai, who is the National Conference candidate in Zainpura, he is contesting against Ejaz Ahmed Mir, who is supported by Jamaat Islami and other parties. Shaukat Hussain Ganai is leading by 6,500 votes. This is the constituency where Mehbooba Mufti was returned in 2008, and PDP has never lost it after 2002. And Tariq Hamid Kara, who is the Pradesh Congress Committee President, he is contesting as the Alliance candidate in Srinagar. He is leading by 7,100 votes. Altaf Bukhairi, who is the Apni Party chief in Jammu and Kashmir, he is trailing in Chandpur, Srinagar by 3,000. Mushtaq Ahmed Gur of National Conference, he is leading there by 3,000 votes. I told you about Ravindra Rana trailing by 10,000 votes. We were expecting a very good performance by National Conference and Congress Alliance, but not this much.
Thank you very much. You stay with me. Mr. Fayaz, you stay with me. You stay with me. Very, very, very nicely you have detailed out the elections in Kashmir. Let me go across to Dr. Himanshu. Dr. Himanshu, happy with the results in Haryana and disappointed in what happened in Jammu and Kashmir?
Yes. No, we actually believe in the democracy, and we believe in the decision of the public. Actually, it's not the final results. We will definitely go up in J&K, and we are happy with Haryana because we have worked so hard in these 10 years. We have done for the people. These Congress people, they were charging paisas for toilets, and we have opened the free shauchalayas in the whole of Haryana. We have improved the infrastructure. We have improved we have decreased the MSP. We have given the 24 crops. MSP has been decreased, and 2 lakh jobs was our promise. So the public has given promise to us, and you can see that's why we are winning in Haryana. And Robert Vadra and the people of Congress would be sad today.
Well, I don't want to get into the individual, but the fact is that this vote is also a reflection of the social base of Bharatiya Janata Party, which is independent of leaders, which fights back. But there is one more important thing which I'll come to. But let the graphic be ready with that. Then I'll come to that point. It's an important point I'm going to break on my screen. Wait for it for 5 minutes. Then we are going to talk about it. And it is something which I would say will lead to a decisive mandate. If it stays. If it doesn't stay, then I think the numbers will hold, nothing will change, but that is something which is very, very, very important. Let me go across to Danish Iqbal, political analyst from Kashmir. Danish, how are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
I am fine, Danish. Your comments on the numbers that have come? Expected?
Well, yeah, it was expected, but not... this much of surge for the National Conference-led Congress alliance. But yes, it's actually a bit early, to reach to final conclusions, because only, I guess, the 4 or the 5 rounds among the 20 rounds have been counted so far. So there are another 15 rounds to be counted. So I wouldn't make a very safe guess for now. But yes, 30-35 seats for the alliance was expected. They've slightly performed better than that. But what is the larger conclusion from this election from J&K today? As of it's 11:15 in the morning. The larger conclusion, the biggest message is that the J&K is now clearly polarized. Jammu has voted in one way, of course, for the BJP, and the Valley has gone with largely with the National Conference, apart from a few seats here and there. I mean, I don't suggest that the state was never in this. I mean, I don't suggest that the state was always in political unison. But I mean, this kind of political divide, I don't, as far as I recall, the politics of last 30, 40 years, I don't recall this sort of glaring, dominant political divide, dividing the political opinion between Srinagar and Jammu. That would be the key takeaway from this election as of 11:15 in the morning. But what would happen to the numbers for the alliance, whether they would stabilize around at this number, which is right now, I think 49 for the NCL or the Congress alliance, or would it slightly drop? Would it improve for the BJP to 30, 35? Is something that remains to be seen. So that is something that would be my initial comments.
Okay.
I will probably come later.
Okay, Danish, you stay with me. Let me play out a couple of reactions that have come from Supriya Shrinet to Sudhanshu Trivedi. All the political bites, I'm going to play it out for you because we are almost halfway through the election.
कई सीटें ऐसी हैं जिसमें हम बहुत आगे भी हैं, तो मेरा अपना मानना है कि ये तस्वीर बदलेगी और तस्वीर इसलिए बदलेगी क्योंकि हम लोगों ने मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ा है, किसानों, जवानों, पहलवानों और युवाओं के मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ा है और ये इलेक्शन जरूर पलटेगा। भी आप 12 बजे तक का इंतजार करिए, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। मुझे लगता है हमें उम्मीद इससे और भी प्रचंड बहुमत की थी। बहुमत की सरकार हमारी बनेगी, मुझे इसमें कोई भी संशय नहीं है। बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर पर तो परिंदा नहीं फड़क रहा था और अब वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं लोग, तो मेरा अपना मानना है उनका डिसीजन कि वो टीवी पैनल पर भी नहीं आ रहे थे, अब आने की शायद सोच रहे हैं। ये इलेक्शन जम्मू कश्मीर और हरियाणा में हुआ है और दोनों जगह कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी।
इस तरीके की खबरें आ रही हैं। मेरा मानना है कि कोई भी निष्कर्ष निकालने के लिए अंतिम परिणाम की प्रतीक्षा करनी चाहिए, परंतु हम ये कह सकते हैं कि अभी जो रुझान आ रहे हैं वो एक सकारात्मक दिशा में दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं और हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है कि ये सकारात्मक रुझान एक निर्णायक और ऐतिहासिक जनादेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में परिणित होंगे। मुझे लगता है उस प्रकार के दावे प्रतिदावों कोई मतलब नहीं है। कुछ समय की बात है, एक आध घंटे या यूं कहें कि कुछ मिनट की बात है, 100-150 मिनट, और उसके बाद दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। जम्मू कश्मीर में कैसे देख रहे हैं सर? जम्मू कश्मीर में हम ये कह सकते हैं कि लोकतंत्र का पर्व बड़े उत्साह और व्यवस्था के साथ मनाया गया है। छम जैसे सेक्टर में 80% तक मतदान होना, और हम ये कह सकते हैं कि देखिएगा जनता निर्णायक और ऐतिहासिक जनादेश देगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी अब तक का अपने सबसे शानदार प्रदर्शन।
देखिए, अभी जो रुझान है वो साफ दिख रहा है कि पूरे हरियाणा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कमल खिल रहा है, कांग्रेस का अहंकार टूट रहा है। कांग्रेस बहुत जिलेबी खा रही थी सुबह सुबह, अब बीजेपी के लोग खुशी के लड्डू बीजेपी के लोगों के हाथ लगेगा। कांग्रेस जिलेबी की तरह घूमती रह जाएगी। आएगी बीजेपी, जीतेगी बीजेपी, हरियाणा में सरकार बनाएगी बीजेपी।
I think in 8 or 9 seats the BJP's lead is only by under 1,000 votes. So we shouldn't really make a premature conclusion right now. My own view is that in any case the wonderful thing about democracy is that the people decide. So when the people are fully decided, we've counted all the votes, let's talk about it then. At the moment, they seem to be leading in a majority of the seats, which is a genuine surprise. Certainly, the entire exit poll industry must be in deep disgrace, but that's not something we can say much about right now. But honestly, let us wait for the final results and we can talk again. My own feeling is that at the moment, the signs are not what we were expecting in Haryana and are better than the India bloc was expecting in Jammu and Kashmir. So that's...
Just 2 days ago when the polling was happening, Bhupinder Singh Hooda had said, not just laddus, we'll have jalebis this time. And here we are at the AICC with a Congress worker who's happily distributing sweets. Sir, आपका नाम?
सर, मेरा नाम अनवर है सर, मैं दिल्ली से हूँ और मैं राहुल जी का सिपाही हूँ। जिस तरीके राहुल जी 10 साल से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, जनता के बीच में जाने, जनता की बात को उठा रहे हैं। उन्होंने क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा किसानों की बात को, पहलवानों की बात को, बेरोजगारी की बात को, महंगाई की बात को, महिला सुरक्षा की बात को, लेकिन बीजेपी इस चीजों से भागती रही और आज बीजेपी को इसी का खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ रहा है। इसी की हालत जो इस टाइम हो रहा है, तो बीजेपी को सोचना पड़ेगा कि आगे उसको क्या करना पड़ेगा। एक ही शेर बब्बर शेर है राहुल गांधी, और सबसे ज्यादा आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान के अगर कुछ बिकेगा तो जलेबी बिकेगी, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी ने बताया कि ये जलेबी जैसे मिठास है ना, गोल जलेबी होती है, इसमें सारा भाईचारा खट्टा और मजबूत है। इसीलिए ना तुम हमें बांट सकते हो, ना हमें तुम काट सकते हो। मैं हरियाणा की और जम्मू की जनता को बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूँ यहाँ से, आपके चैनल से, कि जो उन्होंने विश्वास कांग्रेस पार्टी पे जताया है, हम आगे खड़े उतरेंगे और राहुल गांधी जी पूरी मेहनत के साथ हरियाणा और जम्मू में प्रचार करेंगे, दोबारा फिर जाएंगे।
आप कहाँ से आए हैं सर?
मैं मेरठ जनपद से हूँ।
मेरठ से
जी।
और आप इसी के लिए आए हैं यहाँ?
जी।
तो आपका अभी मिठाई विठाई खाई क्या आपने?
जी जी, हम तो जो है सुबह 6 बजे से खा रहे हैं।
सुबह 6 बजे से खा रहे हैं मिठाई। अभी जब जीत जाएंगे तब क्या करेंगे फिर?
भाई गाँव में जो है, शहरों में, सब जगह जश्न मनाएंगे।
As you can see, as far as the Congress workers are concerned, victory is a done deal. It's begun with sweets. Let's see where this goes.
मिस्टर प्रसाद, ऐसा लग रहा है कि जलेबी ठंडी हो रही है।
हाँ, ठंडी होने दीजिएगा। अभी तो वैसे अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन का वेबसाइट आगे देखा मैंने, तो उसमें करीब 1/3 वोट ही अभी तक गिने गए। तो मतलब अगर अभी के जो रुझान देख रहे हैं हम, वो सिर्फ 1/3 वोट से, कहीं पे 16 राउंड होने तो 4 राउंड के आए। तो इसलिए जो प्रवक्ता दोनों तरफ से अपनी अपनी बात रख रहे हैं, मेरे ख्याल से जैसे मैंने शुरुआत में कहा था, हम लोगों को T20 और वनडे की इतनी आदत पड़ चुकी है। हर विकेट पे हम अपने आप को मना लेते हैं कि यह एक गेंद हम मैच हम जीत रहे हैं, और होना भी चाहिए। हर टीम को अपनी तरह उत्साह दिखानी चाहिए। लेकिन एज समबडी हु हैज़ बीन वाचिंग पॉलिटिक्स एंड पॉलिटिकल रिजल्ट्स फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, I think we'll have to hold on and wait till we actually announce anything, because the leads have to consolidate in certain seats of the 48 or 50 that the BJP is up, or BJP up in 48 in Congress. Certain seats are certainly, certain constituencies are certainly to be converted into seats because the votes have consolidated. So if that trend continues, they will convert. But there are many where it's a close contest, and we don't know which way that pitch would turn.
You know, right now, if you look at the popular vote, it is very surprising. Bharatiya Janata Party, Bharatiya Janata Party is at 39.07% of total vote. The total vote of the Congress Party is 40.30%. So Congress is 1% more. 1% vote more than BJP, but then there have been times where Congress in Punjab defeated Akali Dal with 1% less vote. Isn't that?
It all depends on how the vote swing takes place. Sometimes, if you look at UP in the last elections, the BJP got more vote share but lesser seats. So you can't really explain, because I think other factors probably Ajit Jha would be able to explain, because the presence of others, who is going to slice away those votes? So will the percentage actually convert into, and let us also remember, before the results, all the predictions said 5% to 8% swing in favor of Congress. So far it doesn't seem to have done that way, Ajit.
You know, usually what happens, Karthike, is if you look at any election, basically you can demarcate seats in terms of safe seats, swing seats, right? Now, it is possible that the BJP, which is leading at 48 right now, is winning more of the swing seats, or at least early trends show that they are leading in swing seats. And swing seats kya hota hai? Less than 1,000, less than 500, less than 100. Whereas the Congress, which is at 36, might have, and again, these are again early trends, as Prasad pointed out, only 1/3 of votes have been counted, but the Congress is probably leading in the so-called safe seats. So therefore, this puzzle that we see, that the Congress seems to have 1% more votes than the BJP, yet is trailing behind in the number of seats in terms of the early trends, it's quite possible. It happened in Madhya Pradesh, if you remember. Shivraj Singh Chauhan had lost the election when the BJP had more percentage vote than the Congress at that time. So this is quite in the realm of possibility. What I find very different between J&K and Haryana is that J&K has now become a straight one-sided trend.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, so let me go to Mr. Pabi. Mr. Pabi, as of now, the vote share of Bharatiya Janata Party is 40 as per the Election Commission data. There's a slight anomaly. As per the Election Commission data, 40.30. Can you take this election plate out? It is 40.30 for the Congress Party, 40.30. and it is 39.07 for BJP. So, Mr. Babi, despite more than 1% of the vote, BJP is still doing better than Congress in Haryana. Why?
Well, it appears that, it's the counting which is taking place, perhaps it's in the stronger holds of one particular party. So we don't know actually the constitution-wise or the area-wise where these trends are coming from, or where BJP is leading or where Congress is leading. So that has to be analyzed to check out as to how it could have been different. But I would like to point out one thing that that independents will be playing a major role. Looks like because there are now 6 to JJP and 4 others. So if it is a close, tight contest, then maybe the other political parties, whether smaller parties or independents, they might make a difference. And as far as you were asking me about earlier about the consolidation of votes, I would like to point out that BJP has certainly a very, very well-oiled election machinery. Like Congress, which doesn't have really very organized level cadres, BJP has it, and they have their very, very strong, as Panna Pramukh also they had been having earlier, but they have created this cadre at the ground level, and which has been working silently, it appears, without getting into the publicity part of it. So I think that is going to help them. And as far as percentage of voting is concerned, I think it has to be analyzed a little more as to which areas the BJP is ahead.
Okay. In terms of vote, the Congress has done better, but in terms of seats, BJP has outshone them. If you look at the data from Kashmir, it's 51 for Congress NCP alliance, 25 for BJP, 5 for PDP, 9 for other parties. PDP is still giving fight. Most of the polls did not give PDP 5. They gave 3 to 4. And right now, PDP is 5. But I think the biggest problem for Mehbooba Mufti is that Iltija is not doing well at all. It's time for a short break. Don't go away. I'll be back with all my colleagues, my guests in the studio, and our correspondents on the field after 2 minutes. Don't go away.
Let yourself flow with the turn of each tide.
Salty winds, you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra is the hit.
Maharashtra tourism.
A warrior so brave, he'll forever be hailed.
Maharashtra is the hit.
Maharashtra tourism.
For the very first time in our investigation, we unmasked the killer of Ravindra Matre.
In 5G, we have to stand with the world, and in 6G, we have to lead the world.
Winning a Grammy was an absolutely surreal experience.
said that out of 7 diamonds across the world, 5 are cut and polished in India.
Don't forget, US is the largest consumer of, polished diamonds and the diamond jewelry, and that has a big beating for multiple reasons, but largely because of the consumer spending going down on these items. And that's essentially what has hit the diamond industry.
We are at a brim where you see not just one, but multiple very strong global brands coming out of India, and we will make a global mark, and I'm convinced about that.
This and more. Streaming on News 9 Plus. News is now content. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Welcome back. And I'm joined by my correspondents Nivriti, Deepak, but let me straight away go to Bharatiya Janata Party's office where my correspondent Nivriti Mohan is there with a guest. Nivriti, please go ahead. I've been told that if everything goes well in the BJP in context of Haryana, Prime Minister might address the party workers there at 6 p.m. today.
Right. So Kartikeji, what has happened here is that earlier in the morning when we saw the ambience of BJP office, it was very quiet. But as the day has progressed, the ambience has brightened up. So we have Anuja Kapoor with us. Ma'am, what has changed since morning?
Nothing changed. We were stronger from the day one. Since 9 o'clock, as I've been sitting on the debates, and I was very sure of, we are those people who are a cadre-based party. We are those people who talks about Panna Pramukh. We are booth people. We are the ones who work on the ground, and our schemes are making a mark not only in India, but apart from in the whole world. So people are looking into Modi's model, and where we look into the Kharcha Parchi has been stopped in Haryana. And they talk about anti-incumbency, and they talk about that it was there in Haryana. But look at Nayab Singh Saini ji, he's heading from 3,000 votes and above. You took into Khattar's constituency. There we are going ahead. So what we are looking into is the Congress is the one who would start dancing again on the EVM, but they will not dance in Jammu and Kashmir. So look into the INC which they talk about. Where do they stand even? 8 in Jammu Kashmir. Where are they standing in Haryana? Look into the situations on the close areas, because they are the people who are corrupt people. You have seen how they treat the in one side on the Congress rally on the Munch. You have seen how the Olympic athlete was being grobbed by their people, and the other side you look at Shalja ji. She is, because being Dalit, she's not been even given an I to come to the vote to that area. You see Vinesh Fogart, she's been given the most difficult seat. So look into it. They are not bothered. They are just bothered about their party. They just want to come. Look at Karnataka, look at Telangana, look at Himachal Pradesh, look at the people, what they are eating. They are taken, they've made them as an ATM. They made the people the space code.
The silence in BJP office in the morning suggested that even you were I'm not talking about you particularly, but the ambience in the office suggested that even BJP was not very confident.
So please show them, all of them here. Nobody is even going for a laddu or a jalebi, because jalebi factory Rahul Gandhi will make. So from unki factory se Rahul Gandhi ke yahan se jalebi ki ban kar aayega, because that is what Rahul Gandhi say ki jalebi ki factory banni chahiye. So where you look into it, we are the ones who are we don't have to celebrate. We are the one, we knew about it, that Haryana is coming back. Haryana was there, like Madhya Pradesh. You keep on speaking on your exit polls. You showed Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh was not going to be there. But look into the exit polls. We don't have to celebrate, because we know where we are standing. We are the ones who are already into a victory. And when they talk about Jammu Kashmir, they are the people I think they need to celebrate on the EVMs now.
What will you say about Jammu and Kashmir? Because the seats where you are gaining is in the Jammu region. It's not in the Kashmir region.
How does it matter? How does it matter? What matter is the dignity of a common people. We are happy that we are able to, when we are in the ruling party, we are able to abrogate Article 370. We are able to abrogate 35A because the life and the dignity of the person was on the paramount. If we are sitting in opposition, हम शांत से बैठेंगे. We are the people of the opposition for so many long. Congress was there so. हम लोग अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की पार्टी है. We have left it on one vote. We are the people who have the sense and the dignity. We sit with work and we execute our work, even if it is in opposition.
अनुजा जी, एग्जिट पोल्स ने लोकसभा में आपको जिताया था. लोकसभा में मतलब आपको ज़्यादा सीट्स दी थी, जितनी आई उससे ज़्यादा सीट्स दी थी. उत्तर वैसा नहीं हुआ एग्जिट पोल्स में. बट एंड दिस टाइम ऑल्सो what exit polls suggested for Haryana elections, it is not happening.
Look, exit polls का अपना काम है. That is what they are doing. Let them know what it is. We know what the reality is, and we are just happy that the people of Haryana is again choosing BJP, the BJP model. We are with. We love you all. Thank you so much, and we thank Haryana once again for standing with us, and in Jammu Kashmir, we are with you always and forever.
Would you agree that because of exit polls you were also worried?
No, we would never be worried about. As I said, we are not the people. हम लोग सामान्य रहने वाले लोग हैं. ना बहुत खुश होते हैं, ना बहुत दुखी होते हैं. We work on people. We are the people of the largest democracy, and we on Modi's model. We are working, and that is what Antyodaya works. Antyodaya wins. Jai Shri Ram. Yes.
So this was
so much. Thank you so much. Let me go across to Deepak Bhatana. So Nivritti was with the BJP spokesperson. Let's go across to Deepak on the other side of the aisle. Deepak, what's the mood in the Congress party?
But now
दीपक तक हमारी आवाज नहीं जा रही है. There is a delay. So Congress vote share in Haryana is 40.30%. Right now, as the data, let me go through the data of the Election Commission. Yes, it is 40.26 and BJP is 39.07. So the Congress vote share is incrementally increasing. Let me go across to Smita Mishra. Smita, how do you look at these two elections, Haryana and J&K?
So maybe I should start with Jammu Kashmir and the regional divide, which has been a regular feature for decades and also the bane of Jammu Kashmir politics. That is, Kashmir votes in a certain way and Jammu in another way, continues to hold even in these elections, despite the change that has come constitutionally, politically, with 370 not being a legislation anymore, with the abrogation, and with a lot happening and the state not being, Jammu Kashmir not being a full-fledged state anymore. Yet, the fact that people, voters of the two regions have their distinct aspirations and distinct politics has been repeated once again. And at least for this time round, the aspiration among Jammuites that ultimately we will have, a time will come when we will be able to have a chief minister from Jammu may not be possible at this time round. However, there are very interesting trends here. I think there is an almost complete, if not total, decimation of the PDP. That itself is a very interesting development. Other than that, the Congress has managed to get some share of the votes in Jammu region as well, and I think it is not because of the central or the top leadership of the BJP, but the way the local BJP people, they were not sitting MLAs, but the local leadership in that region conducted themselves. That is why BJP had to go for a very strong surgical treatment and deny tickets to its top 4 or 5
stay with me,
established leaders.
Smita, stay with me. A couple of developments in Kashmir, stay with me. We have got a tic-tac of Tariq Karra. Let me play out the tic-tac of Tariq Karra. Iltija Mufti's tweet, I'll play it out. First the tic-tac of Tariq Karra, and Iltija says, well, it's over. She accepts the mandate. First the tic tac and then I'll go to the Iltija story.
JKPCC चीफ तारिक कर्रा साहब मेरे साथ मौजूद है। कर्रा साहब, मेरा छोटा सवाल पहला ये है, क्या लग रहा है आपको, अलायंस काम कर गया जिस तरह के ट्रेंड्स सामने आ रहे हैं?
सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज से ज़्यादा यहाँ के लोगों की एक इच्छा थी कि यहाँ पे अलायंस हो और बीजेपी का जो नेफेरियस डिज़ाइन ऑफ फ्रेगमेंटेशन ऑफ वोट्स है उससे हम बच सकें, और उसमें हम अलायंस पार्टनर्स जो हैं वो कामयाब हो गए।
बीजेपी का नारा था 50 पार, और उसके लिए तमाम जो उन्होंने कोशिशें की, चाहे इंडिपेंडेंस की बात करें, रविंद्र रैना लगातार कह रहे हैं कि हम सरकार बनाएंगे लाइक माइंडेड लोगों के साथ, हमारे पास 12 से 15 इंडिपेंडेंट है, तो आपको क्या लग रहा है वो तैयारियां रंग लाएंगी?
देखिए, मैं कई दिनों से ये कह रहा हूँ, उनके जो क्लेम्स थे उनको देख के, उनको सुन के मैं ये कह रहा था कि दे आर डे ड्रीमिंग, क्योंकि लोगों का मिजाज, बिलखसूस यहाँ वादी में लोगों का जो मिजाज था वो बहुत ही पर्टिकुलर थे कि हमें किस तरह से इस जैकबूट पॉलिसी से हमें निजात मिले, और उस हिसाब से उनकी जो असेसमेंट थी वो टोटली फॉल्टी थी, और उसका नतीजा वो है, वो आपके सामने है, और अलायंस जो है वो कंफर्टेबली नंबर्स क्रॉस करेगी, जो मैजिक नंबर है क्रॉस करके सरकार बनाएगी।
Okay, now Iltija Mufti has tweeted, as I said, Iltija Mufti in a tweet has said, I accept the verdict of the people. The love and affection I have received from everyone in Bijbehara will always stay with me. Gratitude to my PDP workers who worked so hard throughout this campaign. Mr. Fayaz, why did Muftis lose their stronghold is the question. And I will come to you, Mr. Fayaz, a little later. But Brijesh, Iltija losing Bijbehara.
Well, I think it's a huge setback for PDP because they were almost confident that this pocket borough is something which they will win. But if you look at the way the PDP progressed, there have been several desertion within the party. People were not very happy with the way candidates were picked. Even in the Bijbehara, there was another candidate which was in reckoning, and the ticket was given to Iltija Mufti, and there was a lot of talk about how Parivarwad and all is working there. But I think the story of Jammu Kashmir can be summed up in 3 points. First, it's the NC which has completely swept the valley. Out of 47 seats, which increased by 1 because of delimitation, the NC is leading in 41 seats out of 47. The second is that the BJP has not been able to consolidate Jammu. The seats in Jammu post delimitation was increased from 37 to 43, and going by the numbers of seats in which the BJP is leading, they are nowhere near that sweep. The consolidation is not happening per se the way they would have thought. And the Congress played a spoil sport as far as the BJP scheme in Jammu is concerned. Third, Engineer Rashid, which we have discussed so many times, I think his release from the jail proved to be the biggest dampener as far as him hurting the chances of NC and PDP is concerned.
Okay, so before I go to Faiz, I go to my colleague Neha Bandhav. She has come, she's in the pit, armed with all the data. Neha, just tell us what's happening in J&K. 51 NC plus Congress, 25 Bharatiya Janata Party, PDP is 5 and others 9. My questions are the same, but the primer is different this time. Iltija losing Bijbehara.
Absolutely, Kartikeya. This has come as a, in fact, shock for a lot of people, especially, also in the PDP as well. I've spoken to a few people in the party, and, they're quite disappointed with the fact that Iltija has also, now conceded defeat, and with the fact that she was trailing. Like I told you last time as well, that this constituency, the Sirgufara Bijbehara constituency, has been PDP's family bastion, from Mr. Mufti Muhammad Sayyid to Mehbooba Mufti to now Iltija. So this was a kind of a platter that was passed on to Iltija Mufti with the hope that she will continue to retain the seat and maintain a stronghold over the constituency. But clearly that has not happened. And here what we are seeing is that Iltija Mufti is trailing. But before I, go deeper in.
I think she has lost connection. She has lost connection. The issue is not that Iltija has lost or conceded defeat. The issue is who has actually taken the lead in Bijbihara. And people were saying that this gentleman from National Conference is going to be a tough contender. And people were saying that the reason why he's going to be a tough contender because he is known for saving people's life there. So sometimes local equations, Ajit, work far better than the larger regional and national resonance.
Absolutely. If you work in the constituency, regardless of whichever party you are from, you end up doing well. That is a known thing all over India. But you know what, Brijesh, the figures that you gave, what we are seeing, 51 for Congress INC, 41 National Conference, 10 Congress, and the BJP only gets 25 seats. But now let's look at the percentage vote. The BJP is the single largest party with 26% vote on its own. The National Conference has 23% vote, 2% less than the BJP. And Congress has 13% vote, which means if the NC had not held an alliance with the Congress, might be BJP would have become the number one. So the alliance that right now is the deciding factor in National Conference, although the puzzle is one more. The puzzle is that with 23% vote, NC gets 41 seats. With 26% vote, BJP, despite its stronghold in Jammu, only gets 25
and
seats.
if you remember the tweet and the statement which was made by Omar Abdullah, I think it is now coming as prescient when he urged both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi to go and campaign in Jammu. They say like, please don't waste your time here in the valley. We are taking care of the valley. Please go and campaign more and more vigorously in the state of in the Jammu area. And I think going by the result, looks like it has paid off. And even if you add the 5 elected representative in the assembly, I think they are 3 more than the required 48 numbers they require
so
to have a majority.
So Brijesh, is the size of just one question. Is the size of the assembly constituency in the valley smaller than that of Jammu?
Well, I honestly don't know the exact that the size of this assembly is smaller in Jammu or in Kashmir. But one thing is very clear. I think they figured out their alliance partnership pretty quickly and pretty early. And I think the way they have gelled and all is reflecting in the numbers.
The
sharing of vote is proper. Yeah.
Okay. Let me straight away go to Danish. Danish, one story is that the Iltija has conceded defeat, but the other story is that National Conference has won that seat. How did that happen?
Well, Kartikeya, let me say something about this. Since a few panelists sitting around you were talking about the PDP's loss in Bijbihara, what you all need to understand is that the Iltija's grandfather, the great Mufti Saab, the former Home Minister of India, had actually a lot to struggle to win from Bijbihara in the early 70s and 80s, when the father of the current contestant, Dr. Bashir Viri, would give him a hard time, Actually, Mufti Saab had to fight it all through his life to win from Bijbihara. Bijbihara was never historically a family bastion of Muftis. And that is why Mufti Saab actually would later contest from Anantnag, and Mehbooba would go to somewhere in Shopian. As you would recall, in 2008 and 2002 elections, she actually contested it from Vachi, a constituency in Shopian. So please don't underestimate the strength of Dr. Bashir Viri, who comes from a family of saints, from Bijbihara, whose father, the great Sayyid Viri Saab, used to be a very, very powerful MLA from the National Conference. So now what PDP did for sure, the mistake what the PDP did in this election was actually to move the giant, this PDP giant by the name of Abdul Rahman Viri. to another seat just to give this seat to Iltija, because the Muftis thought that the daughter is contesting, so let's give him the safest seat of the valley to the Iltija. But now the voters did actually, voters are actually smart people. They decided that we're not going to let this dynasty continue. We're not going to let a lady in his early 30s who has actually never been in the party, who just is parachuted, in the party just 6 months before and given a mandate, and someone like Viri Saab, who's a veteran in the party, 5-6 time MLA, has actually to move to another seat just to give the family dynasty a place. So that's, I think, where the PDP is actually. That's why the PDP has been punished. But what I would mean, my second point would be also that, in my opinion, and there's probably another Kashmir expert here. PDP, in my opinion, has actually done better, and I'll explain why. If you recall, for the last election in 2014, when PDP contested, the 10 top cabinet ministers, out of the 10 top cabinet ministers, the 9 actually left from the party. A party that had won 28 MLAs in 2014, out of 28, maybe 23 MLAs had actually deserted the party. So we were not expecting PDP to win even one seat, honestly. Somebody yesterday asked me that how many seats would PDP win? And I said that PDP would only win one seat. That's the seat from Pulwama, where the candidate is very, very powerful. The same candidate who had actually contested the parliamentary elections from Srinagar and given a very tough fight to the National Conference. But now PDP has actually performed better. PDP was actually, there were hardly any leaders in the party. There were hardly any, ex-ministers in the party. There was just the Muftis, the Mehbooba ji and her daughter, and a couple of gentlemen here and there. So actually, in my opinion, PDP has actually done better. But why has National Conference, in a way, sweep this election as of now? Is because the Apni party, led by another gentleman called Altaf Bukhari, has actually failed to create a dent in Srinagar and elsewhere. Altaf Bukhari, Sajad Lone, and Engineer Rashid, who we were expecting, by modest standards, who we all were expecting to get at least 2-3 seats, and that would add up to at least 10-11 seats. They have actually not performed in those 10 to 11 seats, and those 10 to 11 seats have actually now gone to National Conference's kitty, and that actually given National Conference 10 seats more. Everybody was expecting National Conference to be within 28 to 32, but now if they're, I'm not sure where they are right now, but if they're around 38 to 39, so those are the seats. Those are the seats from these 2-3 gentlemen have actually now gone to the National Conference. So I think that is the backstory of what is unfolding until now.
Mr. Fayaz, what's the big story that is emanating from Kashmir? What's the big picture you're drawing now? Because I think this election we can call. We can call Kashmir election.
Yeah. Big picture is that National Conference performing far better than everybody had expected. I had 2 days back, I told you that there'll be around 36 and that this alliance will be around 45 to 47, if you remember. They are around the same figures. Common people who do not have knowledge of these things, how we gather information about the prospects of the candidates, yes, they have their own calculations. They had even expected the National Conference to be around 20. Some said that they will be only 18. But our guess was that they will be around 36 plus minus 2 seats. About BJP, I had told you 2 days back, and I also tweeted before the exit polls that there will be around 27 seats. They're exactly there. They are there. So the big picture is that the Apni party president Altaf Bukhari, who was considered to be a winner in Kashmir, many people expected him to win. He's losing with a big margin. Sajad Ghani Lone, who is a star contestant, his lead is only 900 votes in Handwara as of now, and this seat can go anyway. His lieutenants Abid Hussain Ansari and Imran Hussain Ansari, who are very strong Shia candidates, and they have a vote bank in Patan as well as in Zadibal. They are trailing with massive margins in both the places. And a retired SSP of the National Conference, Javed Riaz Bedar, he's emerging as the winner in Patan. This is not expected normally. And Umar Abdullah, many people were expecting him to be a winner from Badgam, but they said that they believed that he would be losing in Gandarbal. I told you repeatedly that he's winning from both the seats and with a good margin from both the places. Even in Habakadal, which the BJP was expecting to win, BJP is losing with a massive margin to Shamima Firdaus of National Conference. As of now, they were trailing by 5,000 votes in Srinagar. So this is an exceptional performance of the National Conference after their 1996 performance, and they can be close to even to 40 seats. They have never crossed 28 after the 1996 elections. In 2002, 2008, they got a total of 28, and in 2015, 14, they came down to 15, and PDP that time got 28. So this is the big story, that the National Conference and Congress is clearly going to make the government. They may fall short by 1 or 2. In that case, they will get the support from PDP, but as of now, it looks that they will be able to form the government of their own.
Now, let me straight away go to our colleague Deepak Bhadana, who is at the Congress office. We couldn't get in touch with him last time. Deepak, am I audible to you now? Deepak?
Yes, you are, sir. Loud and
Mahal
clear.
badal gaya?
Sir, you're audible. Mahal, sir, it's actually a drastic change. I mean, if you've seen the visuals from the morning, it was a celebratory atmosphere here. But now Congress supporters are few and difficult to find. There are no cheers anymore. There are no dhol, shanknath, or even jalebis, as we had seen earlier this morning. There is an atmosphere of despondency at the moment, and even Congress leaders are difficult to find. So a sea change, in the attitudes here. It's turning out to be quite an exciting race. And the thing is that even
हम लोग गए थे, अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और मैं ईसीआई गए थे, हमने शिकायत की और तब ईसीआई ने कार्रवाई की. तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, निष्पक्ष संस्था है, इस तरीके से स्थानीय प्रशासन पर दबाव नहीं डालना चाहिए.
सर, अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कुछ आप लोगों ने अपनी
नहीं, कोई हताश होने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, निराश होने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. 3 साढ़े 3 बजे तक काउंटिंग सेंटर पर वो रहें, टिके रहें, क्योंकि ये खेल ख़त्म नहीं हुआ है. ये सब मनोवैज्ञानिक खेल है, ये माइंड गेम्स चल रहा है, इससे हम हटेंगे नहीं. ये कोई निराश होने की कोई कारण नहीं है. हमें जनादेश मिलने वाला है, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने वाली है.
So Congress has a doubt on the election commission, and you are going to file a complaint to the election commission?
We are filing a complaint. We have, there are at least 8 seats in which 11 rounds of counting are over, and the Congress is in the lead. But that is not being reflected in the ECI website. That is not being reflected in all the channels that are showing the results. So this is a subtle way of the Union Home Minister using the ECI to put pressure on the local administration. The ECI is a constitutional body, it's an independent body, it should function independently. These are mind games, psychological games. Our workers should stay, they should be in the counting centers till 3 o'clock, till 4 o'clock. The game is not over, the poll results have not been completed as yet. The clear mandate will come in favor of the Congress. These are all attempts being made to vitiate the atmosphere and to put pressure on the local administration.
Do you say that's why the BJP is saying that we are the seat, we are forming the government?
No, there is no way that the BJP can form the government. The people of Haryana want change.
Their own ground reporters are not also showing.
So now let me go across to Deepak Bhadana. So Jairam Ramesh saying that all the Congress, the workers should stay put in their constituencies in the booth till 4 p.m. Somber mood. I think, they didn't expect this sort of a result in Haryana. The vote share of the Congress party is higher than BJP.
11 seats are in question.
And 11 seats are in question right now.
I think they've taken the hit. Yes, sir. So I think they've taken the hit pretty hard. Far from staying at centers and counting centers, there are few Congress supporters to be found even at the AICC headquarters. There is a complete sea change in the atmosphere here. No Congress leaders or spokespersons to be found anymore. The few that there are sequestered in their media cells at the moment. But yes, the trends in Haryana are pretty disconcerting for the supporters here, and that's reflected in the mood, the sentiments.
Thank you so much for joining me from AICC. Ajit, you wanted to say something, right now, in terms of numbers?
Well, see, at this moment, it's 50 for the BJP, 34 for the Congress,
Yes.
which is almost 16 seats more. Now, Jairam Ramesh said that 11 seats are seats where the numbers are not clear yet, right? So now, even if you add 11 to the Congress's tally, that would be almost 45. Now, that will obviously bring down the BJP count. So I think if Jairam Ramesh is right, then it is a bit too early to call the final results in Haryana yet. But at this moment, the BJP is leading in Haryana.
It's very comfortable. It is very comfortable.
So we have called off the election for Jammu and Kashmir. Congress and NC has won. As of now, we can say the lead is humongous. BJP has almost won Haryana. We'll wait and see, but it's clear. The 50 and 34 is like clear. BJP has actually fought back. Let's play out a tic-tac of Anil Vij, former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana.
पार्टी लगातार हरियाणा में अलग अलग विधानसभा सीटों पर 4 से 5 राउंड की जो काउंटिंग है वो पूरी हो चुकी है। कई सीटों पर अभी कांटे का मुकाबला चल रहा है और इस वक्त हम अंबाला कैंट में मौजूद हैं। अंबाला कैंट विधानसभा क्षेत्र को सुबह से हम फॉलो अप कर रहे हैं क्योंकि अनिल विज जो कि इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, बीजेपी के उम्मीदवार हैं अंबाला कैंट से, लेकिन फिलहाल करीब 600 वोटों से पीछे चल रहे हैं। वे साहब करीब 600 वोटों से आप पीछे चल रहे हैं, 5 राउंड हो गए हैं।
नहीं, वो बेल्ट निकल गई सारी। पिछली बार हम 3-4 हज़ार से पीछे थे यहाँ से। अब आगे सारा ये रिकवर हो जाएगा और लास्ट के राउंड में जाके आधा राउंड जो है वहाँ हमें नुकसान हो सकता है। बाकी सारे राउंडों में अब हम अप जाएंगे।
यानी आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि लीड मिल जाएगी?
पक्की पक्की पक्की।
अच्छा, ओवरऑल जो रिजल्ट्स हैं, बीजेपी लीड में आ गई है, इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, जो मैंने भविष्यवाणियाँ की थी मेरी सारी सच हो रही है। मैंने हर कदम पे की है, रुझानों के बाद आने पे भी की है मैंने, और आज सवेरे भी जब बता रहे थे, जब पहले एग्जिट आया था तब भी मैंने बताया था कि गलत है, ये होगा। तो मुझे वैसे ही नहीं बाबा कहते लोग।
तो भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा तो जीत का दावा कर रहे थे, उनको आप वो जीत का दावा कर रहे थे, उस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
अब वो चले गए, वो कोप भवन में चले गए। अब वहाँ से निकलेंगे नहीं।
अच्छा, इतना कॉन्फिडेंस क्यों था आपको कि बीजेपी तीसरी बार सरकार बनाएगी? क्यों विश्वास था आपको?
क्योंकि मैं जनता के बीच में बैठ के राजनीति करता हूँ, मुझे जनता की नब्ज देखनी आती है।
अच्छा, जलेबी का ऑर्डर दे रखा है कांग्रेस ने, उसको कैसे देखते हो? कह रहे हैं सीएम को भी जलेबी बैठेंगे।
वो अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने जहाँ फैक्ट्री लगाई है, अभी आज वहाँ पे कर्मचारी नहीं आए, ताला ही लगा हुआ, अभी खुला नहीं है। फिर कर्मचारी आएंगे, कोयला डालेंगे, चिमनियों में से धुआं निकलेगा, फिर राहुल गांधी जी अंदर जाएंगे, बटन दबाएंगे, फिर जलेबियाँ आएंगी, पर बनती है या नहीं बनती कह नहीं सकते।
So Mr. Vij saying कि बाबा तो मुझे तभी ऐसा ही नहीं कहते हैं। Mr. Vijay saying बाबा तो मुझे ऐसा ही नहीं कहते हैं। Please unmute yourself. Mr. Pabi, please unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yes. So Anil Vij is certainly a character who remains in news, and he comes out with his one-liners. And he's actually, he rebelled last time when he was not taken to the ministry at the change of chief ministership. But he is certainly a rooted politician, and he remains in close contact with the people. In fact, he mingles around with them. And therefore, whatever he's saying, yes, that has some connotation, definitely. But coming back to, what could have happened, you had asked me earlier, maybe partly one explanation could be the complacency. that had set into Congress workers and leaders, that they thought they were winning with a huge majority. So many of them had just given up, and therefore the vote percentage also reflects that. It's almost like in the previous Lok Sabha election when BJP said 400 par kar denge, but then they finally got the numbers which we all know about. So similarly in Haryana, I think they were saying that it is a complete sweep. It आंधी आ गई है. तो इसलिए there are many people, many supporters of Congress who may not have gone to the polling booths to cast their votes. So that could be there. And BJP, on the other hand, is known for its management of each constituency and the dynamics in each constituency, in each segment that are there. So I think all these factors had come together. So far, it appears, because in the previous, whatever we have seen, the trends in the previous elections, when there is one party winning, then over the rounds, its margin actually increases. But here it's a little complicated because the Congress people are saying that the EC is not releasing some of the results or some of the leads. So I think it remains a very interesting contest, and let's see what happens in another hour or so.
Mr. Pabi, my colleague Ajit has a question for you, please.
Mr. Pabi, if these numbers hold, and that is a big if, but 50 for the BJP, 34 for the Congress, does that mean this is the end of the political career of Bhupinder Singh Hooda?
Correct.
He's after all 77 years old, right? If he waits for the next election, he'll be 82. So is this the end of Bhupinder Singh Hooda in Haryana politics, if these numbers hold?
Yeah, quite right. Ajit, that's absolutely true, because of his age is also not on his side. So there's no hope that he will be able to lead the party in the next elections. But of course, he has been grooming his son, and I think that is what he's trying to do at this stage. And he also himself knows it, that beyond this point, he cannot carry on. In case he loses this election, that's the end game for him.
But remember, he actually flouted Rahul Gandhi's leadership. Rahul Gandhi was arguing for an alliance between Congress and AAP. Now, we don't know what percentage vote AAP got.
I think that's a very interesting. That's a very interesting point. I was having a look at the numbers. Aam Aadmi Party has got 1.65% of the votes. Congress has 40.46. Together, that would have made 42.5% of the vote, and the BJP would have been at 39. So the margin of difference would have increased by 2% of the vote. 2% would have been the difference. But it's like crying over the spilt milk. Maybe that vote wouldn't have helped Congress party, or the Congress vote wouldn't have gone to Aam Aadmi Party, like whenever there used to be a alliance between Congress and BSP. BSP का तो vote आ जाता था, Congress का vote कभी BSP को नहीं जाता था. So it's like that. So it's complex, but one thing is very, very clear, that questions are being raised. Let me play out the bite of Jairam Ramesh again.
ज्ञापन हम पेश कर रहे हैं, अभी अगले 5-7 मिनटों में हम पेश करेंगे. शिकायत कर रहे हैं. अब उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई हमारे सवालों का जवाब दें, क्योंकि 10, 12, 11 राउंड के नतीजे आ चुके हैं, पर जो अपडेट किया गया ईसीआई के वेबसाइट पर, चैनलों पर, सिर्फ 4 या 5 राउंड के नतीजे आ रहे हैं. तो ये प्रशासन पर एक दबाव रखने का एक तरीका है. ये लोकसभा चुनाव में भी हुआ था. हम लोग गए थे, अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और मैं ईसीआई गए थे, हमने शिकायत की और तब ईसीआई ने कार्रवाई की. तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, निष्पक्ष संस्था है, इस तरीके से स्थानीय प्रशासन पर दबाव नहीं डालना चाहिए.
सर, अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कुछ आप लोगों ने अपनी
नहीं, कोई हताश होने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, निराश होने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. 3-3:30 बजे तक काउंटिंग सेंटर पर वो रहें, टिके रहें, क्योंकि ये खेल ख़त्म नहीं हुआ है. ये सब मनोवैज्ञानिक खेल है, ये माइंड गेम्स चल रहा है. इससे हम हटेंगे नहीं. ये कोई निराश होने की कोई कारण नहीं है. हमें जनादेश मिलने वाला है, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने वाली है.
मिस्टर प्रसाद, मनोवैज्ञानिक खेल चल रहा है?
Well, that's what the Congress is telling us. But the fact remains, you see, the kind of momentum that the Congress seemed to be heading right from the morning, or at least the kind of enthusiasm and the mojo, as they call, was indicating the Congress is going to just romp home victory. That has been halted. So you removing that momentum, and what your colleague told us from the Congress headquarters also reflected on the ground, the fact that the workers are no longer that enthusiastic, and the BJP on the other hand is gung-ho, is coming back, talking of mocking at the jalebi factory and stuff like that. So it's quite natural among the political.
It's going to be the third straight term.
No, more than third straight term. The fact is that this is the time when the third straight term, they are getting more numbers than the second term.
Yeah,
they are almost getting 10 more numbers, 10 seats more.
What you say is absolutely correct. As these things consolidate into seats, now I was just looking at the data while we were talking a little while ago. Of the 35 seats, the Congress is 34 or whatever, Congress seems to be winning. Only 3 seats are converting into, 3 trends are converting into seats, because the voting is almost rounds are over and the Congress is ahead comfortably. So in a very short time, those 3 trends will convert into seats, probably Palwal and Nu and whatever the seats I was looking at. The rest is not even halfway mark. So it has some kind of a feeling that what Jairam was talking of, 11 seats. Same with the BJP, not even halfway votes are counted. Okay, somebody like Ajit.
What do you make of Jairam's complaint?
Well, that's again, it's a game out of. It's like again going back to the same cricket analogy. Yeah, match फंसा हुआ है अभी.
मैच फंसा. स्मिता मैच फंसा हुआ है या मैच जीत लिया बीजेपी ने?
नहीं, मैं तो कभी भी, लोग इसे आज के हरियाणा चुनाव से ना जोड़े, मैं तो कभी भी दोपहर बाद तक शाम तक अंतिम नतीजे तक कोई धारणा नहीं बनाती हूँ. लेकिन हाँ, ये जो रिजल्ट है, ये नाउ इट इज सॉर्ट ऑफ स्टेइंग नाउ. ये जो उलटफेर हुआ था 9:30-10 बजे के आसपास, अब वो स्टे कर रहा है इस दृष्टि से कि बीजेपी की लीड तब से लगातार बनी हुई है और कांग्रेस उस लीड को तोड़ नहीं पाई है. तो अब ये स्टे करेगा तो हमें लगता है कि चुनाव स्पष्ट हो जाएगा. वैसे भी कांग्रेस को 35 आए, 36 आए या 38 आए, जिसको 45 आएगा उसकी सरकार बनेगी. और बिल्कुल 2-वे इलेक्शन, बिल्कुल 2 पार्टी इलेक्शन हो गया है. ये बिल्कुल साफ हो गया है. छोटे खिलाड़ी जो थे वो कोई बहुत प्रभाव नहीं डाल पाए हैं. मुझे लगता है कांग्रेस को सिर्फ एक जाति का वोट मिल रहा है और कांग्रेस ने संकेत भी पूरे कैंपेन में यही दिया कि उनको एक ही जाति का वोट चाहिए. मुझे पता नहीं, कांग्रेस देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी है, वो ये क्यों नहीं समझ पाते कि इंडिया में एक कॉर्नर से दूसरे कॉर्नर चले जाओ, समाज का कोई भी वर्ग, कोई भी कम्युनिटी, कोई भी कास्ट, कोई भी सेगमेंट अकेला डोमिनेट नहीं कर सकता. और जिसको भी ये गुमान है कि वो अकेला डोमिनेट कर रहा है, वो या तो राजनीति नहीं समझता या वो कुछ मुगालते में है.
ठीक है.
और कांग्रेस भी मुगालते में थी. और मैं किसी जाति पर टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगी. जाट समाज देश के कई राज्यों में फैला हुआ है. दे आर अ वेरी प्राउड, हार्ड वर्किंग, feisty caste, but I'm not talking of the caste, but the Jat leadership of Haryana in the Congress party needs to calm down. They need to become realistic. This is a reality check to them, not to go overboard.
Smita.
36 जाति कहने से नहीं होता.
You made your point, Smita.
समाज को साथ लेकर चलना होता है.
You made your point. I'm also joined by Congress spokesperson Saral Patel. Saral, thank you for making time. What are you making of these 2 results? Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir.
Haryana, as far as we are concerned, in both states, I think we should wait till 1. The picture will get clear by 1. But I would like to make a strong objection to what the fellow spokesperson from the BJP was saying and targeting a specific community and caste in her statement. So even before they have formed the government,
she's not a BJP spokesperson.
They have started dividing people on the caste and religious lines in Haryana. This is very unfortunate.
Sir, she is not a BJP spokesperson. She's a journalist associated with the Prasar Bharati. My question to you is, you guys have swept Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, so it's plain, simple, vanilla. 52. I mean, so you will have the government without anyone, you know. Yep. It makes even the 5 nominated MLAs useless. But Haryana has been unexpected. 34-50, BJP has increased its seats in terms of lead.
As I said earlier, we are not going to stop at 52. We are hopeful that we will cross the 56 mark in Jammu and Kashmir, and even in Haryana, as we have noticed and our leaders have gave a statement that the For last 3 years, the last 3 hours, the number is stuck at 36. That is highly unlikely because the results are not being updated frequently as it should be. And we are hopeful that when the latest results are updated, we will go close to halfway mark.
But do you feel
there's a change, Karthik? I'm sorry I'm butting in. You know, from an absolute majority to going close to halfway mark, don't you think, sir, it's a massive climb down from your own stated position?
Saral, the question.
We were neither excited when you gave us a landslide victory in the exit polls. We are neither disappointed now because we don't believe these numbers. We'll hold our horses till 3 p.m. and I'm sure that how most of the TV studios were surprised at between 9 and 9:30. They will be surprised between 2:30 and 3.
Okay. Smita, you wanted to come in. Please come in for a short while. SP Vaid has also joined me. Please
made my point. I stick to my view. You have already corrected the spokesperson that I am not a BJP representative. However, I do have 3 decades of political observation and writing to my credit. And there is no doubt, and I repeat myself, Congress party ने एक जाति के नेतृत्व पर अपनी पार्टी को गिरवी रख दिया. And that is why they are not doing. They should have done well because BJP didn't cover itself in glory in Haryana for 10 years. They had a great opportunity. I still think it was a great chance for Congress to upstage the BJP rule. But if this figure stays, that may not be possible. But I would also like to say that there is a lesson here for media persons also. This gentleman here is saying that we were not very excited when exit polls came. That's great because every sincere political worker should have his or her ear to the ground. But his colleagues in the Congress party, both men and women colleagues, were going crazy looking at the exit poll results. And exit pollsters, I am sorry to say, Karthike, have started following, and that goes with media persons also. What we are guilty of is we just listen to the vocal voter. From Bihar to Uttar Pradesh to Assam to Haryana to Maharashtra. We just listen to the man or woman who is ready to come out and speak his or her mind. We forget that the whole voter, psyche includes a huge chunk of people who are not among the aggressive ones, but they have an equal vote. So, we really need to calm down and look at things in entirety.
In the world of social media, when you say the calm down, that's the toughest thing to do when you're overstimulated by information. Saral, please go ahead. You wanted to come in?
No, I just wanted to say I can't hear. I had no audio.
Saral, you raised your hand. You wanted to come in? I think my voice is not reaching.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Saral. I'm saying that there's a bit of a delay. I think we'll mend your line and then I'll come to you. SP Vaid also joins me. Mr. Vaid, your assessment of the results in Kashmir.
नमस्कार कार्तिकेय, आपको और आपके सभी दर्शकों की तरफ से नमस्कार. See, this is on the expected lines. Though BJP was claiming कि we will form the government, but अभी तक का ट्रेंड तो दिखाता नहीं है. I think Congress and NC is 52 and BJP is around 25. Even if you take all our others 9. It doesn't work out the number. Let's wait till the evening. But then I think this was on the expected line because BJP had, its vote bank. Jammu region is the only strong vote bank of BJP. Even last time it had around this much number of the seats, if you recall, when BJP and PDP formed the government. So another thing I would like to mention that Sabka Vikas, Sabka Saath that slogan has not worked out. And I don't think it could translate that into reality in Kashmir Valley.
Tell me,
Kashmir
why did
Valley,
BJP couldn't consolidate itself in Jammu? Why didn't they get expected number of seats in Jammu? वहाँ क्या गड़बड़ हुआ?
Karthik, my personal feeling, there are two reasons. Number one, number one point is for both Kashmir and Jammu, the selection of candidates. And but Jammu region specifically, some of the candidates who revolted earlier, candidates who revolted in Jammu region. So I think these two factors must have affected. The third one is selection of candidates in Kashmir Valley was, I think, not people with good reputation were not selected. I think that's my personal assessment, because otherwise also Kashmir they were not able to make inroads. वो जो slogan था सबका साथ सबका विकास, I don't think that has worked here in Kashmir. In spite of so much of development, in spite of so many benefits, the present government of Prime Minister Modi, which brought in Kashmir Valley, I don't think that was translated into votes. So I think these are my assessments why they are in position they are today.
Okay, Saral, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Okay. You wanted to come in.
I wanted to say two things. One is that if you are to believe this Haryana numbers, and let us say that this stays on till 5 p.m., the numbers remains the same. So does it also mean that this BJP has benefited by keeping Mr. Prime Minister Modi away from the Haryana campaign? Because if you look at the numbers, in 2019 he did 20 plus rallies. In this elections he has done less than 5 rallies. His picture was nowhere to be seen in the BJP campaign in Haryana. So is this the verdict on Mr. Modi's dipping publicity and his ranking that has benefited BJP? Because BJP used to always fight on Prime Minister Modi's face.
If these numbers are correct, suppose for a moment that these numbers that we are seeing on the screen, 49 for BJP, 35 for Congress, do you think the main reason why Congress did so badly, that despite Rahul Gandhi saying that let's have an alliance with AAP, Bhupinder Hooda did not do it, right? Number one. And it seems that Bhupinder Hooda was even dominating the candidate selection. Out of 90 seats, almost 70 to 75 seats were distributed by Bhupinder Hooda. So sidelining of Kumari Selja and other leaders in the party, did that actually cause the defeat of the Congress, if these numbers are holding?